City Clerk, are you ready?
Welcome back, Mayor and Vice Mayor and Council members. We are back after closed session, and we are going to do the recognition presentations. We are going to start with the City Council recognition of local students who participated in the recent youth delegation to Culver City's sister city in Kaizuka, Japan. And are the students present? Great. And are the chaperones present? Wonderful. Will you join the council members in the well, please? Right below. Sorry.
Okay, everyone. So we've got some great recognitions to announce for two of the chaperones to Kaizuka, and then I think 4 of the students. Is that right? Counting correctly. We have certificates of recognition. For the chaperones, it's the same language, and for the students, it's the same language. So I'm going to read the what we have to say in honor of you, and then we will list it out and get a picture together. Okay. So the City Council of the City of Culver City hereby awards a certificate of recognition to both Micah Stambler and Brittany Wilson. Is it Micah or Mika? Mika. Sorry, Mika. No Mika. And for our chaperones, it is presented in recognition and appreciation for your exceptional service and dedication as a chaperone for the 2025 Youth Delegation to Kaizuka, Japan. Your guidance, leadership, and support played a vital role in ensuring a meaningful and memorable experience for all participating students. Through your commitment to cultural exchange and global understanding, you have helped foster enduring ties between our sister cities. Your presence exemplified the spirit of international friendship and represented our city with dignity, warmth, and professionalism. We gratefully recognize your contribution to the success of this important journey and commend you for being a trusted mentor and ambassador of goodwill. Thank you. Can I give these to you guys? Brittany, right next. Hi, thank you. Okay, and then for the students, I've got the list right here. Dominic Hasagawa, Hannah Nadell, Ty Manel, Caden Fujikami. So, by the way, my son was an exchange student to Kaizuka, so very proud of all of you. The City Council of the City of Culver City hereby awards a certificate of recognition to all of you, presented in honor of your outstanding participation in the recent youth delegation to Kaizuka, Japan, representing the City of Culver City with pride, curiosity, and cultural diplomacy. Your dedication to fostering international friendship and understanding is a shining example of global citizenship and leadership. The City Council proudly recognizes your role in strengthening the bonds between our communities and commends you for being an ambassador of goodwill and unity. Thank you to all of you. Hannah, there we go. Katie. Oh, sorry. Does any of you want to speak about your experience?
Sure.
You want to go for it?
So I'm Ty, junior at Culver City High School. And my biggest highlight was the food. My favorite food was this thing called okonomiyaki, which is like a savory pancake with like vegetables in it. And like I would have never had the experience to be able to eat okonomiyaki here in America. So I think this program is really great, and I'm really grateful for it.
Great. Anyone else?
Well, I'm Dominic Hasagawa. I don't go to Culver City High School, but I go to New West. But I'm a proud resident of Culver City. The most I've encountered multiple amazing things in Kaizuka during my time there, but the thing that stood out the most to me was the community. Not only the exchange students, but also their neighbors and also their dogs. So they're very welcoming to me. They threw me a party for welcoming me, and yeah, it was very nice, and that's all I want to say. And I hope to keep and strengthen the bond between our sister cities for years to come. So yeah.
Thank you. You don't have to if you don't want to. You want to say anything?
Oh, I guess I can. Okay. Hi, I'm Kaden. I'm a junior at Culver City High School. And the thing that most stood out to me was like the host family life. And I mean, before we went, a lot of us were wondering like, what should we do? What should we not do? But I think once we get there and like the fact that we lived there for like 10 days, it's like they become your family and you're like living with them for so long that you're like, just become accustomed to it. But it was like my back hurt really bad because we had to sleep on futon, which is like just a mattress on the floor. But just learning how to put it away and take it out is just such a memorable experience, and it's just so like building friendships with like the host family and all that.
I'm Hannah Nadell. I'm a sophomore at Culver City High School. And I think the most memorable part of the whole experience was all of the activities we did. We did a ton of stuff, like tree climbing, and we went to the Soccer Expo. And I think it helped create a lasting impact on me, and it was so much fun to hang out with everyone and have so much fun together.
Okay, my name is Brittany, and I was one of the chaperones on our glorious adventurous trip that we took for Culver City High students. And I've always hosted in the past, but I've never been hosted. So being able to be immersed in the culture and really seeing the bond that Kaizuka and the sister city relationships that we have is just memorable and something that you always walk away with. I mean, we visited a museum in Kaizuka where they had a whole section dedicated to the city of Culver City. So it really shows the relationship that we've had and that we can continue to build with different experiences like this.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mika Stambler, and with Brittany, I serve on the board of the Culver City Sister City Committee, and I was one of the chaperones for this exchange. As you can see, our student ambassadors had a really incredible, life-changing opportunity in Kaizuka, and they were able to really experience a cultural exchange with Japanese high school students while also representing Culver City very well. So really appreciate them, and thank you all so much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thanks for representing us.
And if you don't mind, everyone, when you're going back to your seats, just grab them.
That's it.
And our other recognition is going to happen a little later. She was double booked, so she'll be here hopefully by 8. So we will get back to that. So
Thank you.
now we are at the regular session, and we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Can everyone please rise? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, before we get started, I'd like to read our statement of land acknowledgement. The City of Culver City formally acknowledges that the land we inhabit today is the ancestral land of indigenous peoples who have lived here for millennia. The City of Culver City honors the Gabrielino people, past, present, and future, and recognizes their enduring connection to this land as its original caretakers. We are committed to supporting and uplifting the Gabrielino people and to fostering a deeper understanding of the histories and identities of all indigenous peoples in this region. We encourage all residents and visitors to join us in respecting and caring for this land. The city affirms its support for the rights of these indigenous communities and for the preservation of their cultural legacies. And we do not have anything to report out of closed session. Do we have any announcements from any of the committees, boards, or commissions?
We do.
Okay.
Oops. Hold on one second. Okay.
I'm Lily Albertson, and I am the chair of the Disability Advisory Committee. And I am bringing you greetings and an update from our committee. So, Mayor O'Brien, Vice Mayor Puza, and honorable City Council members, we would like to direct your attention to the Disability Advisory Committee's biannual report, which highlights several important activities that we are working on as a committee over the next few months to expand advocacy and education efforts concerning people with disabilities. We would also like to highlight activities of our various subcommittees, which include the Disability Awareness Month Committee, the 2028 Summer Olympics preparation, the Architectural Barriers Program, City Council Communication, AARP Age-Friendly Communities, Culver City Action, and People First Language and Disability Etiquette Ad Hoc Subcommittees. The Disability Advisory Committee would also like to invite you to attend and participate in our activities during Disability Awareness Month, including our annual Abilities Carnival and Resources Fair. The Abilities Carnival and Resources Fair will take place this year on Sunday, October 5th, from noon to 3 p.m. at the Culver City Senior Center. Last year's fair was a great success, and we had the highest attendance since before the pandemic. We wish to acknowledge the tremendous support that we have received from city staff and volunteers. As we move forward over the next year, we hope to build a collaborative relationship with the City Council as both advisors and to receive input and guidance from the Council. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was the last CBC to speak.
Okay, great. Can we have announcements from council members? Councilmember Fish.
Thanks, Mayor. Hey, everybody. Thanks for joining us tonight. Just wanted to say it was great to see so many folks at the Fiesta La Bayona celebration this year. Just wanted to say congrats and hats off to our PRCS staff, our commission, and the Fiesta La Bayona committee on a really successful event. I'm not going to wear jeans next time, though, because I was super hot. But I also wanted to let folks know about the Culver City Bus has a brand new game day shuttle to SoFi Stadium for all you Rams and Chargers fans. So congratulations to the Culver City Transportation Department on opening the 99 SoFi Stadium Express. I was there yesterday with Mayor O'Brien at the opening. There's plenty of parking, so you can ditch your car at Westfield Culver City Mall, aka Fox Hills Mall, and instead of paying $50 to $100 to park at the stadium or Uber, you can spend just $2 on a round trip. And it connects to so many transit routes, to the Culver City Bus 4 down Jefferson, the 3 down Overland, the 6 to UCLA, and other Metro and Santa Monica Big Blue too. So definitely recommend trying it out. Hispanic Heritage Month begins September 15. There's going to be a celebration on Saturday, September 27, a film screening celebration from 5 to 10 p.m. at the Gloria Kaufman Community Center at the Wendy. And Coastal Cleanup Day, September 20, from 9 a.m. to noon by Heal the Bay. They're putting it on again this year with help from local groups like Bayona Creek Renaissance and Bike Culver City. So if you're in the mood to volunteer to help clean up Bayona Creek, go to healthebay.org to register. And then finally, just wanted to remind folks that the Art Walk and Roll is October 18, so save the date for that. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember McMorrin.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I want to echo congratulations to all of our city staff who work so hard on the summer events, not only Fiesta, but our summer concert series and the other opportunities to engage our community throughout the summer. It's really meaningful, and we deeply appreciate the hard work. Just a gentle plug for the fall concerts that are coming up. I know there was something in the chamber here over the weekend, and I know that we have an activation at the Kirk Douglas for jazz concert night. So I suggest folks go to our community calendar, the Culver City Community Calendar, which has all of the goodies. So really looking forward to those events coming up. I hope that everyone in our community, and whether they're educators or our little ones, are settling well into back to school time. I wanted to do a gentle plug that childcare is available for these council meetings if requested, and you can find more of that information at the culvercity.gov agenda site. I wanted to give a personal congratulations to the Wendy on their community center opening this past weekend. I was really sad I had to miss it, but the Wendy has been an amazing community partner, so really grateful for all the work that they continue to do there, and a gentle plug for the Walk and Roll Fest that is going to be at the Wendy this Sunday, which is always a great event, and we appreciate the work that our walk and roller communities do, and grateful to Jim Shamman and his entire team. I also want to give a plug to the Century Saturday events that our PRCS team continues to put on for more inclusion, timely because our disability committee representative was here earlier. And that's this Saturday at Vets Park from 10 to 12. So for folks where that applies, definitely encourage folks to come out. And I want to conclude by wishing Ruby Bridges a happy birthday. She was born on this day in 1954, and she was the first Black child to integrate a public school in New Orleans. My mom just had her birthday and happens to be younger than, she's actually older, than Ruby Bridges. So as we continue to navigate civil rights challenges in our nation, we must continue to commit and fight for a just society for all of us. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Puzo.
Great, thank you. As Councilmember McMorrin mentioned, it was a joy to be in this chamber last night for the first in its series, the pilot event for Music in the Chamber. It was a live music. The Sakura Cello Quintet filled this room. It was great to see this space filled with music and art and culture. Thanks to Sally Unsworth, the Cultural Affairs Commission, and Culver Arts for making it happen. On Saturday, the mayor and I attended the American Legion Palisades Post 283 Fire Distribution Center. It's located at the Fox Hills Plaza, so they're giving out free supplies, clothes, toys, and other things for veterans and others who lost their homes in the recent fires. I attended the opening, as mentioned earlier, of the Gloria Kaufman Community Center. It's 7,500 square feet hub for arts education, outreach, and nonprofit collaboration. And all programs and services are free to the community. And the Vende just continues to be a dynamic institution that is fully alive rather than a sleepy, static museum. And last but not least, the recent Supreme Court decision about immigration is deeply troubling. By lifting restrictions on ICE, the court has effectively sanctioned racial profiling as a tool of immigration enforcement. This is not only, in my opinion, unconstitutional, it's profoundly un-American. And Culver City stands in solidarity with immigrant communities and will continue to work towards policy that protects our residents from discriminatory enforcement. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you to my colleagues for lifting up some of the things that I was going to mention. The only other thing that wasn't announced was I had the great pleasure of attending the opening day of the AYSO season. There are almost 1,800 kids that play and compete and have fun in our local AYSO program. They utilize Bill Bott's upper and lower fields. They use Lindbergh Park. They use Blanco Park. They use the high school. So it's a great partnership between our youth in the community and the city's recreational facilities, which we definitely need to work on improving. And then finally, I'm so glad we're celebrating our Kaizuka exchange students tonight. We're going to hear a presentation briefly on Sunday, very early in the morning at 1:15. I'm catching a flight to Kaizuka to celebrate our relationship with them of 65 years. So that will be a really neat experience for me, my first time in Japan. And I can't wait to experience everything that you talked about and we're going to hear about shortly. So with that, we're on to our presentations by our local students who recently went to Japan.
We are going to put up a series of photos that they've put together as a video montage. And if anyone would like to come up to the podium and make some mentions of where you are, what you've done, if you all want to go up, I have an extra microphone here. Come on up. Okay, here we go. There you go.
That's me and Ty. There's like a tree climbing place. Yeah, I was the fastest tree climber, not bragging. Ty was the slowest probably. Oh yeah,
wait.
that's true.
Sorry, it's not going.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I was very ill-equipped. I didn't know we were actually tree climbing, so I showed up with shorts and Crocs. So this is yeah. Oh yeah, this is us eating ice cream after the. Oh wait, this is yeah. It's too fast.
It's happening quite
okay.
fast.
So yes. What was this? Oh yeah, the Danjiri. It's like a festival. It was like a museum all about that, and we had a lot of fun there.
This is the expo, Kaizuka Expo, World Expo. It was really hot that day. Everybody was like dripping in sweat.
Oh, this is at the introduction or farewell party that we had before we left, and it was all of us.
I remember saying.
No.
This is when we told, no. Basically, we told everybody on our last day that it was our first day and we were going to be there the next day.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, it's still the farewell party.
These pictures.
Yeah. Wait, is this the flight back? Yeah. I was very sad, as you can see with my expression. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is us teaching them how to play poker. this is when we went to like the, what was it, like a, yeah, like an elementary like community center, and they were teaching us about a bunch of games they played. It was really fun. Still the danjiri. This is at their council chamber. We got to take pictures there and talk to the city council members there. It was really very fun. Yes, want to say it?
Mizu.
It's like Mizuma Temple.
Oh, this is when we went to Kura inside Kaizuka. The sushi there is like so much better because it's like way fresher. Yeah. I don't want to go back to the one inside, what's it, Satel?
Yeah.
It does not compare, yeah. And then we made fans with the kanji on it. It's pretty fun. They made it like a matsuri for like indoors, and that was also part of it. And then we danced inside this picture with kimonos and, what was it? Yukata. Yeah. But we didn't get to keep them, so that was pretty sad.
Aw.
That's origami and the fan. Yeah. Oh, and then that's when we made takoyaki. Someone caught the takoyaki off like a bay somewhere. I don't know who, but I mean taco. Sorry, I mean octopus. Octopus. Sorry. Too much time in Japan. That's the Osaka Expo. I don't know. They gave like this Miffy thing to wear, and then that's leaving Japan. Going to Japan. Oh my. Going to Japan with their shirts on that say Kaizuka City Sisters. Oh, you want to say something? That's the outside.
That's the friendship statue.
Yeah, it's a friendship statue in front of the Kaizuka City Hall. And that's Suge-san, their mascot for Kaizuka.
Every city should have
And that's
a
when we
mascot.
arrived. They all circled up and welcomed us with all these signs. And when we arrived, they were like, ah, because they're all so excited to see us. So it was very, very nice of them. So yeah,
I think that's it.
that's it. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, and we can start with public comment. How many speakers do we have?
We have 23
Okay.
currently. And I will read the statement regarding hate speech. Members of the public have a right to speak on matters that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of City Council. However, this council strongly denounces hate speech and does not tolerate disruptive behavior in our meetings. Culver City prides itself on its diverse community and inclusion of all persons. We are committed to creating a safe space in the city and in these chambers where members of our community feel included and respected.
Alrighty, our first 10 speakers are Dr. Luther Henderson, Monica Richardson, Martine Brose, Leo Fitzkoff, Mary Duvall, Italia Salvage, Rosie Gable, Hung Nagayam Elbeck, Melissa Sanders, and Candace Pilgrim Simmons. So our first speaker is Dr. Luther Henderson.
Good evening, Mayor.
Mayor, how much time?
Let's do 90 seconds.
City Council. I'm requesting that the council place on its next council meeting agenda an item to rescind the unconstitutional council policy of sanctuary city. The first duty of government is public safety, to protect its citizens. Your current misguided policy appears to protect illegal aliens who have no business in this country. I implore you to take swift action and place this item on your next meeting agenda. I sincerely hope this council will not need to be reminded of the great General Russell Honoree's famous slogan, "Don't get stuck on stupid." Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Monica Richardson, followed by Martine Brose.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everybody. We would like the men who are identifying as women to stop coming into our shower and locker room with the Culver plunge. It's not safe for women and girls. We want you, the council, to protect women's privacy rights in the locker rooms. The President of the United States, whether you like him or not, signed an executive order in January that no men are going to play in women's sports and no boys or men are going to come into the women's locker room. One could sue to enforce, in quotes, you must comply with this executive order or your federal funds could and will be withheld. I'm bringing this up because we don't want men coming into our bathroom, no matter how one identifies. It's not okay. We want you to remove the sign that's on the front of the pool and put up a sign that says, if necessary, no biological men are allowed in the women's shower room or locker room. It's nuts that in 2025, I have to be talking about this. We fought about women's rights for 100 plus years. You talk about civil rights. These are our civil rights, and we are not going to be erased and made to feel bad because we don't want to be sharing a space where we need privacy. So please correct this matter as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Martine Brose, followed by Leo Fitzkoff.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, good evening to all. On behalf of all Culver City renters in rent control units, I am asking you a simple question. Is it legal for landlords to increase security deposits along with yearly rent adjustments? Can security deposits ever be increased? I have emailed you all documents showing the lack of clarity at the city level and the weak language at the county and state level. There is currently no city enforcement. Without that and without a firm city ordinance, landlords are ignoring what looks like a prohibition. I have also provided you the very precise example that Santa Monica has issued, which I and other tenants are asking you to implement via a city ordinance. Be like Santa Monica. Culver City renters, thank you in anticipation.
Next speaker is Leo Fitzkoff, followed by Mary Duvall.
Mayor, can I get nodding heads for a discussion about the security deposit increases for rentals?
Sure.
Yes, and our renters' protections are coming back for an update soon, right?
Yes.
Perhaps that could be a part of that item too, but yes.
Wonderful.
Okay, so bring that back with that renter protection discussion.
May I be given 2 minutes for this?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Sir, I'm sorry, we have to be consistent across the board.
I understand.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Leo Fitzkoff. I am a freshman at Culver City High School, and I'm passionate about public transportation. Councilmember Fish may remember me from when I was speaking about it at Fiesta La Bayona's bike valet. I feel the Culver City bus, Culver Boulevard bus, or the 7 bus should be running on weekends. Currently, the Culver City 7 bus runs every day, 40 minutes, from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. on weekdays, but not at all on weekends. If you're a student planning to take a bus to the Bayona wetlands, one of the county's last natural wetlands, that leaves you 3.5 hours to get there and back at most because of school. Otherwise, if you miss the last bus back at 6 flat, you're forced to take a lot of connections that are out of the way, take much longer, and may involve a walk at the end. The Bayona wetlands are open during the weekends, and the area that precedes it, Marina Del Rey, is very busy. Keeping the service on weekends would allow not only residents along the line to, would not allow only residents along the line to get from to get to downtown Culver City or to Marina, but also people who want to tour the area from outside, both of which who would rather take a bus over a car. Lastly, people who want to bike from along the Bayona Creek path or the Culver City bike path would definitely like if there was a busway back in case there is a situation where people do not have the energy to get back
Your time has
biking.
expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank
Mayor,
you.
if I may just ask, thanks, Leo, for your comment. Great hanging out in the bike valley with you. I wanted to see if we could just get a response, not right now, but if we could ask our transportation department just for like a back of the napkin, what would service on the 7 bus on weekends look like in terms of cost? Very rudimentary estimation. Doesn't need to come to council, just looking for it as a point of information. I don't even know if that requires nodding heads, but
Sure.
if it does.
Councilman, we will provide that information, yes.
Thank you so much. Thanks again, Leo.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary Duvall, followed by Italia Savage.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. I'm here tonight in my capacity as co-chair of Bike Culver City to give you a little report on our annual collaboration with the city to provide residents and visitors with a free bike valet at Fiesta La Bayona. We valeted approximately 550 bikes, many of which were cargo bikes, and transported entire families on one bike. Thank you to PRCS and Ted Stevens for our continuing partnership, which has been going on long before I got involved with BCC and long before Ted took over PRCS. And thank you for continuing to expand our available space, which we definitely need more and more of each year. BCC is an all-volunteer organization, and doing the bike valet over the course of 3 days is quite a heavy lift for us. I'd like to take a minute and read off the names of the entire team who made this service possible. Jim, David M., Chris, David C., Bubba, Leo, Michelle, Greg, Roman, Vanjie, Cam, Roy, Matt, Bronwyn, Teddy, Kira, Mary S., Mary D., Travis, and Art, and from PRCS, Jean, Pedro, Gustavo, Kevin, and Charisse. I'm sorry if I left anyone's name off. Thank you each and every one. Also, thanks to Art Nomura, who applied for and received 120 bike helmets from SCAG, Southern California Association of Governments, which we distributed free to the public at the Bike Valet. And finally, thank you to all of our friends and neighbors who left their cars at home and chose to use the Bike Valet this year.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Italia Savage, followed by Rosie Gable.
Okay, and I have a video to show.
Yep,
Okay.
here it comes.
Good evening, City Council. I'm Italia Salvaje with Bayona Wetlands Land Trust, and today I'd like to show you a video of our team using the Culver City 7 bus to the Bayona Wetlands and why it would be so cool to have it running on Saturdays. Okay, you can press play.
My name's Alina. Hi,
Uh-oh.
Hi, my name's Italia. And this is our day trip to the Bayona Wetlands Ecological Reserve using Culver City Public Transit. We kicked off our day at the super vibrant Farmdale Station, right next to Dorsey High, where we jumped on the metro, and within 3 stops and a quick 10-minute ride, drum roll please, boom, we're at Culver City Station. Next up, we strutted over to catch the Culver City 7 bus as we chatted about how smooth it was to hop on the metro and transfer to the bus. And pretty soon be surrounded by biodiversity in Bayona Wetlands. We listened to music and used our binoculars, hoping to catch a bird or two in the sky. And finally, the bus has made it to its last stop at Fisherman's Village, which is right across Area A of Bayona Wetlands Ecological Reserve, one of the last remaining coastal wetlands in Los Angeles County, where you can hope to find a great egret feasting on a western fence lizard, maybe a gray buckeye, or a turkey vulture soaring high. Thanks for watching.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rosie Gable, followed by Hung Nagayam Elbeck. Not seeing Rosie online or in the chamber. Our next speaker is Hung Nagayam Elbeck, followed by Melissa Sanders.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Dr. Huong Yim Albek. I'm a resident and a physician. I'm here to raise awareness about the atrocities that are happening in Gaza. I've been here talking to you for about the past year, but the tragedy has been happening for over 700 days. So here's a map of Palestine. The map in the middle is Gaza on top of LA, so you can see it's not that far. You could probably bike that in a day from northern Gaza to southern Gaza. The upper right image is what's left of Gaza, where actually Palestinians live. The rest of the purple is militarized zone. And this picture at the bottom is today. I got a Google snapshot of a town that's obliterated in Palestine, and there is a mixture of hospitals, schools, mosques in that picture. Next slide, please. So I'm here just to, again, raise awareness, as I've had for the past year, about the number of deaths. It's reported 161 deaths. 161 morbidity. Famine is now in phase 5, so this is not a crisis, not emergency. This is a catastrophe. We've seen disease we've never seen anywhere in the world, polio, Guillain-Barré. Okay.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Do I get 30 more seconds?
Just
Was that 60?
Just wrap up.
So disease, infections, the largest amount of amputations in children, and this is, I can send you the stats on the number of healthcare workers and journalists killed, students, teachers.
Miss, I'm sorry, I already asked someone else that they not go over.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melissa Sanders, followed by Candace Pilgrim Simmons.
This will be a pendulum swing. I am very concerned about the rise of anti-Semitism and anti-Semitic behavior that's being just okay with this city and in particular several council members. It's disturbing. A couple weeks ago, there was another violent protest with our Code Pink people that the Jackson Market owner brought into our city months ago, bringing barriers and metal detectors because of their history. This is the same Code Pink that Councilmember Fish has volunteered with happily. And this is just a continuation of what I'm seeing repeatedly. The city is continuing to accept business owners being blatantly anti-Semitic. We have them not only wearing anti-Semitic clothing in council chambers, we have them being openly anti-Semitic on social media and other public forums. The fact that Jackson Market is back on stage soon to receive a reward for being this inclusive, wonderful business is absurd and horrifying. So it would be great if you guys actually upheld your no anti-Semitic proclamation and do not give this person and their market another stage. It's ridiculous. It's insulting. And it's inappropriate.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Candace Pilgrim Simmons, followed by Ron Basilian.
So good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Sandra Horta and I are here on behalf of the Culver City Chamber Women in Business Committee. We are thrilled to announce that the nominations are open for the 10th Annual Women in Business Awards Luncheon, one of our signature events honoring women who lead with vision, spark innovation, and make extraordinary impacts here in our community. We are looking for founders who are the keystones in their companies, innovators who make changes in their industries, trailblazers breaking barriers, and visionaries who shape the future, and nonprofit leaders who champion causes that matter. The deadline to submit your nominations is September 11th, and submitting a nomination just takes a few minutes. So I leave you with this. Don't applaud her, nominate her. Great women lead. Let's make sure that they're seen and celebrated. And if she inspires you, please take the time to nominate her. So I encourage all of you to head over to the Culver City Chamber's website, www.culvercitychamber.com, and please shine a light on an amazing woman who is impacting our community. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next 10 speakers are Ron Basilian, Valentina Rodriguez, Jeff Moracle, Marcy Bond, Eric Sims, James Richardson, Patrick Godinez, Mike Sullivan, Mark Bauer, Ken Palmer. And our next speaker is Ron Basilian.
Hi. Hello, Council. I'm probably not going to be able to speak on A4 and A5. I've already submitted my e-comments, opposing both for reasons given. 6 years ago, we started Protect Culver City, protectculvercity.org, in response to councils putting in rent control in the dead of night, 1:30 a.m. And we realized we wouldn't be our only issue, but this time we have another mom and pop landlord issue, which is the soft story retrofit. We just got our public records request for compliant and non-compliant landlords with the soft story retrofit mandate. And a lot of people are non-compliant. I see my two neighbors, I talked to my two neighbors about, they have no idea how they're going to pay for it. They're Latino immigrants. This is their retirement. They have no idea how they're going to pay for it. Once again, I'm asking council to step forward and help these landlords comply with the retrofit mandate. We can help them with financing options. We can research grants. We can streamline the pass-through process. We're going to make a campaign out of this. We're not going away. We're going to contact these landlords. We're going to contact their tenants. So thank you for your attention to this matter. Good night.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Valentina Rodriguez, followed by Jeff Moracle.
Hi, good evening. I'm Valentina Rodriguez with the Bayona Wetlands Land Trust, and I'm also here to request that we open the Line 7 on Saturdays. Currently, I reside in Westwood, so I'm able to take the Culver City Line 6 and transfer to Line 7 when I need to go to Bayona Wetlands during the week. However, Line 7 does not run on Saturdays, which is when our stewardship events take place, and I have to find different modes of transportation. I'm also a UCLA student, and I have spoken to my peers about our events, and they share with me that they would love to volunteer. But like a lot of students here, they don't have a car, so they have to rely on public transportation to get around the city. Opening up Line 7 on Saturdays would facilitate engagement with young adults and students looking to get involved in the restoration of one of LA's largest remaining wetlands in such an urbanized county. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeff Moracle, followed by Marcy Bond.
Hello, Council.
I'm fortunate enough to already know each of you, but for members of the public that don't already know me, my name is Jeff Moracle, and I'm a local artist, architect, and a member of the Arts District Board, in addition to being a longtime resident of the neighborhood. I'm here tonight to make the public and the chamber aware of an upcoming public meeting to discuss the future of the Arts District tree surrounds. The tree surrounds are a system of 65 sculptural streetlights that were installed in 1998 as an urban project to unify the neighborhood in the early days of the Arts District. Due to a sense of hurdles related to maintenance and the perception that there was not robust public sentiment for this system, the city had made plans without public input to remove all 65 of these sculptural streetlights. With the grassroots campaign, the public spoke up in force and were successful in requesting the city to pause on the removal of these unifying elements in order to allow for a robust public discussion about what the city and the public thinks about this system and the value that they provide for the streetscape in the neighborhood. Despite hurdles, I think we should find a solution as a community to steward this system into the coming decades. This public meeting will be this Sunday at 1 p.m. held at Parks Project for anyone that would like to be part of the conversation. And for anyone that is not available for that meeting, there will be information about this system also at this year's District Art Walk. And again, that meeting is this Sunday at 1 p.m. at Parks Project in the Arts District. Let's find solutions to prevent the complete erasure of this valuable and historic system of sculptural streetlights.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marcy Bond, followed by Eric Sims.
Good evening, Mayor O'Brien and council members. My name is Marcy Bond. I'm a commissioner of the Parks and Recs Commission, and I'm speaking only for myself, not the commission tonight. This morning, the plunge opened 3 lanes for drop-in swimming. This means you can come to the pool at any time between 6 a.m. and noon, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Tuesday, Thursdays from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m., as well as on Saturdays and Sundays. I don't remember the exact times for those. And you can swim for as long as you want for the same price as if you registered for a lane. However, you can still register and save a spot in the pool like it has been for the past 4.5 years. What I'd like to remind everybody about is that when you register, you are reserving a spot in the pool, not an entire lane. For the registered lanes, up to 3 people can swim in those lanes at a time. You are not guaranteed your own lane, nor are you guaranteed that you will split the lane, which means there's only 2 people in there. You may have to circle swim, which means there will be 3 people. If someone comes up and asks to get in your lane, you can't refuse. If you do, you will be kicked out of the pool. I just want to remind everyone that the plunge is a public pool. It's a very in-demand resource of our community. Please remember, when you register to use the pool, it's not your private pool, and the lane you get in is not your private lane. You will be expected to share. So be considerate. We can all enjoy this wonderful resource. Some days may be more challenging than others, but every day is a good day when you get to swim. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eric Sims, followed by James Richardson.
Good evening. I'm Eric Sims with Center Theater Group, and I'm delighted to share that we are continuing our annual tradition of family programming over the holidays at the Kirk Douglas Theater. Woo! The last couple of years, we presented Dave Pilkey's Cat Kid Comic Club and Dogman, 2 of the most successful shows in our history, and we're thrilled to build on that success this year with Roald Dahl's Enormous Crocodile, a delightful and beautiful production from the UK that will be making its West Coast debut this December. I'm here tonight to request that city sponsorship for this production be agendized so that we can make use of these street pole banners in downtown Culver City as we have the last couple of years. The DBA has graciously worked with us to share those locations with their holiday banners, and it provides us a great uplift and a great visibility in the community that allows us to fully promote this production and allows us to continue to promote Culver City as a true destination for the arts and high-quality family programming. So respectfully asking that we be agendized for sponsorship. And also in my last 30 seconds, thank you to Councilmember McMorrin for uplifting the Jazz Nights. So excited to be hosting that again. Please come the next 3 Sundays. We couldn't be prouder to be working with the city and with our longtime partners at the Jazz Bakery. So thank you.
Thank you. Can I get nodding heads to agendize that?
Nodding heads from Councilmember Fish, Councilmember McMorrin, and Mayor O'Brien.
Thank you. Our next speaker is James Richardson, followed by Patrick Godinez.
Good evening, Culver City Council. James Richardson back in. I just want to see if I can get my email agendized for you. Just trying to see if we get something explored about Culver City currency exchange. I did in the last email kind of built a small little app just to see how that could work in Culver City. I want to be able to go out in the communities, especially since there's issues around affordable housing. In the future, we're talking about wage gaps and other things that the city wanted to do. There's a way that we can centralize that and be a way to fund it without coming up with creative ways of funding that. I want to see if we can put that on agenda.
Mr. Richardson, I'll connect with you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Patrick Godinez, followed by Meg Sullivan.
Hello, everybody. Just lately we've been, talking budget, and I've just been thinking revenue. And I'd like to ask the council, to possibly talk to the planning commission and bringing up, resurfacing the idea about a Culver City bowl or some type of eco-friendly, open amphitheater. I feel that something like this venue could, bring in revenue for, all the local businesses, the restaurants, motels. But more importantly, I'd like to position NPR and NPR Music, as a sponsor and possibly use that venue, for money drives and donations, especially with all the cuts that are coming to, public radio. And it seems to be a priority of Culver City, to have that arts and that music. As, Frederick Nietzsche said, life without music would be a mistake. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Meg Sullivan, followed by Mark Bauer.
Good evening, Council. As a local housing provider, I'm here to express my dismay about the constant practice of relegating rental property issues to the end of council agendas so the discussion does not occur until the wee hours of the morning. And I know I'm not alone. Most of Culver City's rental housing is offered by mom and pop providers, and they tend to operate their properties while running a separate business or working a job. Many are involved in fields with early morning start times such as construction, plumbing, landscaping, and electrical services. These owners don't have the luxury of sitting here all night. They have to get up early to earn a living. The city's practice is disenfranchising rental property owners, and it's robbing you guys of important insight that live comments could be provided by them. Providing housing for perfect strangers is a very pro-social use of capital, and it's a use of capital that you desperately need to encourage, not discourage by stacking the deck against owners or appearing to do so. Thanks in advance for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Bauer, followed by Ken Palmer.
My name is Mark Bauer, a lifelong resident of Culver City and Vice Chair of the Finance Advisories Committee. I'm here speaking as a private citizen. Last month, in response to a one-star review on Google Reviews from a person named Zach Goldberg, a person with the title Jackson Market and Deli owner, posted the following: Mr. Goldberg, we are a deli, not a library. Please do all the customers a favor and don't ever come back. I don't believe you with your poisoning BS. Mr. Goldberg, Goldberg in all caps. Just wondering what our backyards promised what your background promised to you 30,000 years ago. You always pretend to be the victim, Mr. Goldberg, again in all caps, while trying to hurt a striving business that happens to stand on the right side of history and humanity. Just a pure form of centuries-old anti-Jewish rhetoric. All that's missing is a drawing of a big-nosed man holding a bag of money. On March 25th, 2025, the City Council awarded a certificate of recognition to Jackson Market for being a pillar of the community for the owner's dedication to fostering understanding and building bridges. This is neither the first time that the owner of Jackson Market publicly shared his anti-Jewish rhetoric, nor is it the first time that the city has honored this man. Would this be the case if he had written, "Don't ever come back, Mr. Gutierrez"? "Don't you and your wife ever come back, Ms. Smith"? "Don't ever come back, Mr. Istwani"? Of course not. The ones lining up to support this man now would be calling for his rightful banishment from the community. But because it's about a Jew, he is embraced, defended, and honored. This is why so many Jews say they don't feel safe anymore in Culver City. This body embraces of this man and what he's built is obscene. The message is clear: equity for all except the Jews. My request today is simple. Please stop embracing bigotry. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ken Palmer, followed by Cindy Harden, Noel Tubner, and Walter Lamb. Mr. Palmer, are you speaking? I see that you're unmuted. You can begin speaking. Mr. Palmer, we'll
Now for
come back
something
to
lighter.
you. Okay, our next speaker is Cindy Harden, followed by Noel Tubner.
Good evening, Council. My name is Cindy Harden, and I am here also to advocate for the extension of the service of bus route number 7 on 2 Saturdays. Sundays would be great too, but if we have to pick one, it would be Saturday, because that is the day that the state has open to the public Area A of the Ballona wetlands. We live in one of the most urbanized towns in America, and an opportunity to get outside and just get some fresh air in, believe it or not, 577 acres of open space on the west side of Los Angeles. It's an incredible opportunity, especially for students that might have Saturdays free, families that work during the week. So I'm very hopeful, and I know this has been a popular item tonight, that action is taken to extend that service for route number 7 to Saturdays and Sundays if possible, to give people a chance to just get outside, get some air, see some views, some wildlife, and take advantage of the Ballona Land Trust activities there that take place several times a month on Saturdays. Thank you very much for your time. I'll keep my fingers crossed.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Noel Tubner, followed by Walter Lamb.
Hello, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of City Council. I'm Noel Tubner. I am the Director of Instructor Management for Mighty Pilates, and I'm excited to announce that we're opening a brand new studio on September 16th on Main Street here in downtown Culver. Our goal is to become part of the community and intertwine with what we're already seeing is an amazing community in Culver City. We will be opening September 16th, but having our grand opening in November, and we would like to give the community a wellness event in our town plaza that will highlight a healthy and active lifestyle. This would be a free community event that we were seeking sponsorship for. We are here to ask for an in-kind, non-financial special event grant in order to have the event considered city-sponsored. This will give the opportunity to reach a wider audience that will also allow the town plaza to host our event. Please consider my request for agendizing, and I thank you for your time.
What's the name of your studio again?
Oh, sorry, Mighty Pilates.
Mighty?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I have 3 nodding heads to bring this back?
I'm seeing nodding heads from all present members. Is that correct? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Walter Lamb.
Yeah, good evening, Council. Thank you very much for indulging the speakers that came to talk about the Biono wetlands. My name is Walter Lamb. I live right down the street. Been a resident now for 24 years. Councilmember Fish, it was great to meet you at La Fiesta Biono. It's so funny that when we started talking about the bus, you mentioned Leo, who you had done the valet with. Thanks to Leo, Italia, Cindy, Valentina for coming to speak. We came here tonight really just to kind of launch the idea and plant the seed of getting the Culver City 7 bus to run on Saturdays. There's a lot of benefit to that in terms of people also east of Culver City. So, the video is Farmdale, but, really the whole metro now is connected to the Culver City 7 bus. But we didn't come here tonight to try to bypass any of the committees or staff or anything like that. We appreciate the request for the funding. We are eager now to just do the hard work of figuring out how could we possibly make this work. So I will just make one last note is that there is some construction going on near Area A right now. So before you rush down there, you feel free to check with me. My email, walter@biona.org. Italia's italia@biona.org. You can check with us and we'll let you know if there's any disruptions to access. But again, thank you for your patience indulging us tonight. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, and we're going to circle back to Ken Palmer.
Do we want to call Councilmember Rivera to roll?
Welcome, Councilmember Vera. The time is 8:19. We are going to do a roll call. Councilmember Vera.
Present.
Yes. Councilmember McMorrin.
Here.
Councilmember Fish.
Here.
Vice Mayor Puza.
Present.
And Mayor O'Brien.
Present.
Let the record reflect that all 5 members are present now.
What time is it in South Korea?
Okay.
It's way early.
Okay, we're going to see if we can get Mr. Palmer here. Looks like he is no longer online.
Okay.
So that was our last speaker.
That concludes? Okay, great. May I get a motion to receive and file correspondence? Do we have that ability? Yeah.
We do.
Great.
We have a motion by Councilmember McMorrin, a second by Mayor O'Brien to receive and file the correspondence received for tonight's meeting. Please vote. All members have voted, and that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. And before we continue, I would like to request from my colleagues consideration to postpone A5 until the next meeting because the County of Board of Supervisors is considering the same issue on the 16th, I believe. And just so that we have that information in our pocket before we talk about it.
That's fine with me, Mayor.
We're going to be running late tonight, too, I believe. Yeah.
You proposed the item, so I'll defer to you.
Well, I know that things have been slated in advance, so is there room in the next?
Yeah, we'll make room.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
There's consensus by
Yeah.
all 5 members. So please let the record reflect that A5 will not be considered this evening. If you have signed up to speak on item A5, please note that it will be put on a future meeting and look for it.
At the next meeting.
We'll try for the next meeting, which is September 29th.
Okay. Do we have any speakers for consent items? How many do we have?
I believe 12.
12, okay. And then do my colleagues have any items they want to pull? I would like to pull C15.
I have questions on C19.
I'm sorry?
C19. for me.
C19, okay. Anyone else?
C20.
C20?
And 15 for me as well, Mayor.
15 as well, okay.
We also have speakers for other items.
Yeah.
If there are those, do you want them to go first? And then do you want, as we go through C15, C19, and C20? Or do you want all of the consent items speakers heard now before we go?
What other items are we hearing from?
C14. Was that it? Yeah, the rest of them are C15
Just-
or 20.
Okay, and C14 or no?
C14.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's have, I'm forgetting how we do this. Do we do the comments before the?
We usually have the
Yeah.
speakers speak before we pull anything for
Yeah,
discussion.
let's do that. Let's do it
Okay.
in order. Thank you.
Great.
Great. Our first speaker is Monica Richardson, speaking on item C14.
And how many minutes? We only have 12 speakers, so 2 minutes.
Yeah, but I'm looking at the length of the entire meeting, so 90 seconds, please.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm going to pass on speaking tonight on this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Disa Lindgren, speaking on item C15, followed by Melissa Sanders.
Good evening, Mayor O'Brien, Vice Mayor Puz, and members of the City Council. As someone who does not have children and has never had children in the school district, but is an alum, I strongly urge you to support C15. It's so important that everyone in our community appreciate the value and importance of our schools, supporting the students and the wonderful staff and teachers that work with them. So please vote yes on C15.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melissa Sanders, speaking on item C15, followed by Jean Black.
Hi again. I guess I would really like you guys to remove all of the conditions. Basically, they're all not student-facing, and this is supposed to be about the students. So I would like you to support our children and our district families and our residents and community members more than you support Jubilo would be great. There's basically, you guys are handing $20 million over to an outside, apparently slumlord developer, but you're giving 1,000 conditions to, $2.5 million for our school district. Especially the housing one that's been done. We've already wasted hundreds of thousands of dollars on that. Staff don't want it. Teachers don't want it. It was summarily said no. But for there to be anything that is not a student-facing request or requirement attached to this is just, it's disappointing, it's disheartening, it's disrespectful. You can't do Steve Hartman's kindness classes. That can be a requirement. Teach kindness throughout the school district would be an excellent requirement. I'll go with that. Otherwise, just give them the one-time money and let's call it a night. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jean Black, followed by Mark Herskovitz.
I decided not to speak. Thank you.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I decided not to speak. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Herskovitz, speaking on item C15, followed by Carolyn Labuser.
Good evening, Council. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Good evening. My name is Mark Herskovitz, a longtime Culver City resident and extremely concerned Culver citizen. I have 2 teenage children, both students at CCHS. Actually, one just graduated. Our schools are in major disrepair. They're literally falling apart. Teachers don't want to come teach here. Principals and administrators are in a revolving door. $2.5 million is just a drop in the bucket to what they really need. And your added quote, conditions are poorly thought out, disrespectful, and downright offensive. We should be giving so much more to our schools and not to awful pet projects like Jubilo Village that have no clear benefit to Culver City residents. Our schools are the heart of this community, and our children deserve so much better. Please pass this budget item with no conditions and continue to give our schools what they sorely deserve and need going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carolyn Labuser, speaking on item C15, followed by Marcy Bond.
Good evening, Council. My name is Carolyn Labuser, and I'm here to talk about the conditions that were added to the 2.5 million. In particular, the housing issue. Mr. Fish, you were the one that suggested it and got it added. I'm wondering where you came up with this. You haven't been in school board politics. How do you even know anything about it? What were you doing? Just reading your teleprompter once again? I mean, adding that condition was so insulting and disrespectful to the teachers union, to the classified union, to many of us who've been fighting, the good fight here in Culver City for the schools. And you even had the temerity to say that you were doing this because of Kelly Kent and Paula Amazola having suggested it in the past. Do you understand how divisive that is? Those 2 people are probably more responsible than anybody else for the situation that the school district now finds itself in. And you can smile, it's okay, but it's not funny that the schools are running out of money thanks to 2 people who gave $2 million to, New Earth. It was a joke. And they just threw money out the door. So I don't think you should be adding that condition. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marcy Bond, followed by James Richardson. Marcy Bond is speaking on item C15.
Good evening again. I'm Marcy Bond. I am a commissioner, but I'm not speaking for the commission tonight. It's obvious anybody who suggested that we bring back the housing on the campuses or through the school district has no idea how divisive and how hard the community, the teachers union, the staff fought against this stupid idea that nobody wanted except for Kelly and Paula Amazola. Oh my God. When I said conditions, I was talking more about, hey, just show us what your plan is for $2.5 million. I was not talking about, hey, let's throw several $1,000s again at something we've already looked at and decided it was not going to work because it was not feasible to even do. Drop that condition. Start looking at what's good for the students and good for the school and good for the community. And also, oh my God, you want to throw $20 million at Jubilo Village, but you're giving conditions to the school district for $2.5 million. Really? Just stop it. Thank you.
Speaker is James Richardson, speaking on item C20, followed by Dr. Alfonso Jimenez.
Good evening, City Council. Dan O'Brien, Freddie Prusa, Albert, Yasmin, and Brian. It's good to see you all one more time. As a person who was homeless here in LA County for about 2 years, I've been blessed by LA and how you all welcomed me. Go from being on the street to transition to housing in here. I just want to say I support C20, and I want to just give some context for people who have experienced homelessness and they are not necessarily going through mental illness. It's very difficult to be invested in a community when you're getting bare investment yourself. And for those who are able to even be able to say this is how you give back, it's really difficult to do that. So again, I said at the last meeting, it doesn't have to be a false dilemma. You can do both. You can fund the school and you can fund homeless initiatives. I support this, and I hope that we can talk further about my proposal. We can get that on the agenda. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Alfonso Jimenez, followed by Jamie Wallace.
Good evening, Mayor O'Brien and honorable members of the council. I'm Dr. Alfonso Jimenez, proud superintendent of the Culver City Unified School District, and I'm here tonight to talk to you about agenda item C15 for the donation agreement between the city and our school district. While we greatly appreciate the city's partnership, we respectfully request that the language of conditions be reframed to one as partnership guidance to reflect the collaborative nature and relationship between the city and the district, or as you've heard tonight, eliminate all the conditions altogether. I have sent a letter that has this information, but provided a summary here for public comment. That being said, our shared goal is one of long-term fiscal stability of our district and the continued excellence in our schools. With that in mind, we ask for some adjustments to the current list of conditions. On the parcel tax, we need some flexibility, as whether a successful election campaign happens in June or November would be dependent upon what our consultants would deem as the best time to do this. And I do want to clarify that under both examples, whether a June or November parcel tax, both of them actually has the money available to us in the 27-28 school year, difference being the earlier parcel tax election has an impact on the first interim, which would be December 2026, or the latter for the second interim, which would be in March 2027. Oh, I see my time's running out, so thank you for your support.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jamie Wallace, speaking on item C15, followed by Patrick Godinez. Not seeing them online or in the chamber. Our next speaker is Patrick Godinez, speaking on item C20, followed by Janine Wisnowski-Stalen.
Hello, everyone. I stand and come before you as a former unhoused Culver City neighbor. And for the sake of the public, I also sit on the advisory committee on housing and homelessness, as well as outreach and engagement. You know, I'm here to comment on C20. With your approval with Jennifer Swan and Associates, I would ask, possibly, a waiver for a request for proposal and have them, engage in some kind of grant writing capability, either to assess what happened, why we were denied the 16+ million grants previously, but more focused on what grants we really qualify for and are going to be successful, and that's going to help our budget. Since they're already doing the reevaluation of our homelessness situation, and it seemed like it'd be natural for them to engage in those activities and possibly do it in addition or within that particular budget that's already in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Janine Wisnowski-Stalen, speaking on item C15, followed by Andrew Lackman.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Hi, I urge you to approve consent item C15, the $2.5 million one-time grant to CCOSD, without the added conditions. And here is why. in no particular order. The district already studied housing on school property in recent years, spent thousands of dollars on consultants and surveys, received a hefty report, and concluded not to move forward for a variety of reasons. And teachers and staff opposed it as well. I hope you've all read the exhaustive Brookwood report, and just in case, I sent it to you in an email. The current board has not revived this discussion, and nothing indicates that they intend to, which raises the question, why is the city attempting to force the district to explore an option they've already spent public funds on, evaluated, and dismissed? What specific actions would you consider satisfactory to meet this condition, and how would you serve students and families today this way? The city and CCUSD serve the same families. This moment should be about partnership, not about imposing conditions that distract the district from its core mission of educating children. Supporting CCUSD without unrelated contingencies is both the right thing and the simplest thing to do. As all district meetings are already public, requiring city staff attendance is redundant. Demanding a new marketing retention plan only duplicates work already being done. And whether and when a future parcel tax is the right solution should be decided by the school board and by voters, not made a condition to this one-time grant. Our school district now has new leadership based on solutions. They need the city's partnership and support, not added obstacles. Please grant this district and remove the
Your
conditions.
time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Andrew Lackman, speaking on item C15.
Thank you for making any closing act this evening. Always a pleasure to see all of you, and just want to express our appreciation for the partnership of us moving together. To build on the superintendent's point, I think there were a couple other issues that were brought up we just want to cover very quickly with respect to some proposed changes with respect to these guidance and conditions. On housing development, as been noted before, CCUSD already studied potential projects, and we ask that this prior work be recognized as part of meeting the city's conditions. Should circumstances change in the future where it makes more financial sense, at this point, it does not. Regarding our CBAC, we welcome participation with respect to the CBAC for folks from the city. We do have to change our bylaws to do this. As you know, I chair the Finance Advisory Committee. CCUSD has designated membership with us as well. It's a reasonable change, and it's something that's going to take some time to do. For meetings with the LA County Education, this should be specific and not general meetings. On financial reporting, we welcome updates to the liaison committee. And finally, on enrollment and retention strategies, CCUSD has ongoing efforts that should be reported to the Board of Education, which can be shared with the council as a part of our collaboration. We welcome that communication, but ultimately those decisions and how it has to make sense within our budget and marketing context of the time. Thank you again. And we appreciate everything in terms of opportunities to work together.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was our final speaker.
Okay, great. So we have requests to pull C15, C19, and C20. So can we have a staff report on C15?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Lisa Soger, your Chief Financial Officer. The item before you tonight is the approval of the donation agreement. The main piece of us coming back here is that we require approval of the budget amendment that defunds 17 capital improvement projects totaling just over $2.5 million from the general fund, and to appropriate $1,082,902 from the Mobility Improvement Fund to fund 4 of those 17 projects. Instead of the general fund, and then to appropriate $2.5 million from the general fund for the donation to CCUSD after a donation agreement is executed. I can answer any questions, but we basically took your recommendations from the meeting on August 11th and brought them back to you as a budget amendment.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Fish, do you have any questions?
Yes, thanks, Vice Mayor. The parcel so there were a couple of commenters asking, including Mr. Long from the Teachers Union, and other speakers were asking for flexibility on the date of the parcel tax. I think during our last meeting with the consultant that the city contracted with, Kathy, I'm forgetting her last name, apologies, but Domenico, thank you. My recollection of that meeting was that her answer as far as what is the latest that this could be passed to collect in 2027 was June 2026, which is where we ended up with June 2026 in the conditions. And then I've heard from others that it could be collected with a November 2026 ballot. It could still be collected in 27 with a November 2026 ballot measure. So I just wanted to ask if we knew for sure, because it does sound like they would like that flexibility just to understand when the parcel tax is most likely to pass. Maybe they want to do polling. So I understand the desire to have more flexibility there.
So I think the confusion is that I believe they're saying that in both cases, the funds would not be collected until 27, 28, that school year, as opposed to what I think we said in the staff report, and we discussed with our consultant, Kathy Domenico. If the school district put an item on the June ballot, they would have to do a substantial amount of work to set up the polling, the tax roll. The tax roll. So it's more than just polling. They'd have to have the tax roll set up almost concurrently as they were putting the measure on the ballot. If they did that and were ready to go, if the measure passed, they could submit that tax roll in August, which means the funds would be available in the 26-27 school year. What I think I heard them say is that they feel that either in June or November, they're not anticipating that they would be ready to put anything in August on the tax roll, and that, that just depends how fast they put everything together. So I heard them say they didn't think they would get any money until the 27, 28 school year.
Regardless of whether it's a November or a June. Okay.
And that just depends on how quickly they could get their consultants in order, and they would have to do a lot of pre-planning if they were to put something on in June, but it is possible.
Okay. Thank you. That's my question.
Councilmember Corn.
Thank you. Really appreciate folks that came out to speak on this item. Appreciate staff for your continued due diligence on making sure that we have all the information we need to move this forward. So I just want to start with appreciation of course. I'm curious, could the city support the district with this tax roll preparation, or it is something that the district would have to do solely?
I don't know if I know the answer to that. I'm not sure what it would take to do that.
I'm just wondering if it's an issue of capacity on the district side, and
Usually it's done by an outside consultant.
Okay.
So it's not something that a staff would do. It's not, you would retain a consultant there are specialists who prepare the role.
Okay, gotcha. That's helpful.
Yeah.
And as it pertains to conditions, I'm less, I know I did put some of these on here, and I didn't go back to my notes before these comments to remember which ones I placed on. I think maybe it was the liaison and maybe another one. But aside from that, I just think the goal is that we want to ensure that the district, at the time, there was a lot of willingness that we were hearing from the district of support and, you know, whatever needed to be done. It's a little bit of a different tune today, and that's, you know, that's okay. That's how the game goes, and I appreciate that. So, I understand that a study was done in regards to the housing, and there's concerns about and things that need to be updated in terms of allowing for attendance at certain meetings. What we are seeking, and again, I believe that everyone on this dais is operating in good faith. What we're trying to do is meet the moment that the district expressed a clear need to. So if in any way possible, the district is able to support us in that, we would deeply appreciate. So if there is capacity for them to update whatever charters, if there's capacity for us to be at these meetings that are requested. I understand it seems from the comments that there is not an appetite for further study around housing, but the goal is for us to, for the district to be exploring revenue generating opportunities, and we heard that at the prior meeting. So again, it's not done with malintent. We want to be good partners and continue to do so moving forward. So I just kind of wanted to rest in that. This wasn't something that was, at least in my viewpoint, meant to be punitive in any way to the district. It was for us to be in good partnership and continue transparency moving forward. So if at any, and I don't know if there needs to be clear language that is shifted to sort of honor whatever amendments that were mentioned and charter amendments that need to be changed so that staff could attend certain meetings. But if and where it is possible, I'd like for as many of the transparency goals to be honored in this document so we can continue to be in good partnership. So other than that first question, those are just my general comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Oger. I have some questions for you, but I'd like to call up Dr. Jimenez, please, if possible.
Dr. Jimenez?
Good evening, sir. Sorry for my tardiness, missing the beginning portion of the meeting. I just flew in from Iksan, South Korea, so my head is still over there somehow. But anyway, welcome, sir.
Thank you.
I just want to ask you a couple of questions. In your last meeting, you had stated that 2.5 million is great. It's definitely a whole lot more than you have now, but it's ultimately not enough, correct?
That is correct.
So if we don't find some more money for you, you're going to be sort of in this predicament next year as well.
Yes, and the budget is built upon $4 million in cuts for the following year, and we do all of that planning in the current year. And as you all know, by March 15th, we have an obligation to notice employees. And so that's the part that is a real big issue, in that we actually have to identify actual positions that correspond to the $4 million in cuts.
So it would be fair to say that, and I think to my fear, as well as our city manager's fear and other colleagues, that next year you're going to be here asking for more money if we don't figure out something between now and then, correct?
Yes, that is very highly possible.
Right. Okay, and then in terms of the conditions, this was something that wasn't discussed with you. You had no idea. You didn't agree upon them. These were just sort of conditions that came up from my colleagues, correct?
Yes, at the council meeting, I believe, is where we first heard them. And so for us, obviously, I was looking for signs once the agenda was published on Friday to see if there'd be additional clarification around those conditions, but I think what we all discovered, the conditions were the same. But I saw some promise in that in the item details that staff provides in their report, it actually mentions that should this pass, there'd be discussions with city staff and district staff to be able to work through those conditions. So for me, it was a glimmer of some hope here that there's some possibility for some of these to be adjusted.
Okay. All right, Doctor. I don't know if my colleagues have any other questions, so I don't want you to go up back and forth like a yo-yo,
Right.
but I don't have anything else right now for you. Thank you so much. Ms.
Thank
Silver.
you. Thank you.
So, I brought it up last time and it wasn't able to bring it up, so to speak. But other than identifying any pots of money, this is all that we have. If we had not gone forward with another project, we could have done easily $5 million for the school and still be looking a lot healthier than we are now. It's sort of a rhetorical question. I don't really need an answer. Is there any desire from my colleagues to bring up a discussion on how we are going to identify or look for another pot of money for the school? As the doctor said, we're going to be here next year, and I don't know how, and maybe the city attorney, how do we bring up a discussion in terms of identifying or looking at the Jubilo project and taking some money from that to give it to our schools? Is there any possibility in doing that? I don't know if you have to get 3 nodding heads, but is that ship sailed?
I don't. There isn't any possibility of having that discussion tonight since it's not on
correct.
the agenda. The council would need to get three nodding heads for a future agenda. But as you know, the approval of the loan commitment letter is on tonight's agenda as well. So that would be affected. So if there is consensus, then that would need to be probably postponed as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Well, I don't really have any other questions. I have a whole lot of comments, but I'll save those for at the conclusion. Thanks, Mayor.
Councilmember Puzo?
I just have one question. If we move forward on this tonight, the money needs to be received by October, is that correct?
That,
Yes.
is that, yeah, I don't have the exact date.
And would we be on track to make that happen? Or do we need to fast track it?
No, assuming that the council gives us clear direction on a donation agreement and what would be included and that the school district agrees. I mean, we could, assuming the city attorney can get it done. It's a fairly simple thing and we could get that done. And as soon as that's in place, we could issue funds.
Okay. Great, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay,
Or
thank
those are
you.
my questions.
Thank you for the staff report, and thank you to Dr. Jimenez and your team. I'm going to do I really don't have any questions, so I'll kick off the comments. Over the past weeks, I've spoken with Dr. Jimenez a couple times, and also Ray Long, president of the Culver City Federation of Teachers, and 4 of the 5 school board members have reached out to me, and I've had a chance to speak with them. And I really appreciate the email that Dr. Jimenez sent us. We talked about a lot of this in our conversation, and I get a sense that my colleagues appreciate it as well. And I think if we could just move forward with this and integrate Dr. Jimenez's requests in the sheet. I made sure our city clerk has it. It was read by both Dr. Jimenez and board member Lockman, but framing it as partnership guidance is really critical so that we drop any sense of paternalism in this partnership. And moving through each of the conditions, he came up with some thoughtful amendments, and they include, I'll reread them so that the public can hear. Regarding the parcel tax, CCOC needs flexibility to determine when it would be best to place a parcel tax on the ballot, November or June 2026. So they would like to have that flexibility. And then regarding the market rate housing, as stated, they've already gone through that process of investigating that. They would like to remove that as a condition. Regarding appointing a Finance Advisory Committee member to be a member of the district's Budget Advisory Committee, they're open to that. They like the transparency. Staff attending CCUSD's meetings with LACO, only when there's specifically CCUSD business on the table. Regularly report on CCUSD finances to the City Council Liaison Committee with the district. He stated regular updates to the Liaison Committee on district finances are welcome, as they would follow our mandated reporting, such as unaudited actuals, first interim, second interim, and proposed and adopted budget reports. So when they do that, they can do that. And then finally, create a written plan to be presented to the City Council detailing active recruitment and retention. His suggestion is the district's been working on enrollment strategies to recruit and retain students, and that those strategies are documented, but the report is best presented to the Board of Education for feedback and adoption. I agree with that as well, and then we can, it's a public document, we can review that on our side. So I would like that to be the motion on the floor, along with directing the funding to the district. And if anyone else has any questions or comments, I'm happy to entertain those.
Thanks, Mayor. I appreciate Dr. Jimenez, the engagement, and then also School Board Member Lockman for joining and giving your thoughts. I've also been in conversation with several of the board members about some of these concepts. So if there's no difference in terms of collection date between, well, first I just want to say I am proud that the council stepped in to assist the schools to prevent CCUSD from having to make the most painful of cuts. And I think placing conditions on the funds can be mutually beneficial to both the district and the city. And I think that's fiscally responsible and just good fiscal management. So to have a good dialogue between both parties, I think, is essential. So I do just want to share that I think it's being framed that the 2.5 million sort of came out of nowhere or was the council's idea. The 2.5 million was presented by the district as two options, 2.5 million or 7.5 million. They presented the trade-offs of both. This council decided, given the fiscal situation of the city, to go with 2.5 million, and that this was, we were going to discuss it for this year right now, and then for any necessary concurrent years, it would be part of a discussion within our budget process. So I just wanted to add in that context. I'm as far as the parcel tax state, if there's no, the goal there was just to ensure that the district would have be able to actually collect those funds on as early as possible. So if there's no practical difference between the June 2026 date or the November 2026 date, I'm happy with that change and for there to be more flexibility there for the district to kind of make that decision. In terms of the housing conversation, I think I'm really glad that my colleagues agreed to have this as an exploration. I don't think the language dictates that the school district do make any decisions. It just says explore, and I think it's an important conversation to have because housing could be a revenue generator for the district. And there was a report, the Brookwater report, which was mentioned, which has 10 or so scenarios that generate revenue for the district. And there is a new board now than there was previously. So I'd be interested just to hear what that conversation is like, because that's money on the table, right? Our land use can generate more funds. And I think we share a goal here of having a financially stable and solvent school district and city. And of course, it's mutually beneficial to the city to have more housing in our city to meet our RENA goals. So I think those are mutually beneficial concepts, and I don't have a problem with any of the other things mentioned. My suggestion for the housing item would be to amend it ever so slightly, just to actually mention the report and say discuss potential market rate and mixed income housing developments, because some of those scenarios include those on district property to generate additional revenue and meet RENA goals as explored in the Brookwood report. So it says, basically have a discussion about it. It allows the public to engage. It allows our new leadership in CCUSD to engage in the topic, and maybe we can find a way to move forward with that long-term plan to achieve fiscal stability and bring some more revenue into the district. And I look forward to hearing the ideas from obviously our leaders on CCUSD school board. So that would be my one addition to what's already here. Otherwise,
I won't agree to that. So you would need to have a friendly amendment.
do you want to share? So the current language says explore potential market rate housing developments on district property to meet RENA housing needs allocations goals. How would you like that? Are you suggesting it's stricken from?
Yes, I am. I would like to take what the superintendent recommended, and especially since helping fund our schools has nothing to do with our RENA goal, and we're far above our RENA goal in pipeline. It's two different discussions. It's adding. This is about helping the school district get through their fiscal crisis today.
So once again, the actual report is about generating revenue to the school district. So the suggestion is to discuss, and I'm grateful my colleagues agreed to this in the last meeting. This was actually echoed not just by me, but by several colleagues, the idea of having market rate housing on district property to generate revenue for the district. It is a supplemental benefit to the city when more housing is created, and we are not near our RENA goals, near meeting our RENA goals. So this is two different benefits. It's two different ways that the city and the school district can, if they so choose, benefit. And no one's telling the school district what to do. It's a discussion, and that's what this is. A suggestion. So I'll leave it there.
We need 4/5. I will not vote to add that to this.
Mayor, did you have a motion on the table?
There is a motion and a second.
You have a second also?
I see one.
So if you made your
I'll
motion
make a
about-
substitute motion. Can you remind, are the terms, I know that the money was 4/5. Are the terms here, I don't see that in the staff report, but I could be missing it. Are the terms actually 4/5 requirement?
Only the budget amendment, the money is 4/5.
Okay.
I believe any terms are a simple majority, but I'd ask the city attorney to confirm.
Okay.
That the budget amendment for the dollars is 4/5 requirement, but not the terms of the donation agreement.
That's correct.
Okay, I'm just going to appeal to my colleagues that the superintendent of the school district does not believe that that's something that they should be focusing on right now. So I'm respecting his point of view here.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. It's merely a discussion. There's no direction to choose a scenario. There's no direction to implement any of the recommendations. It's to have a discussion of potential market rate and mixed income housing developments on district property. And I didn't hear the superintendent say the things that I'm hearing from you. I heard him say that CCSD has engaged in housing development previously where the report produced. Consideration should be given for meeting this condition previously and using information from this study. So I'm suggesting a discussion based on that remark.
So what's your complete motion?
And so my complete.
So we're going to need to split, we're going to have two motions, correct? Two different, okay, so,
Point of order, I just want to make sure that Councilmember Fish has the opportunity to fully state his motion, and if the mayor wants to split, whatever. we can
are you
do.
directing?
Well, I just wanted to,
Okay.
Councilmember Fish was in the middle, Mayor, so I just wanted to make sure that everyone knew what the motion
Okay.
was, if that was permissible.
Thank you, Councilmember. The motion would be the conditions, I mean, there's no exact language of the new conditions as proposed, so it's a little bit nebulous here. There's comments from, in front of us from CCSD, from our superintendent, which is very helpful, but there's no exact language to change the conditions, so it's not like we're, but my motion is essentially to take the comments at face value here with one tweak, which is to not strike, which I didn't even hear the superintendent say this, but to not strike, as the mayor suggests, the condition to exploring a market rate housing as we discussed in the previous meeting, to keep that in and to slightly amend the language to just say discuss potential market rate and mixed income housing developments on district property to generate additional revenue for the school district and meet regional housing needs allocation goals as explored in the Brookwood report. That's my motion. And staff, let me know if there's anything unclear there.
Yeah, and just to clarify, that would be a substitute motion.
Yes, thank you. And I'm not sure what the controversy is regarding a discussion. Again, the decision lies with our board of trustees.
I think that's the problem. Councilman McMorrin, did you have a comment?
No, I don't have a comment, but I'll second Councilmember Fish's motion.
Councilman Rivera?
Thank you, Mayor. So just so I understand, we want to provide the money, yet give them a group of conditions or suggestions where the superintendent clearly states that it is not in the best interest of the school to move forward with any of these discussions whatsoever. I think, we have a council that gives away money without near mention of any conditions whatsoever, yet we have the school board the school is really in dire need of money, and yet we want to attach all these conditions to it. I'm fine with the $2.5 million with no conditions moving forward. I don't know if we want to bifurcate the vote, $2.5 million, and then vote on the conditions, but I will not be supporting any of the conditions moving forward. Thanks, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Puza?
Yeah, thank you. Just like the Jubilo Village project, which we'll be discussing later, I added conditions for approval, and that's part of the process for transparency and oversight, and that's the point for me for adding conditions. It's my understanding that the prior school board was entertaining workforce housing, not market rate and mixed use housing. And so it was tabled due to Measure E in the election. And so the study actually does demonstrate that it's feasible. And so it's for these reasons, for these dual purposes, for revenue generation and for housing. I understand it's not the current board configuration, that they're not entertaining this, but just to explore housing and the study for possible revenue generation, I think having a conversation around that and pursuing it is not harmful. And then as far as all the other considerations and changing it from conditions to partnership guidance, totally fine with that, and all the other ones, and keeping the housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Jimenez, would you mind coming up one more time? I'm sorry. I apologize. You're getting a little exercise tonight.
Good evening.
Just the issue of, with all the things that are on your plate right now, the issue of bringing up housing on our already finite schools real estate, is that something that you feel you have the bandwidth to deal with right now?
I think right now at this time, with the reduction even in administrative staff, it does create some challenges to our bandwidth to be able to have any further discussions. That's the reason why when I reviewed that Brookwood report, I thought it was, wow, it's very comprehensive. There's a lot of things there. And so for us to be able to get some kind of credit by the council as to having made a good faith effort with having those discussions, I guess, you have heard the community's divided on that, and I know that's not something we want to do today, given the challenges that we have with not only preparing our students for college and career, but some of these fiscal challenges as well. With the austerity measures in place, it does create a unique challenge for us to deal with.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, so there's a substitute motion on the floor. Is there, and a second? I will not.
Can I clarify whether, is the substitute motion, or it's just regarding the conditions, right? Not the money?
Just the conditions right now.
Okay, thank you.
So it's, and can staff derive, there's a question from my colleague, Councilmember Fish, whether these are specific enough in what the superintendent wrote, can write substitute based off of those?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, great.
Yes.
So there's a substitute motion on the floor by Councilmember Fish, which, as I understand, everything as recommended by the superintendent plus his language regarding housing. The council member's language regarding housing.
I'm still waiting for a second.
I seconded it before.
Oh, I didn't see you.
Oh, it wasn't up before. I didn't know a button was pressed, but happy to
Okay.
press the button
you
formally. Thank you.
And just to confirm, this is the donation agreement with the established conditions? Is that what you're saying?
This is replacing the conditions with the recommended replacement conditions from the superintendent. You have the document. And Councilmember Fish's amendment to the consideration of housing discussion.
And the amendment, sorry, just to repeat it, it's to discuss potential market rate and mixed income housing developments on district property to generate additional revenue for the district and meet regional housing needs allocation goals as explored in the Brookwood report. And, I just want to share that the austerity, was mentioned as a reason for a lack of bandwidth, which I completely understand. And I think kind of shines a light on the financial issues that we've heard so much about in these chambers from the school district. And so this is a direct solution that could be explored. And it's a real one. And I think not even discussing it is just leaving millions of dollars on the table. I have it in front of me right now. The Brookwood report estimates $10 to $50 million in revenues. So this is my final comment before we take a vote on this, that the Brookwood report has $10 to $50 million in revenues that it is projecting from those scenarios. So I'm interested in that discussion and to see what our new school board thinks about that revenue opportunity. And with that, staff, do you have everything that you need for the motion?
Okay. I have a motion and a second. Motion by Councilmember Fish, second by Councilmember McMorrin to approve the donation agreement with the Culver City Unified School District for a one-time donation of $2.5 million with the recommended replacement conditions, but with an amendment for housing discussion for revenue opportunities from district property as explored in the report, because I don't know how to spell what you're saying.
It's Brookwood.
Brookwood.
Like brook, like a river,
it.
brook, wood.
Thank you.
And Clerk Bocchino, I would just clarify, it's my understanding that council is only voting on the terms of the donation agreement, not the donation portion
Correct.
of the agreement.
Correct.
Which they would like to vote on separately.
Shoot. I'm just going to put that for now. Please vote. All members have voted. That motion passes. 3 ayes, 2 noes. Noes from Mayor O'Brien and Councilmember Vera.
Then I would like to move to direct $2.5 million to the school district.
Excuse me, Mayor, we need it to be the entire budget
Okay.
amendment, which also includes the defunding of the CIPs and the use of the mobility
Okay. Do you need-
improvement fund.
Do you need that read?
No, I think that's fine,
Okay.
as long as we know that it's the related budget amendment with all that, with A, B, and C are included.
Okay. That is my motion.
I have a motion by Mayor O'Brien, a second by Councilmember Fish, to approve the donation and parts A, B, and C. Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. C19, who requested that? Is it Councilmember Fish?
Oh, that was me, yes.
Do
Thank
you need a deep dive or just?
I don't think I need a deep dive. I think I just had one question for Director Dimitri. Thank you for being here. I had a question come up from a resident who had experience in Santa Monica where their demolition waste transportation services that they could actually contract with someone out of like not contracting with the city, like have their own waste transportation.
Yes, that's correct.
And they didn't think that, the comment was that Culver City didn't have that. And I was just curious if there was a reason we don't allow, you know, for example, if someone wants to have their own, like take their trash or their waste to our treatment plants, if there's a way that we could do that, or if there's an advantage to that. I just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
That's correct. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Fish. It's true what the gentleman shared with you. Different local agencies do it differently. Also, the city of West Hollywood handles it the same exact way as Santa Monica. But in Culver City, we have the exclusive franchise rights to provide this service. We can certainly look in the future into the pros and cons of allowing outside contractors to provide this service. But at this point in time, we believe we can exercise a better quality control over the construction and demolition material, because it allows us to measure the quantities and count that quantity towards meeting our goals for recycling purposes. It also allows our code enforcement folks to go out there and take a good look at the construction sites to see if they are meeting the conditions of the permits they have or not. So it just gives us that extra layer of quality control and quality assurance over the whole operation that we are conducting. But we will be more than happy to entertain the idea in the future to allow outside contractors to provide that service.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how often this is renewed, but it's something I'd be interested in exploring. I don't necessarily know that we need to give you direction right now, but
we can look at it annually.
Yeah.
And in a couple of months, we'll come back and give a detailed report about the proposed rates for the upcoming year, and we can provide a quick discussion as well on specifically on construction and demolition, how we go about it, and what are the pros and cons of keeping it in-house versus contracting it out.
That'd be fantastic.
Sure,
I would love
will
to
do.
learn more. Thank you.
Absolutely, will do.
Thanks, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Dimitri.
You're welcome.
And then Vice Mayor Prusa wanted to pull C20.
Yep. Hello.
Do you need a report?
I don't need a report. I just have a quick question. Does the updated plan, the homeless plan update, does it include a financial assessment of all the work and analysis? For example, like cost per person?
We can definitely, it does include a gaps analysis. And staff would assume that that, of course, would include, are there any gaps based upon the funding that we have available? And we could definitely have that conversation with the consultant to include that as part of their scope. In fact, the consultant is here in the audience, but as part of our emergency updates, we will be bringing the consultant to present to this body our timeline and our scope. And so we can discuss that in more detail. Also, this Wednesday, we are taking this to the council subcommittee to discuss this as well.
And when you say we can discuss this, do you mean the gap analysis or the financial analysis? Or both?
To include, as part of their scope, a financial analysis, but that should be folded into the gaps analysis of where we have gaps, which are there any financial gaps?
Got it. Great. Wonderful. Thank you. And then just real quick, on the community stakeholders, there's businesses, bids, Chamber of Commerce. Can we include faith-based institutions and nonprofit organizations?
Yes, we will. Thank you for that.
Wonderful. And thanks for your work, and to the Standing Housing and Homelessness Committee, and then the Advisory Committee on Housing and Homelessness as well, for all their work as well. Great work. Thank you so much.
Thank you. This must have been a bit of a deja vu for you.
I know, full circle.
Full circle, isn't that something?
I love it.
For the audience, for the public, Vice Mayor used to serve on, at that time, it was the Committee on Homelessness, and he helps spearhead the 2018 homeless count. And so now we're full circle on that. So isn't that something?
Yep, here we are. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Your memory.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Can we have a vote on C1 through C20 except for C15?
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Councilmember Fish, to approve C1 through C14 and C16 through C20. Please vote. All members have voted. That motion passes unanimously.
And thank you. Is Bridget McCarthy in the house? I thought I
No.
maybe saw her. Okay. Okay, let's move on to A1, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. This is Jeremy Bocchino, City Clerk, acting as the elections official for the City of Culver City. As most know, we called an election on April 14th pursuant to the City Charter and Resolution Number 2025-RO34, calling the election and authorizing an all-mailed ballot election. And we held a special municipal election on Tuesday, August 26th. That all-mailed ballot election, Measure CL, a general tax measure to impose a general transactions and use tax at the rate of 1/4 cent per dollar, was approved by the people at a percentage of 67.1%. And I just want to share with you the final votes as they show via precinct. We had 21.8% voter turnout. And the city clerk's office, in consultation with the city attorney's office, has prepared the resolution that is attached that declares the results of the election and other matters that are provided by by law. The certificate of the canvass is included, which is what's up on the screen, and the proposed resolution further approves the ordinance that was passed, approved, and adopted by the voters, and deems it adopted and ratified. I do want to also just do a shout out for our canvassing board because they worked tirelessly counting all of the ballots. There were 6,447, and there's an entire process that we have to go through for each ballot to confirm that it is legit. And so a shout out goes to the board members, Tiana Allen, Adam Ferguson, Mimi Farrell, Jacqueline Gordon, Janine Houchin, Alicia Ide, Mary Noller, Lisa Pangilinan, David Vargas, and Aramis White Sheeran, as well as our IT director, J.R. Wright, who ensured that we had security for all of our drop boxes, and we had secure measures in place for all of the ballots as they were being collected. It was quite a production, and we also had to use 6 different organizations to make this standalone election happen. So I feel like we did a really great job, and we have records for all the documentation for this, and I just want to say we are very happy to announce that with this motion, you will be certifying the results of the election. And I will take a motion.
Do we have any comments?
I don't think so.
Okay, great.
They already spoke.
Yeah, right? I just want to say, and if any of my colleagues want to share the same, thank you so much for all the hard work across departments, really important work. Thank you to our residents who came out to vote and supported this pretty overwhelmingly. So really appreciated and really needed. Councilmember Fish, do you have any?
Sure. Thanks, Mayor. And yeah, thank you so much, Jeremy, Tiana, your whole team. I watched the live feed. It was very fun to be just staying up late with y'all, being like, when's the next drop going to happen? And I also wanted to thank the community for their support of the ballot measure, including, but not limited to, the groups that, organized for it. I know our Culver did a lot of organizing for it, the Culver City Democratic Club. I know we got support from the Downtown Business Association. We got support from our Police Officer Association, our fire department as well. I know I'm missing some, Southern California Hospital, thank you. And of course, everyone, all my colleagues on this dais. So if I missed you, I'm sorry. But thank you to the wide swath of the community who came out and gave a gesture of faith in our ability to continue spending our taxpayer money wisely. Thank you.
Just echoing, thank you so much. It was really cool to see y'all at Fiesta engaging with folks around and collecting those ballots. I know it was so much hard work, and we asked a lot of staff to even get this together. So deep appreciation for the mountains moved, both pre and post election. We deeply appreciate it. And I know the audience or our community doesn't often see the heavy lifting that staff does to keep us moving as a city, but it's incredibly appreciated. So I'm glad we're having this conversation instead of a different one. So deep appreciation to the community for showing up for that. And I will say Vice Mayor, people were saying things about and calling this tax the PUSA tax, and I myself am proud to serve alongside our Vice Mayor and to see continued I guess, a legacy of progressive-led tax measures that support the city's fiscal health, and I hope that will continue. So regardless of how folks feel, this is a good thing for the city and a good thing for city services for our community. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Jeremy, thank you for you and your entire team. I know the hard work that you put in prior to, the day of, and even afterwards. So thank you all for your hard work.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, thank you to the city clerk and all the staff who worked on this election. I know it was a lot. And thanks to everyone who supported Measure CL. It was necessary because Culver City has faced a structural deficit for years, driven by rising costs, pension payouts, and growing community needs. And without this revenue, we would have faced painful cuts to parks, senior programs, public safety, and more. And we know that this revenue alone isn't enough, and we'll need to prioritize how we spend these dollars. And so I'll soon be asking for nodding heads to host a financial retreat for City Council with our new city manager, when that person comes, CFO, and staff to help set clear spending priorities and a path forward. And I'll also be asking for nodding heads to create a capital improvement plan so we can strategically prioritize infrastructure and community investments, because this vote shows that the community trust one another, and when residents invest together, we rise together. And I'm very just excited and happy that this passed. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion. Do we have a second?
We do indeed. Motion by Mayor O'Brien, second by Councilmember Fish, to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Culver City, California, certifying and reciting the facts of the all-mailed ballot special municipal election held on August 26, 2025, stating the results of such election in accordance with the city charter and the California Elections Code, and approval of the ordinance that was passed, approved, and adopted by the voters to amend Chapter 3.08 of the Culver City Municipal Code to impose a transactions and use tax for neighborhood safety and city services protection to be administered by the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration. Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. Okay, on to A2.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Jesse Mays, Assistant City Manager, and I will introduce the group coming up to the podium shortly. Staff recommends the City Council discuss the terms of, and if desired, approve an agreement with the New Zealand Olympic Committee for exclusive use of Town Plaza during the 2028 Olympics for a hospitality house and fan zone, and also to consider designation of the event as city-sponsored. This follows the City Council's direction on April 28th, to work with the Olympic Ad Hoc Subcommittee, which is Mayor O'Brien and Vice Mayor Pusa, to negotiate the terms and conditions of an agreement with the New Zealand Olympic Committee. Attached to the staff report is a term sheet for the City Council's consideration, including 3 terms that were added subsequent to the subcommittee's discussion and consideration. If approved by the City Council, staff will negotiate a legally binding agreement based on the conditions contained in the term sheet. I would now like to turn it over to Katja Ackerley, New Zealand's Consul General in Los Angeles, to begin a short presentation by members of the New Zealand delegation.
No mai, haere mai, ko nai te rangi te iwi, ko nai tukai rangi te hapu, ko katia hou, nora reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. My name is Katja Ackerley, and in that short introduction, I acknowledge my mother's heritage as an Indigenous New Zealander. I'm delighted to represent New Zealand here in Los Angeles as the government's formal representative. I lead a strong New Zealand presence in Santa Monica, made up of representatives from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade, New Zealand Tourism, Trade and Enterprise, Police and Customs. But tonight it is, together we represent the 12 states of the Western United States. But tonight it is my honour to join with the New Zealand Olympic Committee supporting this proposal. I am absolutely delighted to confirm that the New Zealand government is very strongly behind this proposal, and we're extremely excited by this partnership with Culver City. The Olympics is something that's very near and dear to my heart. My uncle was a gold medal winning Olympian, and he always told me that LA's hosting of the 1984 Olympics really launched the modern Olympics. As a group, we have every expectation that LA 28 will set a new bar. I was also closely involved with the New Zealand co-hosting of the FIFA Women's World Cup in 2023. And I can attest that when we're involved with sports diplomacy event, New Zealand brings an inclusive bicultural traditions to our hosting. New Zealand was the first country in the world to give the women the right to vote. We will bring these progressive ideals of diversity and equality with us into our partnership with Culver City. With Culver City, we sense a strong alignment between our values, our interests, and our goals. And as we sit here through this council meeting tonight, we can see with fresh eyes the importance of this agreement from a commercial standpoint. And we really think that in partnership, we will be able to cooperate with the Culver City, and that you will get to know our very special and unique country. But without further ado, I will pass over to the CEO of the Olympic Committee, Nikki Nicol.
Thank you, Katja, and as you can see, it's great to have the support of the New Zealand Government in this endeavour. Kia ora tātou, warm greetings to you all, ko Nikki Nicol tōku ingoa. I'm the CEO of the New Zealand Olympic Committee, and it's an absolute pleasure to be back here in Culver City. Thank you for having us today, and I want to acknowledge the Mayor, the Vice Mayor, and all the councillors here, and members of the Culver City community. Supporting me, I'd just like to introduce my colleagues. Just to my left, Tim Dodd. Tim is a local Culver City businessman, a very loyal Kiwi, and a fabulous advisor and donor to the New Zealand team. He's also been a wonderful advocate for this project, and I want to acknowledge Tim and all his mahi, his work, that he has put in to getting us to this milestone tonight. Thank you, Tim. Johnny Errington. Johnny is our new Commercial and Marketing Director. He joined the New Zealand Olympic Committee in July, and he will lead the New Zealand House project through to the LA Olympics. We also, supporting Katia is Hannah Owenson. She's a Deputy Consul General here in LA, and she's our resident PR manager who's been connecting us with amazing Kiwis and businesses alike who want to support us on this journey. I'd also like to acknowledge you, the Culver City Council, for your vision to really celebrate and bring the Los Angeles 28 Olympics to your community. We know this approach by you as a council has been really innovative, seeking to stand out among the other cities and districts within LA. And I know, speaking to some of my other NOC colleagues, they really respect what you have done. And of course, that is what has led us here and builds on our visit since April. Next slide, please. Thank you. In April, we presented our vision and we loved the feedback. And we are now wanting to take this aspiration in Culver City to the next stage. Together with your office, we've created a formal term sheet that has been part of your briefing packs to seek your support this evening. We're certainly happy to talk to any of the changes that have been made in the markups, but hopefully they are very self-explanatory. For us, the term sheet sets out the roles of each party and it builds on the offer and commitment we shared with you in April. This partnership with Culver City Council will see a unique fan zone created in the heart of Culver, in the Town Plaza and famous Culver Steps. So what have we done since April? Well, we've certainly been very busy as we've sought to align the various elements that will enable such an exciting offer to come together. The heart of the event is the large fan zone, 2 large screens created for viewing the exceptional Olympic Games. It is the largest sporting event in the world, and we know will herald huge interest here in your community. In addition, we will also install a performance stage with all the AV set up and lighting, and will give us the opportunity to celebrate with athletes after their competition and also be a unique experience as athletes share their stories in these moments and allow for interaction and photos with the local community. We will also invest in bringing our culture to you. A Māori Indigenous kapa haka group will join us and feature with other live cultural performances, including your own school or community groups to show the diversity of this unique city. This will all be programmed, and if other Olympic committees also wish to share their culture through this platform, as we discussed in April, that is something that we're very supportive. We also note we have a very warm and inclusive relationship with our Pacifica colleagues. They have also shown interest in being involved, and we look forward to working with them in the way that manifests best for them. This is all able to be programmed and shared well in advance with members of the public. It will help attract people from wider across Los Angeles to Culver, all supporting the local businesses with their patronage. And we've also shared this concept with the LA 2028 Organising Committee. Their team have applauded the vision and are supportive of the concept and the location. The plaza is a very important element in this vision, as you can appreciate and see in the images. Equally important for us is the Culver Hotel, and again, we've been in dialogue with the hotel for some months as well. It's critical to have accommodation for our institutional guests and a place that they can connect and celebrate with the team. Being adjacent to the plaza is obviously a big attraction. We also need a base to work from. We'll have a large operational delivery team, a large volunteer group, a media team, and a ticketing team to service guests. The hotel team have been amazing to work with and embrace the vision, and I think importantly, recognising in this environment, they've taken a really holistic approach as good citizens of Culver to make this a reality. The investment by the New Zealand Olympic Committee in both the plaza and the hotel property for the duration of games further reinforces our commitments and benefits to the wider community. Together, these two aspects will see us invest over $1.5 million directly in and in support of Culver. This is just the first step. Another area we've undertaken significant work is planning conceptually the amplification of what will occur in the town plaza, and I'll now let Johnny share that with you.
Ngā mihi, Nikki. Thank you very much. Kia ora koutou. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. Ko Johnny Errington, toku ingoa. My name is Johnny Errington. And I wanted to summarise the shared vision we have in our proposed innovative partnership with the Culver City Council and how we look to bring Aotearoa New Zealand to your city and community. Firstly, on the left, we have a wonderful heritage we're very proud of. We want to share that with the world. Having a base here in Culver City will be a fantastic platform from which to do this. The illustration on the left includes Po, or pillars, which are artwork commissioned directly for the New Zealand team. The pillar demonstrates strength, and our vision will be to use this to welcome all visitors, and through our kotahiatanga, which is unity with you and your council, we would like to bring this to life, including through free access to cultural performances on site. This would include, as Nikki mentioned, kapa haka, traditional dance, along with waiata, our traditional songs. As Nikki also mentioned, we'll also give a warm haere mai, a warm welcome, to our Pacifica whānau, our family from Samoa, from Tonga, the Cook Islands, Fiji, and others who want to appear alongside us and talk to the culture of the South Pacific. If we're fortunate enough to obtain council approval tonight, it's also very important to us that our Māori representatives reach out to the Gabrielino Tongva people, and we would like to consult with them around how we represent ourselves collectively and our lands in Culver City, and we'd love to be able to weave some of our stories together as we tell them on stage. We're also able to make our culture available to the local community and education establishments. For instance, telling the stories of kapa haka and teaching waiata, the Maori songs, and learning more about New Zealand, our history, our geography, and the sports which we're participating in the games. I'm not sure if council members have made it all the way down to New Zealand. Well, if you land in Auckland, you'll hear the dawn chorus at the airport, the bird songs of native birds such as the tui, and we want visitors to experience something similar here. So in the second pillar here, in the experiential and commercial, that gives you a flavour for the sights and sounds of New Zealand we want to champion, along with the biodiversity, which was referenced actually earlier in the council meeting, but from a New Zealand perspective, and represent our reputation of being a green and sustainable land. The proposed experiential approach has been warmly received by New Zealand government agencies. The support has been obtained, and we want to continue the profile, building the profile on the work engaged across tourism, education and trade. Our commercial partners will also join us in these initiatives, and there are a number of opportunities for our partnerships of established and up-and-coming Kiwi brands to play a key role in supporting the New Zealand team in Culver City. Beyond that, there are opportunities for us to partner with local commerce, along with our shared vision with a uniquely Kiwi tone. Finally, arts and culture. I'm privileged to be able to say that I'm familiar with the heart of Screenland. After coming here over a number of years for the LA screenings, I know what a deep and proud history Culver City has within the movie industry and plays a key role, not just now, but the future of both film and television. If we're successful tonight, we'd look to engage direct with the Culver Hotel, and we've already engaged with key stakeholders such as the New Zealand Film Commission, New Zealand On Air, and interested talent, both in front of and behind the camera, to help showcase New Zealand movies and television. Alongside that, we already have interest from New Zealand Artists' Rights Collection Society, APRA, the New Zealand artists across music and comedy, who are keen to join the New Zealand team at its base and fan zone, here in LA and at Culver City, should we be successful. As you can imagine, this would help join visitors, both from the local area, but also expats, international visitors, including, of course, New Zealanders, which will be great for Culver City business, one of the many benefits that Tim is about to cover next. Over to you, Tim.
Thanks, Johnny. Kia ora. I'm Tim Dodd. I'm privileged to be a local business owner in Culver City since about 2018. And I'm a Kiwi. I'm also an American citizen as well. So I'm here kind of representing both sides of this discussion. I'd like to thank Jesse for the excellent staff report and to you all for your time with us. We're very excited about what the New Zealand House, Aotearoa New Zealand House, could bring to Culver City during the Games. Over 17 days, it is projected to bring or to attract close to 100,000 visitors and generate between $3 million to $10 million in total economic activity within Culver City. This is not just direct spending, I have to put on my glasses, at restaurants or shops, but also the ripple effect of indirect and induced impacts. Caterers ordering more food, AV crews hiring subcontractors, event staff spending their wages locally. Every dollar spent multiplies across our economy here in Culver City, strengthening our strong local businesses and creating a shared benefit. Equally important, I've had a lot of discussions with our cultural affairs groups, the Board of Supervisors of the Culver City Unified School District, and the Downtown Business Association. Not only are they all engaged, they're all very, very excited. I had a great lunch with Tristan from the Culver City Unified School District Board of Supervisors, who said he was terrifically excited by all this. Daryl is here from the DBA, and I believe Jim Clark and others will be talking later from Cultural Affairs. But the snapshot, I guess, or the highlight is that they're all very excited and enthusiastic about this. I would point out that at a time in 2028 of fierce competition across Los Angeles County for Olympic-related cultural events and commercial space, Culver City is putting itself at the forefront and leading by welcoming an international partner while showcasing our own precious community here in Culver City. I'd like to talk about cost. The staff report estimates about $717,000 of cost, including $300,000 for police support. But as that report itself makes clear, many of those costs are unavoidable. They would be burdened by the city or on the city regardless of that. Public safety, sanitation, traffic management will be obligations the city will shoulder during the busy Olympic season regardless. At the same time, the NZOC, the New Zealand Olympic Committee, is investing over $1.5 million directly into Culver City, in staging, in hosting, in audiovisual, and in infrastructure. It's that outside funding combined with Culver City's our own contributions, creates a cost-sharing arrangement that reduces the city's burden while delivering the potential for far greater economic impact. Further, New Zealand House has provided strong engagement in Paris. There were over 100 million views across social media platforms of New Zealand House alone. It was a clear fan favorite, open and free, egalitarian, open to everybody. So taken together, this is a very fiscally responsible, culturally vibrant partnership that positions Culver City as a leader during LA 2028. I'd like to thank you for your time, and I'm going to turn it back to Nikki. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. We know the work, or the mahi as we say, is a huge ask, but what we also want to recognise is how progressive this city has been. To the Mayor, to the Council, to the staff, the work that you have done in talking to other NOCs has certainly put Culver City on the map. Now for us, the New Zealand Olympic Committee would like to put the New Zealand House on your map. We'd like to make that multi-million-dollar commitment to the city and to the community in Culver, and we're asking you to endorse today the term sheet that will set us down that path. We also think it shows a mutual commitment to each other to make this exciting project happen. We acknowledge there will be an investment from the city for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and we hope Tim has shared with you some of the benefits and paybacks that the city will also receive. We come here tonight ready to move formally ahead together, and we seek your support as councillors to create something amazing that generations will talk about for years to come. Ngā mihi nui.
And we're just going to close with the traditional Māori waiata about coming together in partnership.
I don't need the microphone.
Tahi rua toru whā.
Tu tira mai ngā iwi, tātou tātou e. Tu tira mai ngā iwi, tātou tātou e. Whai a te maramatanga, me te aroha e ngā iwi, kia katapatahi, kia kotahira, tātou tātou e. Tō tātou e.
Okay, thank you. Before we take comments, do my colleagues have any questions? Councilmember Fish.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Mayor. And yeah, just thank you to Team New Zealand for that exciting presentation. I can feel the spirit from up here. Thank you, Nikki, Johnny, and Tim, and your whole crew. And just want to thank my colleagues, Mayor O'Brien and Vice Mayor Puza, for your work on the subcommittee, bringing this to us, and to you, Jesse, for all your work on this item as well. I know it's a complicated, multi-piece puzzle that we're trying to, figure out how to put together. So the vision that you're sharing is definitely infectious, and you have a great spirit of wanting to partner with our city. I can feel that there's a real vision for this event, and your excitement is contagious. So I also am just curious, Jesse, or Assistant City Manager, in the previous meeting, we talked about potentially like open streets concepts or ways we can bring in, transit users, and also people walking or biking, or, it's going to be a car free or car light or transit first, however you want to put it, Olympics. That's, what the Metro Board and the mayor are deeming it. So if we were to pursue, I didn't see open streets in the proposal. Is that an additional cost, and can you share what your estimate for that would be?
Thank you, Council Member. It's not part of the report. New Zealand is not requesting that, so it's a separate issue that Council could take up. And happy to bring back more information about that if that's what the Council wants. We looked at the estimated cost for closing the streets downtown based on the Culver City Car Show, and which would be sort of a similar scope and scale of closing down Culver Boulevard for most of the downtown. And that's what we had thought that maybe you were referencing. And that would be about $25,000 a day. And that mainly is the cost for traffic control, but also includes the cost for signage and the company that we use to shut down the streets. So over the course of 19 days, that would be about $475,000 more. And that may be a high estimate, but that's the best we could estimate at this point.
Thank you, appreciate that. And then in the previous meeting, one of my asks at least was, and I think echoed by some of my colleagues, was for, as best as we could, an estimate of what we, could generate in sales tax revenue and or TOT revenue. And the staff report says that the estimate for additional sales tax revenue is $45,600, and then additional TOT revenue is $180,000. Is that specific to having Team New Zealand, or is that just if we were to have an attractive event in downtown?
Mike.
Sorry. That is based on the New Zealand specific scenario. That's how we calculated it. Obviously, there would be a baseline bump in some capacity, even without New Zealand during the Olympics, we would anticipate. So I think, bringing New Zealand here is going to activate the area for more hours of the day than would otherwise occur naturally. So the extra, I think my report put it at $2.2 million in spending was our best estimate based on the New Zealand event specifically. And you can see we were in the ballpark of what the New Zealand team came up with, order of magnitude wise. I think Tim had said they calculated 3 to 10 million. I was at 2.2, so I'm a little bit more conservative, but you can see that we're sort of in the same ballpark.
And do we know what that number would be if it were if the city created an attractive event in downtown, just in general?
We did not calculate that.
Okay. And then just curious, what would we're being asked, the city's being asked to spend a total of $717,000, at least in this estimation. What would, if Culver City were to do an event and we would invite participants from other countries, including Team New Zealand, to participate, what would a sort of a base level version of that event cost if the city were to do an event with participation from other countries? And it would be viewing the Olympics, a similar style, but sort of a base level price.
Yeah, council members. So you could look at the summer concert series, which is a several-hour event that takes place on one specific day, and that runs at about $13,000 per each concert. So if you multiply that by 19, I think it's around $250,000. So that would be a low estimate, but obviously that would be a very basic event compared to what's being proposed here with New Zealand. If you look at Fiesta, how much we spend over the course of 3 days, that comes out to $73,000 a day, which at 19 days would be about $1.4 million. And then if you look at what New Zealand is proposing with their contribution to pay for stuff like the screens and the stage and everything, the city's spending would be $37,777 per day over the course of the event. If we didn't have New Zealand's subsidization, that would go up to $63,000 a day. So basically, if we wanted to produce the same scale event as what New Zealand is proposing and shoulder all of the cost ourselves, it would be about $63,000 per day, which if you times that by 19, that's $1.2 million. So there's a range. So summer concert series, $250,000. What they're proposing, if we were to do it all on our own, would be about $1.2 million.
Thank you for that. So there's a broad range of what this could be if the city were to take it on. And then in terms of security, do you anticipate, could there be a need for more? I mean, I already saw the estimate for police is $300,000. At Fiesta, we had police and a private security team. Is there any scenario where we might need more security like we did at Fiesta? And if so, what would be the cost of that?
Yes, that's a great question. The costs projected in the report today are for an open event that don't have any sort of control at the entrance. It's just open to the public. If we were to do a more Fiesta style like we did last year, where there was one gate and we did metal detectors or X-ray bags, which you do see at a lot of public events these days. For Fiesta, we paid about $10,000 a day for each of the 3 days. So that'd be about $190,000 in security additional if we were to fence off the area and decide to screen everyone going in. I think, I know our police department is in conversations with local law enforcement about security arrangements for the Olympics. So I think those decisions have yet to be made, and I'm sure the police would make recommendations about what level of security we would need closer to the event.
Thank you. So, just looking at the agreement, I saw that there's some opportunity for other countries to participate, but the programming would be controlled by the New Zealand Olympic Committee. Is that right?
That's my understanding, is at the end of the day, they would like to be ultimately responsible for who appears on that stage. But what I also heard from them was a willingness to, work with us on our ideas. And I do know that there will be plenty of hours of empty stage time that will need to be filled. So, Nikki, do you want to address that?
Yeah, so Councillor Fish, so just building on that, it really is New Zealand Olympic Committee and the Culver City Public Affairs. So that's the program that would be put together. It's really just giving people time slots and fitting in. The critical thing, what you're trying to do is also balance when prime events are on and having the downtime, as Jessie talked about, to make it full. So yes, we don't have content to fill every day. So we certainly would be looking for other opportunities.
Thank you,
So
Nikki.
not this.
Thank you for clarifying, yeah. The spirit behind that question was my comment from the previous meeting was, and others echoed it, I know Councilmember McMorrin did, which was around ensuring participation opportunities for other countries that would, be able to represent the wide swath of different nationalities that exist here in Culver City. So that's the concern there, but I appreciate you speaking to it, Nikki. So I will end it there in terms of questions. I don't need to, because you all heard us talk about it previously, but I'm interested in taking this exciting vision that you all have in the spirit of partnership and also pairing it with the very practical reality, the very practical fiscal reality that our city's in. We still have a pretty significant structural deficit, so I want to make sure that we hit the sweet spot on this, and I know there's a lot of different ways to go about this, and I'm looking forward to exploring that together. I have some thoughts, but I'll leave those for later, and just looking forward to the conversation. Thank you all. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilor McMorrin.
Thank you. Thanks for the wonderful presentation and for joining us again. Thanks, Assistant City Manager Mays, for your staff report as well. I just have one quick logistics question, and I'll reserve the rest of my comments after we hear from the public, if there are any speakers. But do we have like a stated security guidance as to, you all mentioned having metal detectors and secured entry for Fiesta. And I noticed Fiesta was amended a little bit this year, and I don't know if there was intention around that, or just having plainclothes or folks that, so do we have guidance around that, or is it just a case by case as event, number of people kind of thing? I'm curious if the city has guidance around those recommendations.
Thank you, Councilmember. It's really a case-by-case basis. For special events, the police department is part of the review process, so they take a look at each event proposal and using their expertise in the security field, propose what measures should be taken that they think are appropriate.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Vera.
No questions right now, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, just one question, but thank you for the presentation and sharing your heart, your culture, and this idea. It's very exciting, and the Olympics are just right around the corner. I just have a question. The staff report estimates it's about $717,000 in costs. Of course, that's going to fluctuate up or down. There might be fundraising, and there might be some in-kind stuff going on. Is there a way to set? I'm just wondering what the max amount would be, and is there a way to set a cap of, it's not going to go above this amount?
Yes, that's definitely something that could be a term in the term sheet. It's not. It would have to be something that would be negotiated with New Zealand, but I'm sure you could propose that.
Great, thank you. That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And thank you to Team New Zealand. It was great. I don't have any questions, so ready to hear from the public.
Thank you. Our first speaker is Daryl Minthy, followed by Janine Wisnowski-Stalen.
Tiana, how many do we have?
3 speakers.
Okay, great. Since there's only 3, let's do 3 minutes.
Well, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. My name is Daryl Menthe. I'm the Executive Director of the Culver City Downtown Business Association, and I imagine I'd have to speak much faster right now, but I'm happy to have a little bit more time. The Downtown Culver City Business Association and all of Downtown Culver City really strongly supports this proposal that New Zealand has brought forward. I really thank them for bringing it here. We began planning in anticipation of this back in February. We know it's going to take years to get ready for this. And I want you to know that from our point of view, this proposal is actually the floor when it comes to economic impact. That's because what we want to do is to augment this with an open streets event downtown. I know we've heard an estimate here. I think it's a very high-end estimate of what it's going to turn out to be. Also, keep in mind that the police costs kind of mesh because it's the same sort of event. So we have a couple years to put that together. I'm just telling you that. But this is what we want to do. We want to have an open streets event. Streets are closed. Restaurants move out onto the streets for a couple of weeks. And, you know, the buses are going to come in and out of the E-line downtown. I'm hoping our transportation department can find a few more bus drivers and get them down every 5 or 8 minutes downtown constantly so we can make this actually work. And coming here by the hundreds and thousands, this is really amazing. And making this commitment will put Culver City on the path to an incredible result in 2028. But here's the thing. The tentpole of this is and must be the international stage that comes with New Zealand. Let me tell you, there's absolutely no way you can do this locally. No one's going to come. It's not going to work. I put on events all the time downtown. What makes this special is that we have New Zealand coming here across the world, setting up one of the most successful houses in Paris, it was 4 years ago, setting it up here. Everyone knows that. Other countries are going to come here. That's what's going to make this a success. That's why the restaurants want to go out into the street. They know this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And I also want to say that on the flip side, if we don't have the Olympic activation downtown, it's going to be empty. You know, the businesses are going to mostly close, send their folks home, because it's going to be 2 weeks, people are going to want to leave town. So, and no one's going to come to downtown Culver City if there's nothing here. People don't fly in from other places to go to a place where there isn't anything. So they're going to go to downtown LA, they're going to go to Long Beach. We're going to lose out on that opportunity, all of which could be right here. This is just an incredible opportunity, and trust me, everyone is going to discover what we know about Culver City, which is the access to the airports, the freeways, the transit. Everybody's going to want to be here because it's got such great access to all the sporting events and everything else if you're here. And having New Zealand come here, bring this to us, is what's going to make it happen. So thank you all for bringing this here, and I really urge you to approve this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Janine Wisnowski-Stalen.
Hi, wow, I've not used your 3 minutes. I'm going to add some filler. Just kidding, Dan O'Brien. I'm an artist and a theater maker, and I'm a nonprofit exec. I'm a small business owner, and I know what it means to build community through the arts, what it takes to sustain organizations and people. I know what it takes to bring people to the room, to put the butts in seats, as they say crassly. I also, just for you know, I chaired the Cultural Affairs Foundation before it became Culver Arts, and I served on the Cultural Affairs Commission for 8 years. And this, bringing New Zealand to Culver City is a dream come true. It's a marketer's dream. It's a fundraiser's dream. It's a publicist's dream. It's a financial dream. Culver City prides itself on being progressive and welcoming and deeply rooted in culture and the arts. And these values not only strengthen connections within our community, but they also allow us to extend a hand outward, building bridges with communities far beyond our own. And that's why I'm extremely excited about this partnership with New Zealand, bringing New Zealand to Culver City. The Olympics and the Cultural Olympiad are more than about sports. They create cultural hubs that uplift communities, activate our downtown in new and exciting ways. Thank you, Daryl Menthe and the Downtown Business Association. And they extend a warm welcome to the world. So I've been looking it up. New Zealand is known for creating warm, inclusive spaces, and I can't wait to try their food, listen to their music, and explore their culture. And they'll also open the stage to Culver City residents and artists and schools and performers. And with that pledge, they'll welcome other countries. This becomes an even greater opportunity for cultural exchange. I read that list of other countries who have been here. I recently traveled out of country with my mom, who's just so I don't know anyone knows, she's a consul to Slovakia for the state of Illinois. I know how excited people from other countries are when they think about coming to the United States, and I know people from other countries will be extremely excited to come to Culver City if we invite them and make it a place they want to come to. So hosting this event, I just heard, is going to generate over $10 million in local economic activity, increase tax revenues, oh my gosh, we need that, and provide $500,000 in potential cost savings. If possible, we can do it, as we did with the city's 100th birthday. Sponsorships and donations can offset the costs entirely. So to recap, this is an extraordinary opportunity for Culver City to shine on the international stage, showcasing our creativity, our business, and our community spirit in the world. Thank you, staff and council. Please vote yes. Welcome, New Zealand.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alicia Ide.
Good evening. Just to announce that I am a staff member of the city, but I'm not here representing that role. I am here as a member of the board of the Culver City Arts Foundation. Because they knew I would be present for this meeting, I have been asked to speak on behalf of Culver Arts Foundation's Vice Chair Paul Anand and founder Jim Clark, who could not be present tonight. They have both met with Tim Dodd and members of the New Zealand Olympic Committee about the foundation playing a partnership role in helping plan for and provide cultural activities during the Olympic Games. The foundation supports Culver City hosting the New Zealand Hospitality House and the cultural events that will result, but the foundation requests that if passed, the resulting MOU clearly spells out the role of the foundation as a working partner in planning and presenting cultural activities that specifically represent and enrich the Culver City community. This could be added to the term sheet. We look forward to working with the city and the New Zealand Olympic Committee, and we look forward to working with the city on a number of other arts initiatives that we are proposing for the Olympics period. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then we did have two others signed up, Rosie Gable and Jamie Wallace, but I do not see them online or in the chamber. So that concludes our public comment.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks to the speakers. Councilmember Fish, do you have comments?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And thank you again to Team New Zealand. And thanks to the folks who just commented, Daryl, Janine, and Alicia. Thanks for giving your comments. And to President of the Downtown Business Association, really appreciate your thoughtfulness around wanting to make it transit-friendly and open streets and creating opportunities for programming and dining and different, ways of engaging during the event. So my excitement is equally matched with just a desire to be responsible with the price tag here. So our staff report shows it's $717,000. That could go up. Generally, price estimates tend to go up rather than down. Obviously, $452,000 is being offered by Team New Zealand with the two large video screens, additional seating options. I think this is a really fabulous opportunity, but we had in our last, when we passed our adopted budget, the structural deficit was identified as, I believe, $14.8 million. We just passed a $5.6 million or a sales tax revenue generator that's projected to raise $5.6 million. That leaves this $9 million structural deficit going forward. So I just want to make sure that we're, keeping the city's finances in, top of mind, and also doing something potentially really exciting for our residents. And then echoing, a comment that was made by, I think most of my colleagues, having opportunities for the richness and the diversity of our city to be showcased alongside Team New Zealand, which obviously has put so much effort and excitement already into this proposal. So, what I heard from our assistant city manager is that at a base level, we're talking about $717,000. But if we did want to pursue open streets, the estimate that we've been given is $450,000 for open streets. And then if there were additional security needs, which has popped up at Fiesta La Bayona and could very feasibly pop up for this event as well, that could bring the total to $1.357 million if you add those together. We are getting some, if you take the estimates that we've heard about in terms of the revenue we could generate back, that's $180,000 in TOT and $45,600 in sales tax. So we're looking at a minimum cost to the city anywhere between what the staff report shows, $552,000, to if we pursued the open streets and if we needed additional security, it could go up to $1.13 million. So I just want to share that as, that's the information that we heard tonight. And I think it's important to discuss how we go about both keeping the city's finances, top of mind, and also putting on a memorable event, because I agree with Mr. Menthe regarding creating something meaningful and memorable and attractive to the downtown area will benefit the businesses downtown, will benefit the city in so many ways, as we've all talked about. So that should be a given, and we should definitely pursue it. It's a matter of scale, and it's a matter of hitting the sweet spot, for me at least. So, my question for you, Jesse, is: are there other opportunities for other countries who might want to, in this arrangement, who might want to provide something to the city and participate in this? If we're looking at a $717,000 price tag minimum, if another country came along and said, I want to participate, and we're willing to pay X amount, similar to what New Zealand, the Team New Zealand is offering, is there an avenue for a country to participate and help with the cost of this very expensive event?
So we've been meeting with a lot of countries. I think the staff report had several dozen. And the common theme that I've heard is that each country kind of wants to do its own thing. They want to be unique, they want to be in their own area. I think what New Zealand is proposing with some of the Pacific Island nations is unique. I have not heard that concept proposed. So I think that could work, them working with other smaller island nations that couldn't afford their own. But when you're talking about other, countries that typically host hospitality houses, and not every country does, it's usually, wealthier nations. They kind of want to do their own thing, create their own identity, have their own area. So I'm not convinced that, to be honest, anyone would really want to partner with New Zealand. And no one has approached us to do that in all the conversations we've had. However, there are probably opportunities out there for sponsorships, but I think they'd be more along the lines of corporate sponsorships, arts grants, that sort of thing.
What about less of a partnership, but more of, if we are considering closing this, doing an open streets type event, actually having several countries have their own space? If what you're saying is true, and countries kind of want to do their own thing, I completely understand. Is there an opportunity to actually generate more revenue by having other countries sort of say, I want to take this area, Team New Zealand takes this area, And that way, we're not on the hook for anywhere between 717 and 1.13 as a minimum.
We could ask, we could see. I mean, if you're proposing closing the streets, that would open up a lot more, area. I do question whether or not nations would want to be in the street. Usually they're looking for a building where they can be inside or a park. But there is precedent in Paris for sort of a gathering of nations. They had a park there, a large park there, where there was multiple nations in one area. So you could propose that in Culver City and see if anyone was interested.
I can speak to that later, too.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm interested in this event, in the spirit of it, and creating something really magical and attractive that will, boost our business community during this really important time, and obviously honor the folks, the New Zealanders in Culver City, and this wonderful partnership that is being proposed, while also just keeping in mind that these estimates are pretty high, and we have a $9 million structural deficit. This is a 19-day event. Just to give a sense of scale, the $1.357 million, which is, again, the 717 in the staff report, plus the 450 for open streets, and then if we need any additional security, that is 2/3 of the cost of a renters protections program that we did not pass just a few months ago that would keep people from falling into homelessness. So I'm sharing that not to say we should not do this. I think I'm sharing that because it's important that we hit the sweet spot and do this in a way that keeps our city's finances in mind. And so what I like to suggest to my colleagues is having other opportunities as opposed to a monopoly on downtown Culver City, having other opportunities for other nations to potentially support this event with additional revenue in exchange for having their own space in downtown and or going back to the drawing board and figuring out how to do this without a significant cost to the city. So those are my thoughts, and I'm interested to hear my colleagues as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see Nikki wants to comment on it as well.
Comments, Councillor Fish. So Parc de la Villette, which is the park that Jessie was talking about that I'm familiar with in Paris, large structures. So the French house was there. It was massive, 3 stories. And then I think there were 7, probably 9 other National Olympic Committee houses inside this park, but they were all in physical buildings. They need catering services and things like that. So that's something to think about. I'd also just share that of all the large NOC houses, most of them charge. So that is something that the council could consider, having a fee for people to join. But I can tell you the British Olympic Committee, the US, Canada, Germany, Netherlands all charge people to come into their houses. So this is quite a unique proposition from us in New Zealand for the scale that we bring. But again, those are revenue sources that could all be worked through as we consider it. I think the other thing, just listening, and I'm not sure if Jessie's your numbers have captured that, but if you did go open streets, then I expect that sales tax revenue should go up because you should see a greater increase if your numbers have just been focused on us. And then the other piece, reading your papers, was looking at the TOT, is that the right term? If you think about the price of the hotels are going to be significantly higher than what they are today, so there is a natural inflationary number in that also would hopefully lift that number. So just talking to the hotels that I know in this area and the prices that are being discussed, I believe there's probably some upside there. So again, all things to be worked in. We don't have all the solutions yet. We've got insurances and all these other costs that, we haven't been privy to the numbers that Jessie's put together, but we all have to work together to try and make it work. And I think, that's the spirit of what we bring as well. But certainly recognise the environment that you're in and respect that.
Thanks, Nikki. Appreciate that.
Councillor McMorrin?
Thank you. Thanks to community members who were able to provide comment. And again, thanks for the wonderful presentation and also from staff. I have a couple of additional question. Sorry, I thought I was going to keep it to just that one earlier. There was a lot of mention around, or not a lot, but there was some mention of sponsorships or donations in the past. Are we able to speak to what typically that looks like, whether New Zealand has received donations in the past or sponsorships in the past, and or if we, through Paris or other, looking at, what's typical, or is it not typical to receive? Is it just up to the timing of it all and who's available?
Nikki, do you think you could answer that? You've got, sorry, Johnny. Yeah, Johnny, you've got more experience in those areas.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for the question, Councillor McMorrin. So in the calculations that we've done to make sure that we can invest in the local area, we've made that on the basis of the sponsorships, commercial sponsorships that we typically enter into during the games. In addition to that, we do have a number of generous donors who also support us. And the reference I made in the presentation was not only to the commercial sponsors that support us, and they come in two forms. One are commercial sponsors from organisations based in New Zealand, but they're also global sponsors called the top sponsors who are Olympic sponsors. In addition to that, we are open to having conversations about local businesses that may want to also support the New Zealand team, and that's important to us from a partnership point of view. But our calculations are based on making sure that we bring the right kind of sponsorship with the similar values that we bring to the games.
Thank you for that. And just one more for you since you're there. Are the options, and maybe it's also for Assistant City Manager Mays, but are the options, because there was a conversation about the parks, and my colleague made a mention about potentially some investment into open streets activation, but just taking a step back and thinking about like a menu of options, do you all, in your experience, like is it houses or nothing? I know you all are interested in a house, but what are the menu of options of activations for the Olympics? Just like conceptually, since I've been here, I haven't seen Culver City activated in this way, so I'm curious as to what is typical and what is feasible for an event such as this.
Yeah, well, typically, actually, the focus is on really a building rather than an area. So the areas are usually managed by the local organising committee, LA28 in this case. But typically they have been houses, as was mentioned by Nikki. And so we want to bring quite a unique feel to this. So we need a base. We need a base for our athletes, where our athletes, once they've competed in an event, they will come and see the fans, they will come and see the local community who've supported them and give thanks back to the community. But that requires a location. Now, what we want to do is not just have a location that we've always had before, but the innovation through partnership with Culver City is to actually look at the plaza and the steps and bring some of New Zealand to the area. So that's really the partnership that we're looking at. It is quite unique, but just to kind of expand on what you said about the park area, that's not an area necessarily that we're focused on. It's something that would be open to having further conversations with you around in the spirit of partnership. But yeah, our focus is on the plaza and the steps. And as far as local businesses are concerned, we haven't engaged until we're certain that you're also with us on the partnership. So, for example, the Laurel Grill, that's another local business that we're interested in talking to. Also the theatre, but we're just holding off. We don't want to count our chickens, as they say.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And so my last question, Assistant City Manager, is and I don't know if this is in here, I don't think it's in the staff report, so forgive me if I'm asking a duplicative question. But if we had no event, like this is just hypothetically, if we had no partnership, but the Olympics was just coming to Southern California, we knew that Inglewood was being activated and there was going to be a lot of tourism in the area. Do we have a general approximation of what the impact would be to our community with just activities happening around us for if we had nothing? Knowing that that's probably not going to happen, but was there some calculation around that? just being
Yeah.
in the area?
Yeah, I mean, I think we assumed hotels would be booked solid regardless. I mean, we just heard today in a staff meeting I was in that we have an 80% occupancy rate at our hotels just on a normal, weekday. So we're doing pretty good as it is. And during the Olympics, all hotels, in the county, I think, are going to be booked up. And we have such great access to SoFi and the other stadiums. I can't imagine us not being at 100% occupancy with or without New Zealand. Forgive me, New Zealand. But so I think TOT-wise, what I said in the staff report was what you might see is additional Airbnb activity because you might see folks associated with New Zealand wanting to be here. So that's where you get the additional 180,000. So I guess if New Zealand wasn't here, maybe it'd be $180,000 less. The impact that I projected in the staff report to sales tax was $45,600. So for the city, that's not very much. So that would go away because I don't think you would attract many day visitors. Like Daryl said, if New Zealand wasn't here, you'd probably just attract the normal level of day visitors. So, for the city revenue perspective, it's like negative, 220,000 in additional tax revenue. And then, as I said in the staff report, we would also have to pay for certain things that there's been a lot of talk in the community about having like a stage and audio visuals and all that stuff. So that's a huge benefit from New Zealand being here. I guess the other thing I would say is that what I don't address in the staff report and what's important to Daryl is just the impact to businesses and revenues. So that I projected $2 million, maybe it's more. So that would go away. So the impact to local businesses, they would probably feel it if New Zealand was not here.
And I do remember, sorry, this is my last one, when there was a closing ceremony for the Paris Games, there was a little activation at Town Plaza that I think Edgar's team put on, and there was a screen and little games that I think we just had already, so I'm sure the event wasn't an incredibly high cost. Do we have like a dollar amount on that event?
I did not get a dollar amount on that, but it's probably less than $10,000.
Okay. Thank you. So thanks for answering those questions. Really appreciate that. I'm incredibly excited by all of the activity coming to the Southern California area, and particularly very close to us in Culver City. I'm definitely open to having a conversation and continuing the conversation about this activation. My primary concern is the dollar amount and cost to the city. I completely forgot. My colleague lifted up the cost concerns around the eviction council program, and I'm sure colleagues have reasons for that, and bringing the same level of analysis and critical thought to how we're placing our investments. I think that, of course, community loves events like Fiesta, the summer concert series. I think there is an expectation for the Olympics that there is some engagement. But I also know that colleagues in Santa Monica walked away from certain contracts because it didn't balance out in the way that they hoped it would for their community. So I just hope that we can bring that same level of nuance into our analysis here this evening. I appreciate Vice Mayor bringing up the question around a cap in terms of sort of the level of investment that we would be making. And if I were to support something, I would definitely want there to be a conversation about that so that we could be upfront with our community around what the clear benefits are. And I think our community is, I always say our community is everyone who lives, works, learns, and plays in our community. So of course that includes our small business community that I know is very excited around this event, and we are excited for them. But we really want to ensure that we are being as transparent as possible about what the investment will be, and then also what we are receiving as community benefit. I don't want it to be something that, it's almost like, shifts come and then we have to continue to invest and invest and invest. So I'm just saying that very clearly because I hope that there can be some sort of arrangement. I also, when this item was before us in the past, had lifted up my concern about the exclusionary clause that was mentioned prior. And while I definitely appreciate the mention to have some collaboration with other neighboring oceanic locales that New Zealand might be open to partnering with and that they're exploring. I noticed that it would have to be, consent or permission to be included. So just want to make sure that, as much as possible, we're allowing for Culver City to be inclusive and in partnership with as many countries that we can. So I don't know how to have that really reflected. It looks like some of that was intended to be incorporated here in what's before us this evening, but as much as possible having a more open policy than a closed one or exclusionary one. So I'm excited about the opportunity here. I think the community is excited, and I really hope that we're leading with transparent conditions. I would love to have a cap on the amount of investment that is made here. I don't want to lose the thread of potentially having the open street conversation in light of so much emphasis being on transit for this Olympics, as stated by LA 28 and our Los Angeles mayor. So I'm grateful to the committee for bringing this item and all the hands that took for this item to be before us. So those are my general concerns, and I'm hoping that we can have a clear conversation on that this evening. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. Team New Zealand, thank you also very much for your presentation and coming out here. It just sort of comes on the heels of me just coming back from Iksan, South Korea. I was able to participate in the World Parafencing Championships over there and to experience the community that's involved within that organization, both able-bodied and para athletes, is truly amazing. I had the opportunity to sit and talk to the mayor, Jung-Hun Yul, about his experience about bringing the World Championships to Iksan, South Korea. And he had no idea what to expect. And after the thought, in fact, yesterday at the closing ceremony, he said if he had known how impactful this would have been to the community, he would have planned differently. There were some restaurants there that are on holiday or closed on Sundays. All the restaurants were open and were extremely busy. The economic impact, to Daryl's sort of comments, that it does to the community is truly amazing. I said I was blessed to be out there. I got to present the gold medal to Team Italy, go Italy, but also we met Team USA. So I had to throw that one in, Jeremy. But an amazing opportunity, but get back to the point of what it does to the community and the attention that it brings to the community is truly amazing. I'm looking forward to bringing that to this community. I'm still trying to grapple with some of the comments that were made from my colleagues in terms of being mindful of money and what the money's built on and transparency. I think we're being transparent above and beyond, and I'm sure if this was some other, well, I'm not even going to go negative on it. I'm really happy to bring this forward. I'm looking forward to good things, and it puts Culver City on the world stage. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, as much as Iksan was as well. So yeah, Mayor, without Yeah, I'll leave it there. I'm looking to support it, and thank you guys all very much.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Puza.
Great, thank you. Thanks again for the presentation and to the public comments and the Olympics subcommittee. We're going down a path and then it got sidetracked to pursue this option. So there are still some options for Olympic events, but we're not talking about that tonight. This event has a lot of potential and excitement around it, and I agree it has the possibility to build community and have a positive economic impact. I do concur with some of my colleagues' concerns about the cost, so I am interested in a conversation about a cap on what the city will spend. I know one public commenter said this is a fundraiser's dream, and I tend to agree with that because I have no doubt that funds can be raised to help match it, but I just want to have some kind of an assurance that there's just some limit to the spending. But looking forward to this event and all the work that's been put into it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, New Zealand. And thank you, Jesse, for all the work you and your team have put into this. I've been dragging Jesse around, talking with other nations, and there's been a lot of focus on New Zealand, rightfully so, because they are the first country to go in 100 and many more %. So I really appreciate that. Some thoughts off the top of my head that I want to amplify that we heard today. New Zealand as a hospitality house I want to underscore, it's free and open. It was mentioned that other houses charge, sometimes it's nominal, it's maybe $20 for general admission for a day, up to the US house, which was like 500 euros to get in. Hopefully they won't be doing that this time around. But it's very unique for a house, maybe one of a, I don't know, can you answer that, Nikki? Does any other country do a free and open house? I think probably a couple do. Okay, maybe a couple? Yeah. Okay, so just a couple that do that. So this is providing a space, and I know that Mayor Bass has publicly said that she wants to provide spaces for people in LA to be able to enjoy the pageantry and the excitement of the games, when they can't afford to get tickets. So this will be a great opportunity for that as well. And I really want to underscore, it truly is a once in a lifetime opportunity. LA had the Olympics in '84. What's the math? Is it 50 years, I guess? So 54 years. We're not going to see it again, likely in our lifetime. And to grab this moment, and I heard from all my colleagues that everyone's very excited about this. So I love that. I just want to kind of beat that drum a little more. It's really great. And in terms of bringing in other countries, as Jesse said, we've connected with 32 different countries over the past, I'd say, year. Some of them in a group setting, most of them with personal tours and conversations. And I will tell you, both from those nations and also from conversations I've had with LA28, New Zealand choosing Culver City has the gravitational pull of the sun. These other nations just, they know the Kiwis do it right. They know it's a warm and open place. And nations also want to gather in the same vicinity. So it sent waves around the country, around the world when, and I heard this from LA28 executives, that everyone's talking about this, that Culver City and New Zealand are partnering. And I know from my conversations and tours, there will be more nations. So we will have other nations and potentially some very high-profile Olympic nations will be here. And they're looking at mostly privately owned buildings. So they would negotiate those deals with whoever the owner is of those buildings. But that will add clearly more sales revenue, more TOT is going to be what it is. But I do think we're going to work through our short-term rental policies, but people will do a black market if we don't find a way to manage that on our own, and that could bring in even more TOT money for us. I love the possibility of open streets. Meaning closing down our main street. I think that's a separate discussion, and we need to start considering that. I think we're going to know if there's other nations that are going to come on board here in the coming months to Culver City, and I think maybe even if it's only New Zealand, we do it, but definitely if we have more nations coming to downtown, it should definitely be something we strongly consider. And then I definitely do appreciate my colleagues' concern about the cost to the city. I do want to emphasize that when we were talking about numbers here tonight, we chose to take the most expensive costs, but when Assistant City Manager Jesse Mays, mentioned his revenue estimate, potential revenue estimate, and the Kiwis have their range, and I saw a form. Tim, can you talk to how that 3 to 10 million was derived? You had a per person spending and.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, for the question. Yeah, so we projected that based on around 96,000 people over the 17 days, about 4,000 most days, but a couple of days, and this was based on discussions with Daryl from the DBA, who works in hand-to-hand with the city in programming a lot of the downtown events that are always being activated. So that number, I think, was based on a median number of events, activations, and attendance that he's seen. And then we added a couple of big days, opening, closing, if or when we win the rugby. So adding those days in, we get to about 10,000 on big days. That gets that number. I would say that, and then we had a spend projection, and that ranged from 20 to $60 per person. We chose a midpoint, and remember, this will be, to Jesse's earlier statement, there will be some inflation. This is in 2028, plus it's the Olympics. So, a bottle of water may be more expensive than it is today. Based on that, we got to that number. I then multiplied that number with a conservative projection of induced and indirect spend, which is 1.75 times that number. So you have your base number, which is what will be directly, and I believe directly flowing into the city of Culver City's businesses, local restaurants, retailers. And then the additional multiplier, which is the induced spend, which is spend that the businesses have to spend to generate that income. That's additional staff costs, that's additional labor, that's things they're buying, everyone's buying more bottles of water, etc. Money flowing into Culver City. And then indirect, which is the security guard stops on his way home and grabs dinner here rather than driving somewhere else. Those kinds of things. You've got a lot more people here, so a lot more activation. I would say that those numbers, if you compare, Santa Monica was brought up. So Santa Monica projected, without any event, 300,000 people. So 3 times the number that we're projecting in Culver City. With no event. With an event, they projected 700,000 people when they were still looking at hosting, I think, the volleyball or a game in Santa Monica. So those numbers are vastly different from the number that we've got in Culver City, which I think is still a conservative number. But that's how we got there. So it's really just a projection based on data that was provided by the Downtown Business Association, and then a fairly kind of standard methodology to get to the induced and indirect spend.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. So I do think that, and Tim and I have talked offline about potentially creating a local nonprofit that, helps raise money for local needs, so, things like the expenses that are outlined here. And we do have a long runway. We've got almost 3 years to fundraise, and as the Vice Mayor pointed out, and I think it was Ms. Wisnowski-Stalin said, it's a fundraiser's dream. It's a great opportunity. So I definitely do think that there's many ways that we can raise revenue, and with all the people in town, the potential for, the digital kiosk ad rates being higher, and any other potential opportunities for sponsorships, which we can definitely go after as long as we don't have the Olympic mark on anything. I think that that's a great potential. And I do also want to point out that LA28 is really focusing on their volunteer program. I think we should definitely do that locally. It would be a great opportunity for the community to participate and engage. So I think that's a great idea. I do know there's a question about nations partnering. I think in conversations with the Lithuanian Consul General, they will possibly partner with Latvia and Estonia, to share costs, and they have, similar cultural alignment, and maybe even separately Belgium, Liechtenstein, and Switzerland. So there are nations that talk about partnering with one another, but as Jesse pointed out, while I think it's great that New Zealand's offering their stage to other nations, I think it's probably unlikely that nations are going to take them up on that proposal, but I think it's good to have that open as a possibility. And something that was just thrown out when I was at the SCAG meeting, and thank you to the Vice Mayor for directing me to the SCAG, Southern California Association of Governments. There was a discussion on the Olympics, and a former Olympian made the mention that your shopping malls, people from around the world like going to American shopping malls. So, Westfield could be inundated with foreign shoppers. And I know that Westfield's very successful. So, just another, not, even though the party is going to be in downtown, people are going to explore all of Culver City, and shop all over Culver City. So, these are all great benefits. But what I heard tonight, also, I'm going to parrot back some things that I heard to add to the term sheet, and then my colleagues can comment if I'm not speaking correctly. One, I want to acknowledge Alicia's request that there is some language about partnering with the Culver Arts Foundation, just so that they're, a part of the conversation. And then I know Vice Mayor Puza mentioned a cap. I don't think that's a bad idea, but that would be an us thing, I think. We need to set a cap on our spending, I would assume. So I don't even know if that needs to be in the term sheet. And then, was there any, I'm sorry, was there any other items that you were looking for, Councilmember Puza?
Oh, Fish, Puza, Fish? You said Puza, so I didn't know.
I looked at you and I said,
cool.
sorry.
No worries, no worries. It's already getting late.
It's getting late already.
It happens. So, I'm interested in the cap. I think that's a good idea. But from a practical standpoint, if we don't find a way to cover these costs in any way, then the minimum we're going to be paying out, from what it looks like from the staff report at least, is $717,000. So I would just suggest, my colleagues are open to it. I think we need to find a way to have more of our costs covered by Team New Zealand. And so I would suggest asking for one of the items on this list, something that we think that Team New Zealand could conceivably cover, whether that's any additional security needs, which we heard might be possible, whether that's maybe the temporary restrooms, the water facilities, those things that we know are going to be, specific to the site, because otherwise the cap, what happens when the estimates go up? Who's on the line, right? We're going to be faced with the question of, well, do we do this right or not? And then the cap's going to sort of become meaningless. So my suggestion is find a way to cover the costs somehow, more of the costs, because $717,000 minimum, and if we do open streets, that goes way up. That goes to $717 plus $450. So, that was my suggestion there. And then if we can find a way to, and I know, Mayor, I appreciate you saying that you've gone to we've contacted a lot of different countries and totally understand it's a process, and maybe we don't have that interest readily available yet. So appreciate all the efforts you're making. I'm wondering if we can also include that there will be opportunities for other countries to have similar types of arrangements in downtown Culver City, if we can find space for those countries so that we can supplement the costs. For example, Australia wants to do something in downtown Culver City. Can we give them a main street, for example, if that's going to be, a part of Daryl's plan for the open streets? So those would be my two suggestions, and looking forward to your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I'm just going to respond. There definitely is potentially interest in other public space downtown, like Media Park. So I definitely see that as a possibility. We would have to, I think, ask of the Kiwis their thoughts on participating in cost sharing on one of these items, but I know they definitely have to fund. I know that they have to fundraise to cover their production costs, so it's a question as well, whether or not they could add that to their own budget. Yeah, can you speak to it, Nikki?
Do you want me to just speak to that? Yeah. So, Councillor Fish, I think just building on that, for us, we feel the commitment from the capital investment is already quite significant for us. It's much bigger than what we've done before, and we're like you, we're working out how we're going to fund it. We're a charity in New Zealand. Our first priority is getting the team to the Games. We've been ambitious with this, project, and so, our team, Johnny in particular, have a mission to try and raise the revenue to cover it. So, I think the thing for us is if we feel we're being too ambitious, should we, if we understand the respective roles of each party, we should just right-size the offer. So rather than doing everything, is there a limit and a number? And I think that for me is the spirit of the partnership, to say, well, we can't do all of it. What does 75% look like? Rather than just moving the cost to the other party, that doesn't feel like the spirit where we've come along from. So that for me would be another option that we could consider as well.
Thank you for that. So you're suggesting that, or from your perspective, you'd rather downsize the event than have us say, hey, if you want to do this size event, we need X, Y, Z more.
Yeah, we don't have substantially more capital. And we've still got to go and find the revenue to fund all the stuff that we're doing as well. So, I'd feel very uncomfortable taking back to our board. And of course, we wouldn't be able to make that commitment today if there was just an allocation of current costs from one party to the other.
Thanks, Nikki.
So if we can do something smaller, I don't know, what that one screen versus two screens, you know, if the total quantum of costs varies. As I say, we haven't done the numbers that Jessie has. Jessie's done the numbers for us, which, you know, we haven't said that's our commitment yet.
Thank you. That's really helpful. Appreciate that.
Yeah, we've got to make it work.
Thank you. So that, I mean, that's interesting. Jessie, is there any way that you, just going off what Nikki just said, is there a way to downsize, and sounds negative, but I also see it as a potential opportunity, because if the event were less expensive for the city, because that would obviously benefit the city, but also if by potentially downsizing, we could create other opportunities for other nations to participate if you know what the mayor's saying is true and the gravitational pull of the sun comes with the Kiwis. I love that. I want that to be true. And if we find other nations are interested, is there an opportunity to downsize so that other nations can participate and thereby reduce some of the costs that we're seeing here?
Yeah, we would have to take a look at it, but we could, yeah, I think definitely decreasing the size of the event would decrease the cost.
What specifically? I mean, would it be police costs, fire costs? Like, how do you see it? Or all of it?
Yeah, it really depends. And if you're trying to attract fewer people in a smaller area, then you probably need less police, fire, less bathrooms, less water. We would have to take a look at what exactly is being proposed.
And is the police fire estimates, are those for just for, that's not for if we did the open streets and if we had other nations, that's specific to this celebration, this New Zealand house, right?
I just want to add in, it would take an evaluation by, you would have to define the redesigned event and then get an evaluation from police and fire. So you really won't have your answer until you go through that process.
And Councilmember Fish, if I can add,
yeah.
I mean, although I'm really, really hopeful and kind of confident we're going to get other nations, you know, it's a little bit of a gamble to, you know, to create a slice of land and hope that someone grabs it. And I don't know if someone's going to want just an open piece of plaza to have a house. I'm not sure how that would work. As mentioned, there's typically a structure of some sort. So if there's not a already existing building, what they did, you know, I'll put all the cards on the table. People I've talked to from nations have talked about, well, what about Veterans Park? And we do these pop-up structures. Nations have asked that question. But I don't know if that would make any sense in the plaza or if it would even be considered. I think we have a little bit of a bird in the hand situation right now. That's kind of my take on that.
Yeah, I appreciate what you're saying. I'm looking at the numbers and I'm just seeing a pretty exorbitant price tag, anywhere from $717,000 to $1.35 million. If those sales tax and TOT revenue estimates are true, we're looking at anywhere between $552,000 if we don't do open streets, but if we do, which sounds like we really should. It sounds like it's a part of the vision and something that would really benefit the businesses. That would really go up to $1 million. And that's half, again, it's a trade-off of what we're trying to do on this council. That's half the cost of the Renters Protection Program we just didn't pass. So I'm looking at how do we get closer to cost neutral. I don't think it will become cost neutral, but how do we get closer? Because I think that's, for a 19-day event, spending $1 million plus feels pretty significant and pretty extreme for the financial position we're in for 19 days. And I know we have, thoughts, the term fiscal responsibility, we all look at it differently. But, again, it's a 19-day event. So I'm trying to figure out avenues for reducing those costs.
I would also, and I appreciate what you're saying, for sure. I would also say that we're being conservative on the potential for additional ad revenue, sponsorships. It's not even in the formula right now, right? We're not considering fundraising opportunities. So I personally feel very optimistic that we can raise a considerable amount of money to help support this effort outside of the economic generation, which is all we're talking about, and we're also talking about the low number as the number. And regarding open streets, I mean, again, I'm in favor of that, but as it pertains to the Kiwi House, they're not asking for that. So I don't think that should be attributed to their cost to the community. If we choose to do that, that's something we choose to do. And I'm personally in favor of it, but I don't think that's not in there anywhere here that they're requesting that.
I agree. I agree with that. I think what is on the table for us is that Jesse shared that a version of this event could be $250,000. And if we did $250,000 plus $500,000, let's say for open streets, that's $750K. Versus if we did that same thing with this plan, that's twice as expensive, pretty much, $717K plus the 500 for open streets. So I think that's what we're choosing between, and if we can find a middle ground. I mean, if we can just not have it be exclusive so that we have opportunities for other countries to have a similar arrangement, I think I'd be more comfortable. I think that would benefit the city too. If we're doing an open streets and we have space, let's say on Main Street, let's say on Culver Boulevard, where Australia or any country wants to take space in our downtown, having it, and I don't know if even our agreement makes it exclusive. I know that the area.
And I'm in favor of that, by the
Okay.
way. These are concepts that have been pitched to other NOCs. So, but I don't think it, I don't, New Zealand, would you like it if another nation was in Media Park or on Main Street or somewhere in the vicinity? Yeah. So there's no problem. It's a good thing.
I'll let any of my colleagues have the floor.
Councilor McMahon?
Yeah, it's getting late, so this has been a really robust conversation. Very grateful for the dialogue. I am interested in having some sort of city transparency around what we are paying for. So I don't know if whether it's economic development or if there's like a separate. I know there was some sort of kickoff for Olympics kind of stuff that already took place. I don't know if there's already a website that's up, but I'm curious about transparency in that way. And in the same vein, a list of whatever community benefits that we are uplifting, because while, again, I'm super excited for all the small businesses and the TOT for us and the sales tax for us, that's great. But if there are ways that we could really quantify how, and I heard other ideas in terms of nonprofits and fundraisers and donations and things like that. But this is obviously something that it's a little bit of a sell. Everyone's excited, of course, and being just really clear about where we are, what we're investing in, what the benefits are, and what opportunities are for our community to plug in. While I'm super excited about this potential partnership, I do see this as the vantage points of Culver City, and how are we making sure that we're being clear about what the benefits are to all of our stakeholders as much as they exist, and being able to really talk about that, talk about the investments we're making, why we're making, and how it aligns back with our priorities. So always keeping that kind of to the core and at the center of what we're doing. So that's something that I would like to see. I already mentioned having a cap around dollars spent. I know that that's more on our side, which makes sense because, we're responsible for that investment. So that's sort of where I am right now on it. I would like to have more explicit clarity around transparency to our community and a list of community benefits as they exist as it pertains to this investment. And potentially others that are set to come. But if there is sort of like and I see assistant city managers, I don't know, I see your face reacting, so I don't know if there's already in the works to have sort of a comms or a strategy around how we're communicating what we're doing for the Olympics, but that's something that I think would be great, particularly in the light that we are sort of this post-measure CL environment. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Bureau?
Thanks, Mayor. In my eyes, this isn't mutually exclusive to New Zealand. We're offering opportunities to everybody. I think what we have on hand right now is whether we want New Zealand to occupy this space, which I think I'm all for it. I don't know what this conversation sort of segued into all kinds of other stuff. I don't know that each one is mutually exclusive. We can welcome you with open arms while still looking at other avenues and resources. So that's where I land. Thanks again for your presentation and sitting here and bearing through all of this. I appreciate you guys. Thanks, Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
Great, yeah. I am still in favor of a cap. I think that to Councilmember Fish's point, costs are probably going to rise, but so whatever, I would still be in favor of the cap, but then I think the expectation, instead of downsizing now, it's just that at that time, that the expectation is that the event would downsize, not that we'd rise to the occasion of increasing costs to support whatever the increase costs would be at that time. Does that make sense? And then I also support just more transparency about what we're doing overall for the Olympics and just the community benefits and communicating that out. I would support that as well. Thank you.
Okay. I think that there's probably some agreement on a cap. And there's an estimate here of $717,763. Vice Mayor, do you think that should be the cap, and then, we need to, any costs that go over that, we need to address or downsize?
That works for me. And hopefully fundraising will come through, sponsorships will come through, et cetera. But that's fine for me.
Quick clarifying question. So if that's the cap, does any open streets obligations contribute to that cap? Towards the cap?
So what would, you're asking what would be the total Olympics budget versus what would be the budget for this specific?
Yeah, so if we're saying 717 is the cap, and then, we decide to go pursue the plan that the DBA is talking about, and we want to do open streets for the event, and Jesse says that's at $450K, does that exceed the cap by $450K? Because that's the concern, is that this entire, event is going to cost over $1 million at that point.
I mean, that's what I'm suggesting right now, but.
So then we would already need to downsize. If it does count towards the cap, then we're already at the point where we need to downsize. I guess, Assistant City Manager, like, are there any, when you were going through this work, did you see any opportunities for like, oh, if we did want to scale down, we could do X, Y, Z?
No, we weren't really looking at it in that terms. I mean, my suggestion would be to keep the issues separate. Our agreement would be with New Zealand, and they're not asking for open streets. That's a totally different decision that we can come to make later on. So if I was going to go with a cap, I would keep that cap to what New Zealand's proposing only. It's going to be cleaner, and it really doesn't make a whole lot of sense to mix the two because it's a totally separate event.
I agree with your delineation. It's more just like the cost of the event being then 717, whatever the cap is, plus 450 is, in my view, significant for a party that we are throwing for.
I'm also wondering, but for example, Ciclavio, how big of a grant did we get for that? You know, I mean, there's potential, you know, opportunities for all of that being captured in some way or another.
Yeah, I mean, we're in a position where we don't have thoughts on how to we don't know how we would be able to downsize effectively. So we're basically in a position of like, we either have this event for over $1 million if we want to do the open streets, and frankly, I think it should be packaged together. I mean, conceptually, we have the business community support. It's something that's, I think, aligned with this council. So it's over $1 million as a concept, and I think not doing that would be a missed opportunity. So it's a significant price tag, and I want to understand if there's any opportunities to scale this in a different way, because it just seems significant. For, you know, normally you rent out space to someone else and they pay you and you generate revenue from just renting space out. Obviously this is a little different because we're a city sponsor and we want to be partners, and I understand that. And this is something that's open and free for the community. So that's all well and good. But again, we have a $9 million structural deficit. So I'm just interested in like, what options are we not seeing here today? I think we're all kind of like, we don't have it because it's not in front of us.
So, council member, sitting here thinking about it, some things come to mind. You could limit the hours of the event, and that would limit the hours of staff actively needing to be there. You'd still need some sort of security to watch all the equipment overnight, but you know, I think our estimates were based on a half-day worth of programming every day. So if you limited that just to like evening hours, prime time, that could probably cut into the events. But otherwise, I mean, you're talking about like maybe only using half the plaza. I'm not sure that would significantly reduce the cost of the event. There's some fixed costs that are associated with renting out the plaza.
Nikki, can you comment?
Well, I suppose we're all just thinking aloud because it's quite a fluid situation, so I feel I'll keep popping up until you tell me to sit down. But I mean, I think just building on Vice Mayor Pertz's comment, you know, if you're looking at a net cost, because we allow time to look for revenue sources, so we kind of know, you know, is the open street staged? You might look at open streets more favourably if Australia or someone was at Media Park, so suddenly you've got other sources of revenue and things like that. So, and I know it's not part of our term sheet, but I think, I'm not sure if trying to solve everything here tonight does feel like a really big elephant that we're trying to swallow. And so, yeah, just trying to think about, you know, are there different decisions that we can make and stage the decisions such that, you know, if you've got 3 other National Olympic Committees on Main Street, then it would make absolute sense to close the streets and do it. If we're the only one that comes to Culver City, you might say, actually, we can probably cope without it and not be that risk. So, you know, those are things we could maybe stage in the future. And again, just thinking out loud.
Nikki, I have one question for you.
Yeah.
Your budget for this is about $1.5 million, right?
Yeah, it is. Well, I mean, we've obviously got the hotel, we've got the fan zone. There are a lot of setup costs. We will need project management. And then obviously there's the whole amplification piece, which hasn't been costed yet. And again, we will scale it. So we haven't done the work, a little bit like the conversation. We've staged
that's
ours.
that's what I'm alluding to. Do you have that money right now?
No.
I mean...
Yeah, we will fundraise. We're setting goals. We're being, you know, this is us just trying to do something really special. So,
Yeah, I totally understand, and I love that we're fundraising. If, the city's going to be on the line for this money if we don't fundraise, and so it's important that we don't treat that money as guaranteed. So maybe, just to throw an idea out there, if we're open to it, mayor, vice mayor too, y'all have been in the weeds, if we can ask staff to give us some concepts about getting closer to cost neutral. I know that's not going to happen, but reducing costs, giving us concepts for that, and then concepts for additional revenue generation, I personally would feel more comfortable. And it sounds like the five of us, just from what I've heard, are very enthusiastic about this, and I don't think anyone here has an intention of leaving our New Zealand team high and dry, and continuing to want to push this fantastic concept forward. That would be my suggestion. So I know we're trying to get to the end, so I just wanted to be productive and give a next step.
Thank you.
Councilor McMorgan, you want to chime in?
Yeah, I'm supportive of that. I think while I definitely appreciate the intention or wanting to narrow from our New Zealand folks, I do appreciate the fact that Councilmember Fish is kind of trying to make us see the bigger picture and what the financial implications of this might be. I don't know if does staff have the capacity to support us with some scenarios? I know that hasn't been something that has been discussed to this point. I don't know if, it seems like everything is fluid, so potentially, hopefully that could be an opportunity for us, but would love to see that as something that we consider.
We would need to talk to New Zealand because at the end of the day, this is sort of their concept. So I would look to them to propose, alternate lower cost events because the costs we've calculated are just to support them in this event. So I could propose something, but it could be totally different than what New Zealand wants to do. So.
Okay. Can I add one thought?
Okay.
What is staff's thought, so, including the open streets concept, about $1 million, 1.1. If we looked at, similar to what we did for the school district, if we looked at over the next 3 years, is there, and this is worst case scenario, if we don't gather, fundraising dollars, additional ad revenues, sponsorships, all that. If we set aside $330,000 per year for the next 3 years, that's in its own, what do we call them? Its own fund, with the intent to, pay that down with all those other ideas that are out there for revenue generation. That would not be in this term sheet. That would be something we would do on our own. How do my colleagues feel about that?
I think, I really appreciate the idea of staging out and having the money set aside or encumbered. I think definitely that should be a strategy we discuss in terms of whatever investment that we're making. But I think at least for me, I don't want to speak for Councilmember Fish, but I think it's the investment, the overall investment from this. And while we appreciate TOT and we appreciate the sales tax and all the things, right? We want folks to have a good time. We want folks to have a great time at the house, all the things. Many things can be true at one time. And I think the concern is just the overall dollar amount, not how it's, staged out in terms of payment or how we planned to fiscally pay for it, but the final amount that we have to be responsible to. So that's how I'm thinking of it.
I would agree with that sentiment, and also, I in general like the idea of the payment plan. I think that's good, but I would agree it's more about the bottom line result to our city's finances.
Are we factoring, so that 1.1 million, are we factoring in the estimated revenue of $225,000, so it's really $900,000. And I would lean away from using capital projects as to balance. That was an emergency situation with the school district, but that's just my opinion on that. But so technically, we're looking at $900,000. I mean, again, these are all estimate
minimum.
numbers because everything is like in flux, as we just heard with the $1.5 million. Like we're kind of playing with projections here.
Thank you for clarifying that. Yeah, so just going back to, how do my colleagues feel about continuing this this is a great start, in my opinion, to what seems to be a really fruitful relationship. And we ask staff for a few scenarios that involve potential cost cutting and other revenue opportunities during these 19 days, and reevaluating with those goals in mind in a future conversation as soon as possible. Not trying to delay or create more. I know we've come twice, so.
I'd have to ask the team if we don't, if we need to come back to make this decision, what does that mean for you?
Thank you, and I'm probably just thinking out loud because trying to contemplate what the implications are. I suppose for us, we are in negotiations with the hotel. We won't sign an agreement with the hotel unless we have the access to the plaza. So those are the things that we're kind of all connected. So those are the things that will be delayed. The hotel are looking to try and secure a tenant. So, there could be options that we end up missing out on one or other. So that makes us a little uncomfortable. So I suppose, if it's time-bound or other things, other mitigations that could help give us more comfort might be, really helpful for us too.
Mayor, is there a notice of intent this council could give tonight that could, and maybe that's a question for you, Nikki, is there some kind of intent that, because what you've shared with the council, what I heard is that, Team New Zealand is not interested in providing more resources, more money, but that there's a willingness to scale the event based on the ability of Culver City to pay for it. And so, and I heard all my colleagues express excitement. So I'm wondering if there's some intent statement that we could give to you tonight to say, we're in, we just need to find a way to make this fit within a given budget. And what that would mean for your team.
Yeah. Well, if that's where you end up, that's ultimately your decision. So, I think for us, we'll just have to take it under advisement because, if we don't get an agreement tonight, we won't get an agreement tonight, and we'll have to consider what that looks like. But the intent sentiment is valued, and we have built a really good trusting relationship with you, so that goes a long way. We've just got to obviously make sure that that also applies with some of the other negotiations we're doing as well, to make sure that they have the flexibility as well. So that's probably the key thing in my mind.
So, Mayor, I don't know if you go ahead.
Assistant City Manager Mays, you're gonna. Oh, you didn't have a comment? Oh, I thought you were.
No. Sorry.
Yeah. So you turned it off.
Oh, it's been on this whole time. Wow. I'm glad I didn't say anything I shouldn't have. So on occasion with vendors, we've done, to lock in prices and different things, we've done letters of intent with some conditional language that just makes it clear it's subject to final council approval. If that would be helpful along the lines of what Councilmember Fish is discussing, we could probably do some sort of a letter of intent, kind of spelling out the general framework that the council is looking at without executing a formal MOU with much more detail, if that could be helpful to, we've done similar things with like contract vendors.
And maybe if I can just build on that too. We have got a condition already in the term sheet around our relationship with the hotel. So could we have a reciprocal condition for the council to come back within a certain time frame with an agreed budget? So we've both got a condition. I mean, the critical thing for us is if we can put some time pressure around it, what that could look like. And so Jessie, not putting you on the spot, but putting you on the spot around how long that could take. But we could just within that term sheet maybe put another condition that is one of the council's conditions that needs to be met first before that we can move to the long form. Would that work?
Can you share what your time constraint is? You know, what are you up against?
Right now. I mean, they have to fundraise.
Commercial negotiations is one with the hotel, so that is one. So that's probably the biggest risk for us, and we have to start fundraising, as you say. So we haven't actively gone out and approached our commercial partners because we don't have a deal. So that's stopping us as well.
So it's an as soon as possible situation.
Yeah, but whether it could be in the next few weeks or something like that, if that's sort of probably resting in my timeframe.
Okay, thank you.
Would that work as a condition in the term sheet?
I'm not sure I understand. Isn't the, not the term sheet, but the letter of intent? I'm not sure I understand what you're suggesting be included.
The term sheet is like a memorandum of understanding. It's non-binding. It's got all the roles and responsibilities of both parties. And at the end, I know there is a condition in there because our plaza commitment is also conditional on getting a hotel commitment. So could we do a condition, another condition in the back section, Jessie, I'm looking at you, that would then have a condition that the council have a period of time to work through the budget and reach a satisfactory resolution.
So you're suggesting some kind of a deadline type of a condition.
Yeah.
I'll defer to Assistant City Manager Mays as to
something like that might be
his timing.
An easier way to include that condition in the current contract that we've got or agreement.
Yeah, I think we could hit whatever timeline we need to, but I'm not quite sure I understand what the condition is.
So in the MOU, what I'm hearing is in the MOU where we're giving an intent to partner with Team New Zealand.
To do all these things, yep, the roles of each.
There would be some deadline that the council is going to make a decision by this time. Is that what you're saying, Nikki?
Yes.
Okay.
That makes sense. And you know what we could do is, if you approve the term sheet tonight or approve it with certain direction, we can come back with the legally binding document by a certain date.
Yeah.
For council's approval. And that could have,
And that gives you the window.
we could have Dan and Vice Mayor work on it in the subcommittee and come up with whatever their, cap or budget or whatever constraints you think would be workable for the rest of the council, and then bring it back to the council with the binding agreement.
That would work.
Okay.
And then we could talk about stuff in the committee and talk about it with New Zealand and make sure we're all on the same page and something's workable before coming back to council and having to figure it out here, which is difficult.
Okay. So I think with the request from Councilmember Fish, it sounds like we just need to work on, this sounds like it's outside the scope of the term sheet. This is something that we need to figure out. How do we, fund this or bring down costs? So we need to talk to our departments and also, take a deeper dive on revenue generation and see where that money needs to come from. And there's a timeline. I know New Zealand needs to move on. And that would be really unfortunate. I know we just pushed another item to the next meeting, but I'd like to have us figure this out by the next meeting. And if we do, it would be, like you said, we would finalize, it would be a vote, and we would decide based upon revised projections, costs, and revenue, right? That's what we're talking about? How do we pay for it, or how do we reduce the cost? So
the term sheet stands, but by the time we come back with a long form, that would have allowed time for the council to have done that work. Is that what you're saying, Jesse?
Vice Mayor?
Are we trying to hit a particular number? Or what are they
Well,
aiming for?
I think our number, it's our number of, as you said, and these are projections. So and once again, we're only selecting the lowest possible revenue projection and the highest possible cost projection. So that's a good conservative way to consider things, but we're not considering a higher revenue projection. But that being said, as you mentioned, the delta is about 900,000. So.
And I also don't think that's the highest possible cost projection. We are including open streets, but the $717,000 is just the projection. That's just the opening projection from staff, so it could go up. But yes, it's conservative on the revenue side, I guess, maybe. I don't know.
I also don't believe staff was, I think that they were a little more liberal in their cost estimate. They went on the high end of costs, but anyway, so around $900,000 we need to figure out.
So I guess the motion on the
Aren't we
table.
at the delta?
I'm sorry?
We're at the delta. Because 717,000 plus 400,000 minus the 225,000 is 900,000.
Yeah, that's what I said.
But we're there.
But we need to find out how do we either decrease that number or generate, where we
How
can
do
get
we-
revenue to
Where are we going to
to
get the
meet
money
it.
from?
That's the request.
Understood.
So I'm happy to make the motion if that's amenable. I mean, it would just be for an MOU with, I know, because I can't, I somehow got, thank you. You saw me struggling. Okay, thank you. Appreciate you. So the motion would be, can we ask for an MOU with Team New Zealand, or basically indicating that we support the terms, and then and also directing staff to come back with cost-cutting scenarios and revenue-generating scenarios that we can choose from. And then I think I would add in there with an assumption that we're more than likely going to want to pursue the open streets concept that the DBA is interested in.
Okay. And I would like the timetable to be 3 weeks, if we can pull that off. So for the next meeting.
Can we pull that off?
Yeah, I mean, it's all about prioritization. I think this would go to the top of the list. I would ask for direction to work with the subcommittee, because I don't want us to come up with something in a vacuum and present it here and have everyone hate it, so.
Great, agreed.
Absolutely.
Okay, and then we're coming back to council the next meeting with a term sheet or the legally binding document? A term sheet that we can all agree on.
Well, I think we agree on the term sheet.
Term sheet,
So
okay.
so which means we could come back with the legally binding document, right? I mean, the thing we're trying to work out is how we bring down internally.
Okay, so we're just coming back with scenarios to bring down costs and raise revenue.
And if the council's happy with it, then we approve.
And I'll just clarify, just similar to this evening, if the council is happy with the term sheet and comes up with the budget parameters, then part of that action would be authorizing our office to prepare the MOU and the city manager to execute it, so it wouldn't come, the
So it would not come
agreement
back.
itself would not come back.
Right. We would be,
Right.
if we approve it, the next meeting, it's approved.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Got it.
Thanks for the discussion, colleagues. Appreciate it. And Team New Zealand.
Oops.
And we would, to be clear, we would need to go through this next step in the process, no matter what. We would need to do a final vote at our next meeting to approve the contract.
Well, yeah, we need a
Agreement.
vote from the council on the.
Right.
On the term
Right.
sheet.
So
yeah.
this is the timeline we would have regardless on the final vote for the,
Well, if you approved the term sheet tonight and told us to go sign the agreement, we would go do that.
I see.
So
Okay.
it's one meeting, it's 3 weeks delay, 2 weeks delay.
And I have
Did
two
anybody
questions.
fly in for this one? Okay, thank you, Nikki. Thanks, John.
Mayor, I have two questions. The first is, do we hold off on designating it as a city-sponsored event for now? Because that was part of the motions. And
I think we'd want it to be a city.
so then we'll have to include that in the next thing. Okay. And then in terms of approving the term sheets, are the language that was brought up regarding partnering with the Cultural Affairs Foundation or any of that, is that?
It's the exact same item.
It's the same thing? Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay,
Just with
perfect.
additional information.
I just wanted to make sure
Thank you for that.
I knew what it was.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And then in that vein, sorry, want to make sure I encompass that note of in the revenue generation opportunities, if we can explore, like the mayor said, there's a couple other interested countries, how that might be able to supplement as opposed to adding to the cost. Like if adding, if we put out information that Culver City is open for other countries to come for a certain fee and have their space on Main Street or on Culver Boulevard, how could that help supplement and also allow us to represent more of Culver City's diversity in the same vein? That was a lot of words, but basically just, can other countries participate and thereby help reduce costs?
But that's not in the term sheet. That doesn't have anything to do with.
Oh, not the term sheet, just like in terms of the
Because
direction?
it's going back to the subcommittee.
Yeah. In
And
terms of
subcommittee
what
is
to
Olympics,
explore.
right?
We can have those conversations.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
I do want to make sure that the transparency around what we're paying for and the list of community benefits is included in even this conversation today as well. I know I heard at least 3 colleagues express interest in that as well.
So when we bring this back, you'd like that to be highlighted in the staff report, is that what you're saying?
Yep, and for the community. So for us, and then as it continues to move forward, that's a priority for the transparency of our involvement in Olympics items.
Got it.
Thank you.
I have a motion from Councilmember Fish, a second from Councilmember McMorrin. Please vote. Councilmember Fish? It's late. That motion passes unanimously.
Thanks, Team New Zealand.
Hello, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, and community members. My name is Tim Katsouris, building official in the Building and Safety Division, along with the Planning and Development Director, Mark Munzer. We are here today for the discussion of a code amendment that would allow a single exit stairway in residential buildings up to 6 stories in height. Next slide.
Real quick, before you continue, I do feel bad for that New Zealand team. Can they come back via Zoom? Can we communicate that all of them don't have to fly back here if they're all flying? I don't know if it's okay, okay, sorry about that. I'm excited about this, okay.
Okay, next slide. In October 2023, Assembly Bill 835 required the State Fire Marshal to study single-exit stairways in residential buildings up to 6 stories, with a report due by January 1st, 2026. In July of 2025, Assembly Bill 130 was signed into law to streamline housing production, prohibiting local amendments to the California Building Standards Codes for 6 years, starting October 1st, 2025. As these timelines overlap, Los Angeles is proceeding with a single-stair ordinance prior to October 1st, 2025, but the State Fire Marshal study is ongoing. In contrast, Santa Monica will assess single-stair exit systems administratively on a case-by-case basis with approval from the fire marshal and building official. AB 130 allows the State Fire Marshal to amend the model code related to single-exit stairways after October 1st, 2025. Livable Communities Initiative on May 14, 2025 joined the City Council Housing and Homeless Subcommittee, and on April 2nd, 2025, it joined the regular meeting of the Advisory Committee on Housing and Homeless. LCI indicated that reforming the single-exit stairway code will make small lot housing viable due to cost savings, increased leasable floor area, and a more flexible and high-quality design, allowing for greater access to light, ventilation, and shared green space by occupants. Similarly, the American Institute of Architects Los Angeles group indicates that single-exit stairway reform will increase much-needed affordable housing. Both LCI and AIA reference a February 27, 2025 Pew report that states small single stairway buildings are at least as safe as dual staircase buildings due to their strong safety record, and policymakers should increase the supply of multifamily housing by revising building standards. Next slide. On February 25, 2025, the International Association of Firefighters raised concerns about the inherent safety of reducing exit stairways from 2 to 1. It has concerns that reducing the number of exit stairways to a single exit will impair firefighting operations and hinder the evacuation of a building. It has concerns that alternate exit strategies such as window evacuations pose risk to occupants and firefighters and are limited to access and equipment availability. It has concerns that active building systems require owners to perform maintenance to ensure the systems are operational and function properly in the case of emergency. It indicates the topic should be discussed during the model code development, and the 2027 model code update is currently in progress with discussion on a potential 4-story limit. Next slide. The potential next steps are to introduce a single stairway urgency ordinance similar to the City of Seattle's. Note that an urgency ordinance requires a 4/5 vote, or prepare a single exit stairway information bulletin similar to the City of Santa Monica's and consider it administratively on a case-by-case basis. Or we could monitor the State Fire Marshal research for AB 835 and report back to City Council. Thank you, and we are here and available for questions.
Okay, thank you. Should we have the group from LCI go ahead and give a presentation first before we do questions? Yeah, that'd be great. So, Travis?
Thank you, Council, and Mayor, Vice Mayor, thank you for agendizing this. Thank you for bringing us on this urgent timeline. We do have a PowerPoint deck that's going to be coming up shortly, but this has been a 5-year initiative so far of LCI, and we just wanted to go through a few slides. I apologize, I'm a little slower than I usually am. I'm at hour 20 right now of being awake. So if we see the two slides here, this really is the vision, is this idea of housing over retail residential. If we want to go to the next slide, this slide right here is what got me into LCI. So I'm actually not one of the original founders, but I was asked to join. And it's this vision of town centers with a charming walkable street, high quality apartments built over retail. To me, this is a true win-win-win for our city. That the local businesses can thrive with added foot traffic, that we get affordable, high-quality housing options for Culver City workers. Those options are near major employers, and that existing parcel owners can make the upgrades themselves rather than having to sell their parcels out to potentially out-of-state or large developers. If we go to the next one, so one of the things I think is very important to realize is this is not a new concept at all. 95% of the developed world already builds their cities this way. They have fire departments as well, and they are able to do it. And it looks beautiful, and it can have the charm of the local community. If we go to the next slide. And the single-stair reform is gaining momentum across the United States as well. So there were only 3 cities total before 2024 that had single-stair. New York City for basically the entirety of its existence, the city of Seattle for 48 years, and the city of Honolulu since 2012. But starting in 2025, all of these states, similar to the state of California, have allowed their municipalities to move forward with this. And in fact, the entire state of Texas, it's now allowed anywhere in the state. They also have, they have small fire departments, they have large fire departments, they have small cities, they have huge cities in the state of Texas as well. If we keep moving, so what is holding us back in Culver City is the fact that most of our commercial corridors, particularly Culver Boulevard and Washington Boulevard, our lots are 25 to 30 feet wide. So you simply cannot build residential over the retail on our current lots with corridor-style buildings unless you assemble those lots together, which takes a lot of time and a lot of money. So it increases the price of those units very considerably. So single stair will fit on our Culver City lots, and that's why we're here today. If we look at the next slide, so what is that solution is what was alluded to. So this Pew study is very definitive on this subject. If we look at the next slide, they say single stairway apartment buildings have a strong safety record that revised building codes would be able to encourage the construction and boost the supply of this, low-cost homes that we're looking for in our city. It's very conclusive and unequivocal in this. If we look at the next one, here are some of the key findings from that report. A review of New York City's 4,440 buildings that are this. The fire death rate is the same as all the other buildings in the city. And in fact, in the only 4 fire deaths across New York City and Seattle using modern single stairways, 0 were attributable to the single stairway, 0. And in fact, the single stairway was seen to be better than our current U.S. standards across most of the United States. If you compare those areas that have single stair versus don't, their fire-related deaths are actually dramatically lower. They use the example of the Netherlands, where it's 67% lower. That means they only have 1/3 the deaths that we have in the United States, AKA we have 3 times the deaths that they have with single stair. 3 times. So in conclusion, this is the pathway to unlocking affordable housing in our nation and in our city. Let's keep going. I'm waking up after 20 hours. Let's see. So, why is it that this is a safer way of doing it? It's because there's only 4 units maximum per floor for that stairway, so you're not loading that stairway with dozens of units and a limited number of stairs. The maximum distance is 20 feet from your door to the stair. And this is much shorter than if you have this huge building where you have to go down a very long corridor. It eliminates those corridors which fill with smoke and are shown to be one of the most dangerous aspects of multifamily housing. They have increased resistance to fire, they're sprinklered, and positive pressure, which means that the smoke cannot accumulate in the stairwell. Because you now have exterior walls every 25 to 30 feet at the property line, those walls prevent the fire from just shooting down a corridor that would fill the entire building. If we keep going, I have one quick little case study, and then I promise I'll be done. So the case study is this building in Culver City. The owner of this building does not know that this is our case study.
I know this building.
This is where Sorrento Market is located, but it just happened to be the perfect size. We figured that people would know what this building was. If we look at the next slide, if you wanted to build it under our current codes, you would just build a whole building like this, and you could build residential over retail. Let's keep going. And so this is how that building would look. You could have all these units in that building, and actually you don't even need the middle staircase according to this. So you'd only have to have 2 staircases on the end. It happens to be the exact dimensions of the buildings in my complex where I live. This right here, and this is exactly how it's designed. Okay, now, are we suggesting that we put 1 staircase in this thing? No. All right, keep going. So if we were to move this building onto Washington Boulevard or Culver Boulevard, these would be the property lines that you would have. In fact, it's a little bit wider than that, but we aligned it with this particular building. And so now let's look at the next slide. This is what the exact same units would look like. How many staircases are there? 8 staircases instead of 2 staircases, possibly 3. There are 4 times more staircases in single stair. This is why it's safer. There's not that, there's not that enormous corridor that the smoke and the fire can travel through, and it's why the people can get out much more easily in an emergency. They're less than 20 feet away from their staircase. Okay, so that's it. There are common concerns with this anytime it goes anywhere in the world, and those concerns are common, and yet it's still getting built in 95% of the developed world, and there are answers to those questions, which I will not answer. All right, so that's our presentation, and we do have other members of LCI who can answer more questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have questions from council members? Councilmember Fish.
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you to LCI and Travis for that fantastic presentation. You never disappoint, Travis, with your decks. They're always, just a trip. I really appreciate all the information to you and all the detail. And yeah, thanks to Mr. Katsuros and Director Munzer for putting this together. So can you just describe the October 1st deadline that, and what are the ramifications, and why is this put on an emergency sort of track? It actually hasn't been put on an emergency track yet, but why is there this October 1st deadline, and what happens if we don't make it?
Yeah, the October 1st deadline is a freeze to the building codes, and that's put into place to help streamline affordable housing and housing production by keeping the codes consistent over a 6-year period.
So is it accurate to say that if we don't legalize the single stair proposal now, we won't have an opportunity to do that for the next 6 years under this state bill, unless something else happens on a state level?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thank you for that. And I thought that presentation was really thorough, so I can pass it to my colleagues, but I just wanted to thank both of you for your work on this. Thank you. Also, I've had good conversations with our fire chief who wasn't able to make it tonight, Chief Powell. Thank you for your engagement on this. And as I understand it, one of our senior fire deputies was able to meet with LCI today. And I also want to thank Councilmember McMorrin for working with me in the subcommittee on this, and the Housing Homelessness Subcommittee, and Councilmember Vera for agendizing the request in the last meeting. And I look forward to all those apartments on top of Sorrento's Market. All right, I'll pass it over. Thanks.
Councilmember McMorrin.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the dynamic presentation, Mr. Morgan. Thank you, staff, for your quick action to ensure that this came before us today. We really appreciate your support in the subcommittee and this evening as well. And I think it's worth saying again, if we don't move this evening, that we'd have to wait another 6 years unless there was another change at the state level. I think that's pretty significant on a number of levels, but I think as it connects with some of our housing goals as well. So I didn't particularly have any questions, but I just do have deep appreciation to the LCI team, to our staff, and for the opportunity for us to discuss this as a council this morning. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Just got a question for the fire department, please.
Yes, sir.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
From the perspective of the fire department, is there any issues or safety concerns moving forward with this right now?
Councilmember, yes, we have some concerns, and I did meet with the team today, and we had a really good discussion. There's just safety concerns. You know, we live in the fire department, our world is worst-case scenario. So what happens when there is something happening and that single stairwell is now blocked due to certain, smoke, fire, whatever the case may be? How do we rescue those people? How do we get first responders in is one of the problems, and then people getting out. So those are our biggest concerns there. And the option of using ladders to take people out of windows is not very feasible. We can do it. It's the worst case scenario for us. It's dangerous for first responders, and it's very dangerous for the residents as well.
All right, thank you. Your sort of analysis sort of contradicts or speaks differently of what Travis present. I'm sorry to pull you back up, but I like the ordinance. I like what what we're able to do with this initiative, but it seems that the presenter presented something that is sort of a win-win, that there is really no issues moving forward with it, and you present that there is. I know from your perspective there is, but is there any way to mitigate that, so to speak? And I know it's hard to to second guess or to mitigate or say what we can do if something would happen. But I like what this does. I like the increasing the housing specifically along TODs and commercial corridors. How do we mitigate that? How do we sort of get our cake and eat it too, so to speak?
So, Councilmember, from a fire department's perspective, the best thing that we can do, rather than legislate, is to do some studies, and that's what the fire marshal is doing. And so, from our perspective, to wait to see what the outcome is from the studies would be the best possible outcome, which would give us, as a fire department, guidance as where we can go to make these, to mitigate these situations and make it better.
Okay, thank you very much.
So,
hi, Mark. So if we do wait for the study, then we would lose our sort of threshold of time, correct?
Well, the study comes out in the beginning of 2026, and AB 130, which is the law that is being referenced right now, only allows for changes to local building codes through September 30th. So there would be we don't know what the state fire marshal is going to say. So if the city had an interest in, having assurance and moving forward a single stair ordinance, we'd have to do it now.
Right, so yeah, if we waited for the study and say the study comes back like, hey, it's doable, if we don't do it now, we lose that threshold and we can't then do it for another 6 years, right?
Depending on what that state fire marshal study says, yes.
Okay, maybe it's the hour that's getting to me. So if we wait, depending on what the state fire marshal says, but I'm saying if we wait to see what the state fire marshal says, will we lose that window of opportunity to?
Yes.
Okay, got it. All right. That's it for me.
Counsel, unless there's a statewide change, correct?
Correct. But again, we have this situation where we have the AB 130 that won't allow us to make changes to our local building code after September 30th, but the state fire marshal report comes out at the beginning of the year. So we're in a situation where we need to potentially act, if that's what the council wants to do, prior to October 1st, which is September 30th.
But there's still a possibility the state could pass something statewide.
There is.
Yeah, we'd
That's
lose our
correct.
local option, but the state of California could make a decision a year from now.
Right, and if the state
Yeah.
came back and did allow it, then we could revisit, whatever ordinance we've passed in the interim, I'm assuming, to make those modifications to best align with whatever the state is recommending.
All right, and say the state recommends it after their study, or actually says, no, this is not a good thing, and we have it on the books now already, we would obviously then have to, if the state comes back with a study saying this is completely dangerous, we don't recommend this whatsoever, but we pass it tonight, well, then we have to revert that?
No, my understanding, the city attorney's office had weighed in on this earlier, that we would not, that we would, if we had made the decision by then, that our local ordinance would stand.
Even if it were deemed dangerous?
Yeah, that's my understanding. We would have to come back, we could come back and rescind the ordinance. Or make amendment or changes to it based on those recommendations.
We have a member from LCI like to speak.
Oh, hi. This is Eduardo Mendoza. I am a senior policy associate at California YIMBY, and I am part of the State Fire Marshal Working Group. I wanted to say that we are currently in the process of evaluating various studies that I brought. These studies look into smoke spread, fire loss, technical studies, and like seismic activity, etc. And we are currently looking into potential like high-rise or under high-rise standards, and whatever standards that are, I guess, created from this study would be applied throughout the state. Or there will be opportunity for them to be applied throughout the state.
Thank you for that. No other questions from me, Mayor. Thank you.
Yeah, that's me.
Thanks, guys.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Morgan and LCI for the presentation. Thanks to Councilmember Fish for bringing this to our attention and for the work in the subcommittee. I'm very familiar with this item in LCI, so I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, all my questions were asked. So do we have any speakers?
Yes, we currently have 14 speakers signed up.
Okay.
We'll see if they're still awake.
90 seconds, please.
90 seconds. All right, I'm just going to go down our list really quickly. We have Michael Ansley, Disa Lindgren, Rosie Gable, Martin Tomas, Marcy Bond, Greg Marin, David Metzler, Kara Push, Eduardo Mendoza, Matthew Thompson, Leah Pressman, Shane Henson, Janine Wisnowski-Stalin, and Meg Sullivan. So our first speaker is Michael Ainsley.
Good evening. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, thank you so much. Because of the late hour, I'll just introduce myself quickly. So I'm a volunteer coordinator with LCI, as well as a 21-year citizen of Culver City, property owner, and a landlord here. Additionally, I'm a real estate and construction professional with over a decade experience managing commercial construction projects, and I'm here tonight to speak in support of Measure A3 on tonight's agenda. Because of the late hour and the well-documented comments and handouts that my group has presented tonight, I just want to highlight one key issue as it relates to item A3. You all have already touched on the urgency that we need to act with right now. So we're here to support the drafting of a local amendment to the California Building Code and California Fire Code, or at least direct staff to present this as an equivalent pathway to support the implementation of what is broadly known as single stair reform. State law, AB 130, as we've discussed, will soon make these and other housing reform and streamlining measures much more challenging to implement and could delay up to a 12-year through the cycle codes being locked, if not passed and acted on before October 1st. We stand ready to work with the city staff and our city fire and safety professionals to continue to present the data that overwhelmingly shows single stair reform to be both extremely safe and beneficial for the stimulation of housing production. Now is the time to act on this item so we can continue to add pathways to support housing production during this ongoing housing crisis. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Disa Lindgren, followed by Rosie Gable.
Good evening, Mayor O'Brien, Vice Mayor Puza, and members of the City Council. I'm a member of Culver City From Our Homes, and I strongly support this agenda item. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rosie Gable. I'm not seeing them online or in the chamber. So our next speaker is Martin Tomas, followed by Marcy Bond.
Thank you, respected council members, staff, Culver City neighbors. I'm a Culver City resident and here on behalf of Livable Communities Initiative. A few points regarding the importance of single stair code reform with the perspective of what we'd have to lose if we didn't move forward with this. And I, as a Culver resident and who loves to live here and see all this untapped resource we have here on these commercial properties and what they could be and what we could unlock if we allowed these buildings to be redeveloped into much needed family-sized apartments. We really need these. And what we would get is just diversity of smaller buildings with a diversity of small owners, potentially very rapid housing production as there's no need to assemble these lots into large apartment buildings. It's just something that would really bring our downtowns and put them on a whole other level. So I just wanted to make sure that we keep that in mind. And we do have this unfortunate time pressure, but I think that we should consider how important it is to move ahead. I also want to make just a couple of quick points.
Your time has expired.
Okay,
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Marcy Bond, but I'm not seeing them online or in the chamber. Our next speaker is Greg Marin, followed by David Metzler.
Good evening, Council. My name is Greg Marin, and I wanted to say that I support fully the initiative put forward here to have single stair in Culver City. I'll just keep it brief. I thought the LCI presentation was incredible. I understand the perspective of the fire marshal in planning for worst case scenarios, but housing in Culver City and housing in our region is at the worst case scenario right now. It's not a theory. It's what we're experiencing. The impact of that is impacting our schools. It's impacting our streets. It's impacting everything that we hold dear. And I think we need to treat it with extreme urgency. I encourage you to support the LCI initiative. Thank you. Good night.
Our next speaker is David Metzler, followed by Kira Plush.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. David Metzler. I served on the General Plan Advisory Committee. During that time, the committee was active. The city held numerous public meetings and community outreach to gather input in revising the city's general plan. And one of the most challenging components of that was the housing element, which requires us to build and plan for several thousand new housing units to meet state requirements by 2029. My public agreement was not universal as to where to put new units. Some did not support putting duplexes or triplexes in single-family neighborhoods, although the state has since allowed ADUs and applied SB 9 to most single-family neighborhoods, allowing 2, 3, or 4 units on those lots. The most widely supported concept I remember from those public meetings was to build new housing along our transportation corridors, along Sepulveda, Culver, Washington, and other arterials, housing above retail, restaurants, or office space in mixed-use buildings. Unfortunately, despite public support for these concepts, in practice, our building codes have hindered development on small lots. The agenda item before you changes that. I urge you to support it and move this item forward. Otherwise, we may be locked out of updating our building codes until long after the 2029 deadline for meeting our housing goals has passed. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kira Plush, followed by Eduardo Mendoza.
Hi, I'm calling in to voice my strong support of this agenda item. This is a much-needed modernization of an outdated rule, and it's a chance to create more sustainable, walkable, and human-scale transit-oriented housing. Double stair mandates, while originally well-intended, seem to have become an obstacle to housing variety and affordability, especially in light of modern and fire-safe materials. The evidence in the LCI presentation was really clear. Single-stair buildings built to modern standards and with modern materials are just as safe, if not safer, than buildings with 2 staircases. And that in mind, I really urge you to not let unfounded objections hold us back from passing this data-backed, common-sense building code reform. I understand the desire to conduct our own studies, but it really seems like there's ample information already available to make this decision and to act swiftly and logically now. Personally, I would gladly live in a single staircase building if it meant better design, more sunlight, and a home closer to transit and businesses. This is a really awesome opportunity to remove unnecessary roadblocks that often stand in the way of creating more and more sustainable housing in our community. I'm really grateful that this topic came to council. The city really prides itself on diversity and inclusivity, and this council has proven itself to be strong supporters of increasing housing supply. So passing single staircase reform is a clear and logical next step towards a smarter, more interconnected, and more affordable Culver City that can really champion equity and diversity by enabling a greater array of people to live and grow here. Thanks.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eduardo Mendoza, followed by Matthew Thompson.
Esteemed Mayor and members of council, for the last 4 years, we as advocates have been working feverishly on analyzing this reform, making sure that this is safe and this is something that would be beneficial for cities. And since then, there have been thousands of pages of technical analysis, fire reports, smoke studies, code reviews, and engineering studies drawn from extensive research from Harvard to the state of Canada, and over 5 decades of modern practice. And together, they all arrive at a single unwavering conclusion. Single stair buildings with modern fire protections are safe, not theoretically, not hypothetically, empirically, scientifically, historically safe. The mitigations found in single stair buildings are vetted, and they are redundant systems, and they work. from documented fire incidents in the United States. In every modern jurisdiction that has permitted single stair construction with these features, there has not been one single confirmed fatality due to stairway failure. Let me say that again, not one. I do not say this to provoke or diminish the gravity of fire risk, nor to discredit the opinion of our fire service. I say it because this is what science has told us, and we cannot and must not legislate from fear when the facts say otherwise. And the upside is massive. We get housing. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Matthew Thompson, followed by Leah Pressman.
Hello, esteemed members of council, City of Culver City. Hello, everybody. Wanted to give shape to risk. We don't always put into concise terms where things end up. Think about it sort of abstractly. So taking Seattle, which hasn't had a fire death in 48 years of single stair, they have 345 fires a year. Over 10 years, just thinking, okay, what would it look like 10 years from now if we go gangbusters on this? 3,450 fires. 25% multifamily, so that's 863 fires in multifamily over 10 years. City of Culver City is 4.8% the size of Seattle. So that's 42 fires adjusted for the size of Culver City. 97% of fires are extinguished by sprinklered buildings. This would be a sprinkler building. So over 10 years, we can reasonably expect to have 1.23 fires. And I know I admire so greatly the dedication, the service, the valor of our fire departments. I know they're going to come around on this because you just can't fight it. It's a jobs program. It's a residence protections program. It's a plug for your budget. It's housing. It's money. And it's the future. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Leah Pressman, followed by Shane Henson.
Hello, good evening. My name is Leah Pressman. I'm here in my role as the chair of the Politics and Elections Committee of the Culver City Democratic Club. As you have tonight, I've listened, our club members listened to the LCI presentation. And as I have been tonight, I've been really impressed with the research behind the argument on single stair. And I wanted to share with the council that at our August meeting, our club passed a resolution in favor of changing city building codes to allow single stair construction in buildings up to 6 stories. I don't have time to read the entire resolution, but did send a copy of the resolution to each member of the council this afternoon. As housing in Culver City increasingly prices out working families, we just can't afford to keep the code the same. Dual stair construction makes it possible to build multifamily housing on most lots, makes it impossible to build multifamily housing on most lots, and it adds so much cost to the constructions that it becomes prohibitive. So changing our building code is a clear win for Culver City residents, and I urge the council to pass this. Thank you. I see my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Shane Henson, followed by Janine Wisnowski-Stalen.
Hello, my name is Shane Henson. I'm a Culver City resident and newly appointed member of Culver City's Advisory Committee on Housing and Homelessness. Today, I want to speak in strong support of single stair reform. As everyone knows, we're in the midst of a housing affordability and homelessness crisis in California. These crises are linked. Housing is too expensive because we have failed to build both market and affordable housing at the rate needed to keep everyone housed. Unfortunately, Culver City is not currently meeting the moment to address this crisis. Culver City has been tasked via the RENA process to build a total of 3,341 units by 2029. As of 2024, Culver City has only built 531 units, and we've only produced 76 affordable units. That is not enough. Is single stair reform a silver bullet? No. Will it help unlock additional housing opportunities by decreasing the cost of housing production? Absolutely. Requiring multiple staircases prevents many smaller parcels from being redeveloped into much needed housing. Moreover, the Pew Trust has found single stair reform can lower housing production costs by 6 to 13%. At this time, I'd ask the council to support amending its ordinances to allow the production of apartments with single stair designs. If it'd be helpful, I would request the City Council refer the matter to the Advisory Committee on Housing and Homelessness for further consideration at our next meeting on September 16th. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Janine Wisnowski-Stalin.
Yeah, hi. One of the reasons I wanted to speak, I wanted to hear from our local fire chief about fire safety in these buildings. I actually grew up in a single staircase building. Lived in many different ones, including some over stores. They are not new. This is not a breakthrough idea. It's not the second coming of Jesus Christ. I have some safety and liability concerns because multiple exits have been the standard in fire and building codes. And I did read that the National Fallen Firefighters Foundation and the International Association of Fire Chiefs warned against these. I wonder if professionals, not lobbyists, can speak to that. And also, I want to be very thoughtful that when this comes up, that our fire code should not just be, well, fewer people are dying. Nobody should die in a fire. And so whatever we do, whatever you decide, our fire code should be stringent. So thank you. And I'm wondering when state passes whatever they pass, it's going to override us, and if we are not being premature. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Meg Sullivan. However, I'm not seeing her online or in the chamber. So that was our final speaker.
Okay, thank you. Any final comments from my colleagues?
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you so much to all the speakers that stayed up so late to give your thoughts. Just appreciate you. Livable Communities Initiative, Abundant Housing Los Angeles was also organizing and educating us in the Housing and Homelessness Committee with myself and Councilmember McMorrin. And just thank you to Chief Miller for your remarks, and Fire Marshal Miller for your remarks, and Mr. Koutsouras and Director Munzer for your work on this item. And so this is a regional effort to bring down housing costs and allow for more diverse housing types. The decision that we make tonight will determine who gets to live in our city. I live in a large mixed-use project, as many in our community do. These buildings are big and boxy, and they have these long hallways, and it's in part because of our outdated building code standards. And new construction right now is really focused on ADUs. We're a really prolific ADU producer, single-family homes, duplexes. And then we have, on the other end of the spectrum, these really massive, quote, 5/1 buildings, as they're called, which are these big, boxy, mid-rise and high-rise apartments. They have lots of units, but they're not human scale. And there's almost nothing being built in between by small developers that are, owned by small mom and pops. And single stair is one, or the fact that we require 2 stairs is one major reason why. It makes it nearly impossible to make small apartment projects possible on most lots. So single stair reform is this big step forward to creating more missing middle housing, AKA housing that is human scale and affordable for all types of families. When I was talking about the regional effort, Santa Monica is pursuing this at the same time we are. LA City is also pursuing it right now in tandem. The LA City Council item passed with only 1 dissenting vote, nearly unanimous. And it's important for more than just affordability. It makes your home more sustainable. It makes your home more ventilating because it can face more than one side of the, you can face the outside in more than one direction. It can bring more sunlight into your home. And more importantly, of course, it brings the cost down for apartments.
So, because it makes it so that more homes can fit in the same building footprint. So, the studies are pretty clear. I know safety is the big issue here, and the studies have been pretty clear on this, that these homes are just as safe. The Pew Research report that was pretty comprehensive that LCI talked about shares that the single stairway buildings are at least as safe as dual staircase buildings when they're constructed with modern fire-safe materials and systems. And that is confirmed by the history too. Cities like Seattle, Honolulu, the entire state of Texas, and also New York City since 1938 has had these new regulations, or just not new if they're 1938, has had these regulations for single exit stairway buildings. So if you go to New York and you walk around, you see these everywhere. If you go anywhere overseas, you'll see these types of buildings everywhere, and you'll start to wonder, why don't we have those? And like LCI mentioned in the presentation, there has not been one confirmed death attributed to having just one single stair exit. However, and I think Mr. Marin touched on this, there were 2,500 fatalities as a result of our housing crisis in 2023 in the county of Los Angeles. So we do know that our housing crisis is killing people. We do not have any evidence that single stair is. So this is a part of a regional solution to the biggest crisis facing, arguably biggest crisis facing our region right now. It's about ensuring our cities can welcome families of all backgrounds and incomes. And I'm looking forward to hopefully passing this tonight in advance of the state deadline. Thank you so much for city staff for jumping on this so quickly, and looking forward to my colleagues' comments. Thanks.
Councilmember McMillan.
Thank you. Thanks again to our guests, LCI, and staff for all of the work on this item. I'm incredibly excited about the opportunity to live out our values this evening. I'm looking forward to hopefully moving this single stair reform forward tonight to allow for more housing, to welcome more neighbors, and to do it safely. Really respect the data and the studies that are available and that our folks at the state level and other cities are relying on, and I'm hopeful that our local codes will be reflective of that and ensure that our community here is safe as well. But, I really don't want to delay. I want to make sure that we meet this deadline and act this evening. So brief, but excited. And thank you for the many, many hands that brought us to this moment in Culver City. It's not easy to get here, and I'm excited about this opportunity. Thanks.
Councilmember.
No other comments, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Great, thanks to our fire department leadership. Your commitment to safety, both for our residents and to first responders, is extremely valuable. Thanks again to LCI and to all the public comments. As mentioned, many cities have shown that single stair buildings, when paired with strong safety requirements like sprinklers, smoke control systems, and limited floor plates, can be safe and effective. And as mentioned, recent studies, including Pew's, confirm that modern single stair buildings can be as safe as dual stair buildings when they're built to modern day standards. They also help diversify housing design, so we aren't stuck with only large, bulky apartment blocks. So this reform is not about cutting corners, it's about smarter design. And adopting this reform with strong safety standards is about balance, protecting people while unlocking the kinds of housing and neighborhood character our community wants and needs. So I support moving forward with single stair reform. We're up against a hard September 30th deadline. If we don't act before then, we'll freeze our ability to make local amendments for 6 years. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you to the presenters and all the speakers, staff, obviously, and Assistant Fire Chief Brahm. Thank you. So this concept is something that I'm really in favor of. It's what one of the things I campaigned on. We need to focus on, developing more residential on our commercial corridors, and when I heard the concerns from our fire department, I really, really, really trust our staff a lot, and there are in-house experts. At the same time, reading about all the cities across the country that are doing this, and the data on how fatalities are like almost non-existent in these, if completely non-existent in these buildings. I think for me, and I apologize because it's no disrespect to our fire department on this, but I am going to vote in favor of this. And I just feel the evidence from where this is already happening is very compelling. So I would like to follow the ordinance similar to Seattle's. And I would also like to request that if the state fire marshal, my concern is that the state does not, even if the fire marshal comes up with a, kind of a yes with these conditions, that it doesn't happen on a statewide level in the near future. And I don't think that with all the evidence presented, that's a gamble. I think that I don't feel like it's a gamble to move forward with it. However, I would like to add, if my colleagues are okay with it, if the state fire marshal ends up, giving affirmation to this with conditions that if they're more stringent than what Seattle offers, that we adopt those, or we look at them at least at that stage. So move forward right now with this, with the Seattle ordinance as our template. But after we hear the state fire marshal's evaluation, we consider that if there's more stringent building code that, in their opinion, makes it safer. A single stair situation is safer. So that's where I sit on this. If everyone's okay with that.
Mayor, I'll put in the motion for the Seattle model, as you mentioned, with the direction that you mentioned of if the state fire marshal comes with other recommendations to review those. And I also just want to apologize to Deputy Fire Chief Roger Braun. I misidentified you, but I apologize. Sorry, I stated your name incorrectly. Thanks for your grace. So yeah, I'll put in that motion. Appreciate that idea.
We have a motion from Bubba Fish, a second from Vice Mayor Puza. To direct staff to prepare an ordinance similar to the City of Seattle's ordinance, and if state fire marshal provides a more stringent recommendation, that the city review those.
And could that come to the Housing Homelessness Committee, the Housing Homelessness Subcommittee, if that were to take place, just so we could review those? And then my very last addition to that was something that Shane Henson recommended from the Advisory Committee on Housing and Homelessness. He asked for this to come to their upcoming meeting for them to weigh in before the next council meeting, because they are already meeting. I see Director Barnes back there. Does the Housing Homelessness Committee have a meeting This is something from one of the members that was asked. It's also okay to just leave it there. I'm fine if you're. I didn't mean to make you walk all the way over here.
She's up next.
Sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, sure. So a member of the Advisory Committee on Housing and Homelessness, Shane Henson, called in support and asked that this item be taken to the next meeting of the Housing and Homelessness Committee, which I guess.
For the 16th.
Okay, great. So that was the addition to the motion, was just having them weigh in from that request.
Okay,
That sound good to you?
we can do that.
Okay.
We can do that. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Please vote. All members have voted, and the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mark. And Tim.
Yeah, I just saw it too.
Mayor, I have to, I hate to do this, but I've been up since 4 o'clock Sunday. I'm seeing triple and double and quadruple, so I have to go. My apologies to everyone. The next item up, I would have not have supported it anyway, but I have to go. My apologies.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Everything is signed up here, ready for you, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Please note that Councilmember Vera left the meeting at 12:47.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Jesse Mays, Assistant City Manager. Staff recommends the City Council and the Culver City Housing Authority Board discuss and, if desired, approve a commitment letter for $21 million in construction and permanent loans to 4464 Sepulveda Boulevard, LP, and Community Corporation of Santa Monica for the Jubilo Village Affordable Housing Project. Staff and Community Corporation have negotiated the terms of the loan commitment letter. The result of these negotiations is in the draft letter attached to the staff report. If the loan commitment letter is approved by the City Council this evening, staff requests the City Council authorize staff to prepare and execute a loan commitment letter and loan agreement based on the terms of the loan commitment letter. Staff is available to address any council member questions about the commitment letter, including the terms or any other questions. This concludes my staff report.
Thank you. Questions from my colleagues?
The letter looks about what we expected from our direction. So thank you, Assistant City Manager, and no questions from me. Thanks, Mayor.
Vice Mayor? Okay, no question. Any comments from the public? How many do we have?
We currently have 13 folks signed up. However, I'm not seeing a majority of them online.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and call out names. We have Ann Trevelyan, Tara Baracus, Lisa Lindgren, Rosie Gable, Melissa Sanders, Mark Herskovitz, Marcy Bond, Jamie Wallace, David Metzler, Michelle Weiner, Leah Pressman, Janine Wisnowski-Stalin, and Denise Neal. Our first speaker is Ann Trevelyan.
Thank you. I know it's late. I don't really need to talk for a whole 2 minutes. I am Ann Trevelyan. I'm the chair of the Board of Trustees for Culver Palms United Methodist Church, the site of the building that you are graciously offering to loan us money for. And I just want to say thank you for all the work that's been put in to get to this point. And I really appreciate that this document was worked on for as long as it was to make it what we wanted it to be. As far as the commitment letter, you've already committed the money, and the commitment letter is kind of the culmination of that, and that makes me really happy. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tara Barascas, followed by Diesel Lindgren.
Good evening, Mayor O'Brien and members of the City Council. My name is Tara Barauskas. I'm the Executive Director of Community Corp. I wanted to start by saying thank you to the staff, Jesse and Tevis, and our staff who's worked so hard on this commitment letter. I agree. I think it contains most of the provisions that have been discussed over these last many months. This is the culmination, as Ann said, of a lot of work together, and we're very excited and hopeful that you'll execute this commitment letter so we can move forward to closing the construction and starting construction. This contains many provisions that I know community members care about, specifically local preference, as well as prohibitions against church-related costs. So that was quite clear in the commitment letter, so I hope that satisfies you. And we hope you will approve this commitment letter. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Diesel Lindgren, followed by David Metzler.
Mayor O'Brien, Vice Mayor Puz, and members of the council, my name is Diesel Lindgren. I am the council chairperson at Culver Palms United Methodist Church, and we started this endeavor to build affordable housing on the church property almost 7 years ago. So it's really been an amazing journey. We so appreciate the support of the many councils who've considered this item or this matter, and certainly the very hard work of many city staff members. So we look forward to this passing tonight so that the project can move forward and demolition and construction can begin as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Metzler, followed by Janine Wisnowski-Stalen.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. I don't have anything really prepared to say other than I'm excited to get affordable housing in Culver City, and I urge you to pass this as soon as possible so we can address our housing crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Janine Wisnowski-Stalen, followed by Denise Neal.
Hi, it's 12:53 a.m. Just want everyone to know that. Did the city a great disservice tonight by taking so much time to get to here. Affordable housing is not affordable if it's not affordable to build. When the city council gave $20 million to a private nonprofit and a church to build a new church and housing, this did not make the project affordable. It made taxpayers cover the difference to the tune of $20 million. At the same time, Culver City has real affordable housing coming online that does not cost taxpayers a dime. That is true affordability and is what we should be celebrating and prioritizing. And then tonight, the very same council members who signed off on $20 million nickel and dimed our international partnership with New Zealand and our very own school district. That double standard says a lot about priorities, and none of it reflects well on Culver City. Pretty much what I have to say about this. Jubilo is not good.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Denise Neal.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, and community at large. I am here to let you know that a $1 trillion hedge fund has offered to step up and help Culver, Santa Monica, and LA with the myriad problems and projects that we have in preparation for FIFA, the Olympics, and the Super Bowl and all these things coming up. They're ready to help. We have people up to the White House level, people who would love to help with the New Zealand project, and they're ready to drop money in Santa Monica to help with things already, right now as we speak. It was a 3-day conference, and they actually even awarded me for my efforts in trying to help get the right projects to the right entities in need. So I would like to advise you to connect with the hedge fund, because we're working with $1 trillion right now that they're waiting to invest into places like Culver City and Santa Monica. So I urge the nonprofit to reach out and provide the documents that I requested 2 months ago so they can actually provide the $20 million and not saddle Culver City with debt. Culver City needs to focus on preparing for these sports events so we can monetize them and get our coffers right. By the same token, with that Saturday plea from the city of Santa Monica, this is the wrong move for Santa Monica. And I'm praying, I hope and pray that leadership for Culver City, Santa Monica, and Los Angeles will work together with me and this hedge fund. Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you. And then the following speakers had signed up, but they're not present online or in the chamber. Rosie Gable, Melissa Sanders, Mark Herskovitz, Marcy Bond. Oh, there you are. Come on down. Mark Herskovitz.
Good evening. My name is Mark Herskovitz, a longtime Culver City resident and extremely upset Culver citizen. I'm here tonight to speak against the $21 million commitment letter for the Jubilo project. We absolutely should not sign it. First, to state the absolute obvious, the city has not one, but 2 pending lawsuits against this project. It is illegal. You cannot give city funds to a church, even indirectly. They will be using this money to build their church. We will absolutely should not be proceeding forward with anything to do with the Jubilo Village, especially now. And the city literally can't afford it. You guys talked about it all evening. You declared a fiscal emergency and passed an emergency tax. This tax measure was specifically to save city services and jobs like fire and police, to help with street repairs, improving parks, etc., not for funding your massively overpriced pet project with no Culver City benefit. Additionally, CCSM are shysters and slumlords. It has been revealed that they have run their previous projects into the ground and currently asking the city of Santa Monica to bail them out for millions of dollars. They are not to be trusted. Most importantly, a project this big, this expensive, and this out of norm with our usual spending should have gone to a public vote, not decided in a backroom insider sweetheart deal. Oh yeah, may I remind you again that this is illegal. There are 2 pending lawsuits. Tear up this commitment letter, do not sign it, and throw it in the trash along with the Jubilo project where it belongs.
Thank you. And then the following speakers were not present online or in the chamber. Michelle Weiner and Leah Pressman. That was our final speaker.
Okay, thank you. Any final comments before we vote? Councilmember Fish.
None other than thank you to the members of Community Corporation of Santa Monica for staying so late, and the members of the church also who are here to support the project and have been doing that for 7 years, almost 7 years. It's really incredible, and just appreciate the work of Assistant City Manager Jesse Mays and all the back and forth that's gone into this. Thanks. That's all. Just gratitude.
Councilmember Corn.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming out this evening. Thank you to staff. Really grateful to see this project through to from community meetings when it was a concept to this moment. So really excited to support housing in Culver City this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Puzo.
Yeah, I actually have a couple questions that I forgot to ask. Do we know how many people are on Section 8 vouchers currently?
Currently, we have 70 households.
Great. And will any of those people be kicked off of the Section 8 vouchers because of Jubilo?
No, they will not.
Great, thank you. And then for the affordable housing project for artists, that potential would be on where the Wellness Village is, and that will be on city land. And will the city be providing that land like at a discounted rate or at like a $1 a year kind of lease for a certain amount of years? Or
I believe the agreement we have with them is for a lease for no cost. I believe that's what our existing agreement with the Entertainment Community Fund, thank you, Tevis, is I forget the duration, but it's for no cost.
So the city will be giving that land for free?
Correct.
Thank you. And then for the city attorney, does pending litigation mean a housing project is illegal?
No, pending litigation means that somebody alleges that it's illegal, but it does not mean it is illegal. And we are defending the city's position that this is a lawful transaction.
Great, thank you so much. I continue to support the Jubilo Village Affordable Housing Project. It's going to provide 93 affordable homes for families and those most at risk. Our city's structural deficit was not created by a one-time expenditure. It's a deeper budget challenge, which we're going to need to address through long-term fiscal planning, which is why I'm calling for a financial retreat for council. But it's not going to happen by halting urgently needed affordable housing. As I mentioned earlier, also when we first committed to funds, I asked for conditions to ensure accountability and protect our investment, and most of those conditions have been met. The local preference, guaranteed vouchers to ensure financial sustainability, and sufficient contingencies to withstand market changes. I'm concerned about one of the outstanding risks, which is the federal government's funding for housing vouchers, but I know I will and the city will continue to monitor this issue closely. But even with this concern, I still believe Jubilo Village is the right investment. It builds local housing stability and provides our city residents priority access through our local preference. So I approve this commitment letter, and that's why I'll be voting in support of it tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. I'm not going to go too long because my position's the same. I do want to ask one question of Director Barnes. With the AMI numbers that are required for this building, at a prior council meeting, you gave an estimate of how many of folks who are currently in our continuum of care that would qualify to actually live in this affordable housing complex. What was that number approximately?
Just to give some background for the public, so of the 42 project-based vouchers, which will be funded through the federal government through the Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher Program, 10 units are set aside for households at 30% of AMI. 24 units are set aside for folks at 40% of AMI, which would be categorized as low. The 30% would be categorized as extremely low. And then there's 8 units set aside for folks who are at 50% of AMI, and that means area medium income. And that's very low. So looking at our folks in our interim housing resources right now, who the thought would be those folks would transition to Jubilo to permanent supportive housing, those 42 units. 60% of those individuals receive what they call general relief, which on average is $212 a month, which would put them in a category, which is a new category under the State of California Housing and Community Development Department, or HCD, would mean they were acutely low income, which is like 15% of AMI. So many of them, their income is this is going to make people pass out, are too low for the affordable housing. But you may recall that when we issued the request for proposal for the project-based vouchers, we had offered 50. And Santa Monica, a community core of Santa Monica looked at that, and so they only applied for 42. With the reason being to hopefully to offset for some of those individuals where a deeper subsidy is needed, because they're nowhere near 30% of AMI. The majority are at 15% of AMI. So hopefully through padding in that extra amount for a deeper subsidy for those households, we're able to assist more folks. But of course, we won't know that until we go through the application process and we have an understanding of what are the income levels of the folks who apply. But currently, as it stands now, the majority of our folks in our interim housing resources, their incomes are at 15% of AMI.
So about how many would that equate to? You said how many?
We have about 60%, and so that's like around 40 folks.
Would qualify for this, for Jubilo?
Their incomes would be considered too low.
Would be considered too low?
Yeah.
How many would not be too low?
Just looking at some quick numbers, and I do need to put a note on that. We did not factor in the households from Upward Bound House, which are very different. They're families, so they're going to have households with dependent children. And you tend to have folks who are wage earners and also families that get what they refer to as TANF, or temporary assistance for needy families. So their incomes would be a little higher. So they would most likely fall in the category of the 40 and the 50%. But looking at our folks that are other interim housing resources, which includes the motels, Wellness Village, and the interim housing side of Project Home Key, 60% are, as I mentioned, are on general relief. The next category, which would be folks who are on what they refer to as SSI, which is Social Security disability, or regular Social Security, probably about 20% of those individuals would be eligible for the 30% and the 40% units based upon their incomes.
Is that like
You want a solid
total number roughly?
It's about total number roughly.
Of people?
And that would translate to, at the current moment, because those numbers fluctuate, that would look like 15 folks.
Okay. Just, relative, it's not 93, it's significantly less than that. So I just
The hope is, remember, our programs are fairly new.
Yeah.
And we're working with our folks. This project will take about 18 months to build. So there's time for our service provider to work with these folks to help them get their incomes up so that they could qualify when they apply for these units.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, really briefly, thank you for that. It's just the dollar amount that we have to loan is just too much money. That's what it comes down to ultimately for me. I was just curious about that data, but even if it was, we had 93 people that qualified, I would still say it's just too much of a commitment, especially in light of all of the entitled housing that's coming online that we're seeing that has, no financial contribution from the city to produce it. And we just had two units or two projects become entitled in the past month that I think equal or may even be greater production of affordable housing units. And considering our financial constraints, which is real, no, and I agree, no, this did not cause our structural deficit, absolutely not. But it took a big chunk out of our reserves, decreased it by about 30-some%. So, and we have to come up with a plan to replenish that. So that'll hit our general fund in the future. So that's something we're gonna have to deal with. So I'm not gonna present a motion.
I will. Gonna go ahead and make that motion. Maybe not. Oh, okay. Sorry. To support this commitment letter. The language, sorry. Okay, I motion that the City Council and the Housing Authority Board approve a loan commitment letter to 4464 Sepulveda Boulevard and Community Corporation of Santa Monica for $21 million construction and permanent loan, and authorize the City Attorney / Housing Authority General Counsel to review / prepare any of the necessary documents, including a loan commitment letter and a loan agreement based on the terms of the loan commitment letter, and authorize the City Manager / Executive Director to execute such documents on behalf of the city / authority.
I have a motion by Councilmember McMorrin, a second by Councilmember Fish. Please vote. All members who are present have voted. That motion passes, 3 ayes, 1 no. No from Mayor O'Brien.
Okay, thank you to Jesse and Tevis and Heather and everyone that put this together. I appreciate it.
As a reminder, A5 has been wiped from this agenda. Wiped.
Do we have any final comments from the public?
Denise Neal?
Okay.
Good evening again, Honorable Mayor. Thank you for your vote. I'd like to let the other council members know that I really believe that you should reconsider, because the people are saddled and have been asking for you to not burden them with this irresponsible vote, because CCSM actually has access to that $1 trillion hedge fund. They're waiting for those documents from the nonprofit. I asked for the plans for Jubilo that have already gone to the public, and I've asked for some information in print about their 501c3. That's all they need to get the $20 million from the hedge fund. It's a $1 trillion hedge fund. It doesn't make sense to saddle the people with this. So I would like for CCSM and for our leadership to seriously consider, because they're already ready to drop about $30 million in Santa Monica right now. So I don't understand why you would saddle the city's people with this budget. They're ready to help Culver, they're ready to help LA, they're ready to help Santa Monica. All they need is proper authorization. Please, please reconsider and look at this, and do not saddle the people of Culver City with this burden. Please, because the money is there for public-private partnership. They are waiting in the wings. They're waiting to help with 14 sectors of investment right now. They're waiting for me to bring approval. So please, 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 CCSM, thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Janine Wisnowski-Stalen.
Hi. My ears got perked up when I heard Vice Mayor Puza talk about a financial retreat, which is right up my alley. I've said this for a while, and I thought I'd come here and say it again. I believe that all council persons should have in-person training in finances. The training should cover the basics, how city budgets work, revenue streams like property and sales taxes, the differences between restricted and unrestricted funds, fund accounting, debt and reserves, how to read financial reports. It should also include modules on municipal finance management, budgeting, strategic planning, ethical leadership, and in-depth learning about urban finance, revenue systems, public-private partnerships, capital planning, and debt. This would be the perfect time to take that training together. It would give every council member a shared foundation and ensure that multi-million-dollar decisions are made with real financial literacy. That kind of preparation would strengthen accountability, consistency, and trust in our city government.
Thank you. And then we also had Sophia Morales signed up to speak, but I am not seeing her online or in the chamber, so that was our final speaker.
Thank you. Last comments?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. Just two quick things. The first, I don't actually think this needs 3 nodding heads to happen, but I was wondering, there is as I understand it, the City Council has directed staff to come back with a plan to replenish the contingency reserve that was depleted to 21%, and also strategies to potentially address the remaining structural deficit. I'm wondering, CFO Soger, if we could just bring some of those strategies to a discussion with the Audit, Finance, and Budget Subcommittee just before we go to the main council, just to review some of those strategies.
So are you just asking for revenue strategies? I'm unclear.
No, I'm just referencing what we already directed as a part of using some of the contingency reserve. We directed staff to come back with a plan to replenish it. And now that Measure CL has passed and there's still some remaining structural deficit, my request is to, before these things inevitably come to council, if we could just have a discussion in the subcommittee, the Audit, Budget, and Finance Subcommittee, about both of those topics.
So since the council already directed it to come back to the council, I think we would need 3 nodding heads for it to go to the subcommittee first.
Okay. Colleagues, could I get 3 nodding heads to just have a conversation in the subcommittee?
Yes.
In anticipation of that? Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
And then the second item, I'm sorry. Yes, those 4, it looks like. And then the second item, very quickly, was I saw a post from the owner of LA Ale Works at Ivy Station that, according to him, kids are not allowed in breweries in Culver City, and it creates a challenge to his business. And I'm curious about this. I actually just would love to know more if that is something that we do differently than other cities, and if there's a benefit potentially to these businesses to allowing kids in some of these, to the extent the law allows, of course, breweries.
We can just have staff come back with
just information about that.
Yeah, I don't know if that's ABC or if that's a city ordinance.
I don't know, but we'll research it and get back to the council.
Thank you. His claim was that this was specific to Culver City and not necessarily other.
I don't know.
Oh, really? Yeah. You did this before? Okay. So maybe just like any okay. Any information that we have about that.
It might be an ABC law, yeah.
It might be, but we'll get back to you.
Okay. Thank you so much. That's all I had, Mayor. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Coyne, Vice Mayor? Okay, can I get a motion? I'll do it. Motion to adjourn.
We have a motion by Mayor O'Brien, second from Vice Mayor Puza to adjourn. Please vote. start voting. Thank you. All members have approved. The time is 1:20. We are adjourned.